Howdy Lab partners, and welcome to this Sunday marathon. We're doing another marathon. We're doing another giveaway. We're jumping in and painting, I think, the favorite faction. I know for sure of Brett in Warhammer 40k. Yeah. Probably for myself as well.
Oh, probably.
Probably, I think.
We'll hear more about that in the next 6 hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. Which is the Tau Empire, the Greater Good. This is the faction that got both of us into 40k.
That's right.
And I think we've talked about before, like, I don't even know that either of us would play 40k or war games at all, maybe, if it wasn't for looking at this faction and being like, that's cool.
Oh, man. You got me thinking some deep thoughts now.
Yeah, I don't know, right? I don't know that I'd be doing any of this. So we're super excited to be doing this. We have a lot to paint. We're going to jump right in right away. But to let you know here where we're at, what we've gone up to, I will show you guys. I'll start here and show you on my screen.
Well, do you want to start with just the Combat Patrol box?
The Combat Patrol box. Let's actually look at the Combat Patrol box so peeps can see what is in this box. And this is what we're painting and giving away. Good call, Brett. So we do have the Ghost Keel here. Oh, wait. Mirror. Okay, here. Cire, that's in the hands of Cire.
Yep.
We have the Fire Warriors, which we've assembled as 10 Breachers.
Yep, Breachers.
And I have those.
Very good choice in 10th edition.
Yeah, we have 3 stealth suits, XV25s. Not your favorite stealth suit.
That's true.
But we have given them to you to paint.
Close second.
Maybe you will learn to like them more after today.
I've never worked with one of these models before. I'm actually really interested.
Yeah,
to give it a go.
See the shoulder pads. Yeah. So we forgot to. So I don't want to throw her under the bus. Meg has never assembled Tau before, and it's kind of interesting in this box. The stealth suit kit is so old that the sprue's not numbered.
Oh, interesting.
So all the rest of the sprues were numbered. I assembled everything else, and Meg's like, nothing's numbered, and I was like, just follow the instructions.
We'll get the shoulder pads on later.
We'll get the shoulder pads. They're super easy to just grab and airbrush real quick and add later. Finally, so Brett has
characters.
Brett has the stealth, and he's also in drone duty and turret duty.
It's important.
Finally, we gave the 2 characters who have a lot more skin to Meg. It kind of sounds like she has less work, but we know she really likes painting skin a lot. So
the only fabric really, like, she's got cloaks to do and
cloaks and fabric or cloaks and skin. Yeah. So she in a way has some more complex stuff than the rest of us.
For sure.
And we gave Cire the big, huge model.
I'm excited for you guys to see what Cire's doing with the Ghost Keel out there. He's like really taking it to the nines, as you would expect after the Lost in the Dam stream a couple weeks ago. He's giving it the full Cire treatment, which is it looks really good.
So I'll show you guys kind of where we took things up to. Oh, and by the way, we haven't talked about the color scheme we're doing.
Yeah.
We let Brett pick the color scheme, and Brett, talk to us what decision you came to.
This is the original, the OG Tau box art ochre color scheme. So the armor panels are like a ochre yellow tan color. It's very, very desert reminiscent. So you can imagine these guys. The Tau don't pick their armor color according to their sept. They do it according to their field of duty. So these guys are presumably taking part in a fight in the desert.
Yep.
And so the armor panels are a yellowish ochreish color. The fatigues are a dark brown, and the accent color is a dark red maroon.
Yeah.
So you'll see that on the stealths. So this is classic late 90s, early 2000s box art.
Yep.
And I've never tried painting this paint scheme before. But it looks really good, and we're gonna try it out. You haven't tried painting this color scheme either.
I have not, and worth pointing out, one of the things that happens that's always been kind of interesting to me is that the stealths have always been this color whenever the studio shows this paint scheme. And this was the original kind of color scheme. Now they're gloss coated right now, if you're wondering, so that our enamel panel liners go in quickly and easily.
Yeah.
And that's where I know I'm starting. Now, what was I going to ask you, Brett? I don't remember.
Let's get started.
Let's start painting.
Yeah, let's get started. So our first steps, both Zach and I are going to be doing a lot of panel lining. So before we get started, like you said, we've done some airbrushing, we've done some gloss varnishing in preparation for this, and then we're going to get right into panel lining with our Tamiya panel line black, and we're going to dip this right into the recesses on all of these little bits. And then once we do that, there will be a bunch of other steps that we'll walk you through over the course of the day.
Yep.
Edge highlighting, lenses, some weapon effects, and a whole bunch of cleanup, skin on the characters, that kind of thing. So if you've never used this product before, it's an enamel product. It's specifically designed to run into the recesses of these models. And Tau are like the poster boy army for this process.
Panel lining.
Yeah. Actually, can you go back to the close-up can? So it's the applicator on the product is just a fine little brush, and you can just dip the tip of the brush into the panel line, and it wicks right in there. And so it's really good for this kind of armor, and you don't have to do a lot of it. You maybe just, if you've got a panel line that runs the entire length of a model, you can just kind of touch it in one spot, and it will kind of follow the flow of the contours of the sculpt really well. Especially
if you've gloss coated it, which actually really helps a lot.
Yeah.
I've never done it before. I've heard people do it. Then, when you meet somebody and you firsthand and you really trust them, in this case it was Cire, and he was like, you don't have to do it, but it helps. He was underselling that. I've noticed it's significantly helps. I'm actually not using a Tamiya one. The brown that we're using, so Brett is doing black on the Stealth. We're doing brown on the rest of these bozos to kind of go with the ochre here. And the brown that we're using is actually a MIG product, MIG ammo, and it's called Deep Brown, I think. Yeah, MIG Deep Brown. We wanted a dark brown to go into the panel lines on the ochre color, as opposed to a black.
Yeah, and that's the nice thing about these. Like, they're basically, you can even kind of mix your own. These come with a nice applicator, which is cool. You're doing yours with a brush.
Yeah, the MIG one just comes in a normal bottle.
If you're into oil paints, you can sort of create your own version of this by just kind of really diluting an oil wash with, creating an oil wash with mineral spirits, and then a little bit of pigment.
Yep.
So you can even mix some blacks and browns. And
I've never done that. And people have, because one of the issues with the Tamiya is it only comes in 3 or 4 colors, right?
Yeah.
A black and a few browns. And my Tau are recess washed purple, actually.
Yeah. And what did you use for that?
I used
an acrylic product.
Yeah, I used the Citadel one.
Just like a Drakenhof Nightshade or something.
Or Druchii Violet.
Sorry, Druchii Violet.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like. I feel like when I started, like my first foray into painting models.
Yeah.
I would start with it was before airbrushing. I would start with just kind of priming the whole model black, and then painting the armor on, leaving the black primer in the recesses of the armor panels. And so it was more of like I didn't actually put a product in the panel lines, because I was just kind of letting the primer show through. But that was very tedious, right? My gosh, like trying to sort of paint by number these armor panels and not get any paint in the panel lines was like, and still achieve a smooth coat on the armor panels themselves.
Right.
It's like is challenging. But if you took your time, you can make it work and it looked decent. And before airbrushes, this was kind of the only option. But now that we've got all these different products available, you can airbrush something like this, get a nice fade, and then go back in and make the panel lines nice and contrasty with a product like this. It's really cool.
And airbrushes kind of like remove that option almost that you were talking about, because they spray in the recesses, right?
Yeah. Although, weirdly, you've done some good work with sort of oblique angling of your airbrush as you sprayed these to sort of keep the...
It's not too bad. They're almost dark, right?
Yeah, to keep the panel line, especially if it's like a modern model and the panel lines are pretty crisp in terms of the angles of the of the panel line.
Yeah.
It almost, you can almost get away without doing it, but obviously doing it just takes it up a level.
No, I was actually noticing that too on the stealth and the ghost kill especially.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite so much like that for the Fire Warriors. We've got a couple ads here. Elijah Patrick says, "So excited to see you guys paint up these Tau. Been learning so much from watching y'all." Thank you, Elijah.
Yeah, thanks, Elijah.
That's
Great to
really
hear
nice.
from you.
Yeah.
And if you play Tau and you want a chance at winning these models, because we are in fact giving them away, Zach, do you want to just tell people how they can?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Win
It's pretty
models?
simple. Basically, you're on the right track so far. All you need to do is, after this goes to VOD, meaning after this stream is over, you're gonna just leave a comment, and just some kind of comment
Comment on the YouTube video,
on the YouTube video.
and we will randomly select somebody from multiple comments. Don't help you.
That's true. It won't help. And we have an at from Polychrome who actually won our last giveaway.
Yeah,
He says, "How's my new army coming along?" We have not sent it out yet. We want to make
No,
sure.
he's talking about this army.
Oh, this army.
He is
He's planning
so
on winning
confident
this
that
one?
he's going to win this one.
He actually can't though, and he knows that. We told him yesterday.
I think he's being cheeky though.
I hope so. No, I'm sure he is. But yeah, we update on Legion of the Dam. It is the only thing not ready is the Dreadnought. So everything else is ready. We have posted some Instagram pics of it, of the stuff that is totally ready. And the Dreadnought is pretty much done. He just, actually, of all things, I need to go back and block in like some metallics on him. And then,
Maybe you should confirm whether Polychrome is actually planning on stripping the models before you
before we truly...
before you really invest all that extra time. Like maybe he just wants you to send him. He was joking about that in Discord. He was like, "Oh, cool! I'm gonna strip him and paint him as white scars."
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Well, the nice thing about us doing Legion of the Dam is that if he really does want white scars, he can not strip these models, and he can make a white scars army, the rest of the units himself, and then he'll just have this like little Legion of the Dam contingency. He can still use the white scar rules when they come out. Right?
Yep. Yeah, I think
I hope he realizes
that was a great decision to do Legion of the Damned for that giveaway, because like you said, they can sort of lore-wise they can sort of slot into any Space Marine force.
Yeah, my initial plan was to just do like a weird chapter.
Yeah.
And we were looking up different chapters, and we want to kind of find one that would neutrally match a lot of different armies, like visually, and not clearly be able to almost be like Blood Angels or Ultramarines.
Right.
So then Cire had the idea to do Legion of the Dam, and I was like, you know what, that's the move.
Genius.
Right there.
Yeah, there's like not really a thing like that you can do with Tau. I guess we could leave the way Tau, for the uninitiated, the way Tau sort of denote their planet of origin is through the colorings on the sept markings, those like weird hash lines that are on the sergeants and the commanders on their helmets. The color, so the sort of shape of those markings denote their rank, and then the color of those markings correspond to their homeworld. And that's really where Tau get their special rules from in the game, is from the homeworld that you select.
Yeah.
And so the color, whether it's orange or green or blue or white, denotes what sept world they're from. And so we could, I guess, in theory, leave the decals off the sept markings off these models, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? We're going to...
Oh, well,
maybe we can ask the person who wins.
Yeah, we could do that. The other, I mean, we'll know by not much longer than 24 hours from now.
Yeah.
One thing we could do is the only thing really that we're painting that's like large enough to get a sept marking.
Yeah.
Because all of them wear the Tau symbol
Right.
on their shoulder pad, right?
Yeah.
Is the ghost keel, and I my ghost keels, I don't put like a Dalieth marking. I only really put those on vehicles. So we really aren't doing anything that would need it. Now, The one caveat to that is that we are doing. I was planning on doing a little bit of war paint on.
Oh yeah.
And I was probably.
That's like a thing that you do. That you tell us about that.
Well, just like the stripes you were talking about, right?
Right. Okay.
But that's. I mean, I kind of just do it by hand and kind of lean into it, looking a little, like a little more like it is actually paint, like not like they got it stenciled on in the manta, right? You know what I mean?
It's not painted by somebody with an airbrush
or like a drone, right?
Drone.
Yeah, they actually like painted it with.
It's like tribal, a throwback to their tribal origins.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was thinking when I did it, and I was like, you know what? I also like painting war paint like that because you get to do this cool thing where you put down a wash first. To kind of define like the outer edges of the paint,
right?
Where it's maybe starting to wear out a little bit or like spread,
right?
And then you get to put the main color in the middle, and it's a pretty cool look for not too hard.
Yeah, it looks really good on your models, and especially when you then also do it on the crew.
Yeah,
it's kind of a neat tie-in to the larger Tau army.
Right.
So you're gonna try to do an element of that in this army as well.
Well,
that's cool. I like it.
I was thinking about it.
We'll see
But
how much time we have.
But I also did sort of realize after talking to you about it last night, what we're kind of saying here, which is that that's sort of a weird thing I do for my army. Not everybody might appreciate that. That said, who knows?
Who knows? Cool.
Now, Brett, we did want to talk while we're talking about Tau.
Yeah, we have a lot of Tau talking to do. If you have questions about Tau, let us know.
Yeah,
we love both Zach and I love talking about. Yeah, like you said, this is kind of our first army of
our first
love.
First love
40K universe.
For wargaming. I mean, honestly, I would say I wasn't playing when I was younger. I played, but I don't know if I would have gone back in. Now, what we did want to do is talk a little bit about. Oh no, that's not what we want. Let me go to this guy. Okay. The tiger was from our Griffin Marathon, if you're wondering what that was. Okay, so I wanted to talk about Brett and I asked Brett to tell me his favorite Tau model.
Oh, yes.
And
this was hard, by the way.
Was it?
I mean, I sent you 3 and then was like, no.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's actually none of those 3. Here's a 4th.
Yeah. So here's mine.
Which is this unit that we're painting up right now.
Which is the unit Brett is literally painting right now, the XV-25 stealth suit. And I have a few reasons for this. First of all, this is probably not just my favorite Tau model, but it's arguably my favorite model, period. Today, I finally put my Tau away. They were kind of out for a while. And I actually kind of put them, actually not today, last night, to make room for some stuff. And I realized that I have 12 fully painted. 12 fully painted. And I have 6 more not fully painted, but assembled and airbrushed. Or sorry, they are fully painted, assembled. No, sorry, they're not fully painted. I was right the first time. They're not fully painted. They're assembled and they're airbrushed.
Yeah.
And so I could do 18 stealth suits.
18 stealth suits. That's a thing.
I think I would want to try it. It might be fun. But I have a number of reasons why I love this model so much. First of all, it's one of the easiest models to paint. Its size is great.
Yeah.
It's a unit of 3, so you only have to paint 3. You can or cannot add a drone in there to paint while you're working on it. And just in general, I love painting this model.
Yeah.
It's nice and easy. It's honestly fairly easy to paint.
Yeah.
It will probably be up there as like a model I would like first, like if like a kid that wasn't like a 5 or 6 year old, but like a 12 or 14-year-old.
Yeah. And
you want it to be like, hey, do you want to paint like a real model here now? Then I think this would be on my short list of models to paint, because I think it
give a young child to paint.
Not a young child, a young adult.
Young adult who's their first Fisher Price, my first 40K model. Here's a stealth suit.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Not a Space Marine, a stealth suit.
I guess the modern Primaris intercessors and stuff are also pretty good.
I mean, if you wanted to get this kid started on the path to heresy, then this would be a good way to do it.
This would be great. Yeah.
Here's a cool space ninja with who's invisible, who has a Gatling gun.
Yeah. So I also love their lore. I tend to think that like the Tau stealthy things are cool. So I do love Tau lore in general, but I think the stealth suits are especially cool.
Yeah.
I love that this thing is just like totally silent, theoretically totally invisible. None of those things really happen in the game. That probably wouldn't be very fun for your opponent. So it checks out. But they finally they have been tending to get pretty cool rules recently too.
Yeah.
And that's the final thing I'll say is playstyle. They're really my favorite too. I love these guys.
They're fun. They have a fun playstyle. Yeah.
I have not played the most recent version of Tau with their 10th ed index.
Yeah, you haven't played Town 10th, but they're they've really leaned into the like combined arms thing in 10th, with them being really good at spotting for other units.
Okay.
And so they have, when they're the spotter using the army roll, they give the unit that they are spotting for plus a reroll 1s to wound.
Oh, okay, that's pretty good.
So that's like, there are a handful of units in the book that have bonuses when acting as a spotter, and stealths are one of them. And so it's a really nice buff, and for 75 points you can bring a squad of these dudes and give your giant crisis squad or a hammerhead or something like that a reroll 1s to win. It's really,
but probably they're good in 3-man squads, which is which is how they were in the last book as well.
Their firepower is not great, but they do actions inexpensively. They can forward deploy, so they can get where they need to be, and they you don't really mind missing out on their shooting to do an action or to guide something, or to be a little bit out of position, because the guns are kind of short ranged. Because they're sort of inexpensive and their shooting is not great, you don't mind missing out on it. But sort of the data sheet ability that they have is really, really nice.
All right, so that's me.
Cool.
What about Brett?
What about Brett?
So for Brett's, you've selected the humble devilfish.
The humble devilfish. That's right. I don't think you know this about me, Zach. I'm in a group chat with some Tau loving friends, and the name of the group chat is the Devilfish Appreciation Society.
Oh, really?
I have a fond appreciation for the devilfish.
Why is that?
Well, so I love the model. It's an old model at this point, and it definitely is a challenge to build. But weirdly, as somebody who enjoys building, I actually find that like enjoyable. It's like very satisfying for me to take this like really poorly, like hard to construct kit and like turn it into a thing of beauty.
It's not too well. This is like that inside thing that it's not too bad to assemble.
Well,
really.
No, the panel line, like none of the parts line up. There's always these like very disjoint, like connections between panels.
I haven't assembled a Tau vehicle in forever.
The engine nacelles, if you like just kind of squish them together without really paying attention, they'll just be like very crooked.
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
So there's a couple spots that are where the sort of age of the kit is very apparent. So I really enjoy the process of like turning a beautiful model or ending up with a beautiful model from this like, old, not very, showing its age kit.
The rough thing about that too is it's not really, I don't think you could really say it's due for a remake. Like,
I don't think so. Yeah.
It looks great. So it's always going to be an annoying kit to put together.
And remaking it would require remaking the Hammerhead and the Skyray as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, it allows and enables a play style that I really enjoy. I love the idea of like squads of highly trained,
definitely not
efficient
elite,
infantry jumping out of. This is the original like 3rd ed box art for the Devilfish. Like these guys jumping out with their rifles, blasting away at close range, and then like as the enemy closes, they hop back in and jet away in their flying vehicles. This was like super fun to sort of think about. It tickles my brain in a way that is like very satisfying for futuristic sci-fi warfare game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that play style and that like vibe, that feeling, and this vehicle is what enables that. I got into Tau in third ed when gun lines were sort of the prevalent meta way to play, and a group of friends I met on the internet like loved the idea of playing this like sort of different hipster way of putting all your fire warriors instead of just like building this big gun line, putting them in devilfish and running around and capturing objectives and using terrain and refuse flank and striking where they're weakest and blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff. And it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun playing that style of army back then, and this is like, and I still sort of have a love for that vibe. It's very like combined arms, modern warfare. I feel like if the a modern military game were to be recreated in the 40K universe, it would be a mechanized Tau army.
Yeah, well, it's nice. I mean, like, ideally, I think I can say for myself, I want the opportunity to have like a gun. I want like split, right? I want
a hammer and an anvil.
Yeah, I want one of these with breachers to go out and help my crisis suits out, while I also have like broadsides and fire strike teams in the background just blasting away. And then the whole crew stealth thing. That's kind of what I like to go for. But yeah, it's actually, I think it's an army that's gotten a lot of people into 40K. We know that it is actually one of the most popular factions sales wise.
Right.
I think only Space Marines sell more. I don't know. I think I've heard that. I don't know if people know.
It's weird. I mean, it depends how you sort of define a faction.
Right.
Whether Ultramarines are a faction or whether Space Marines are a faction. But,
yeah, but under some metrics, it might be the number one selling.
Yep.
Potentially. But we have a lot of Tau in our play group. That's actually the reason I started another army.
Yeah.
Was that there were just so many Tau in our play group, and it wasn't really like I was annoyed or mad or anything. I was almost like, you know what, like all the other people go, and like 4 or 5 of us are playing Tau now. Yeah. Sometimes, and I was like, so I'm gonna. We really didn't have a Suriani.
That's right.
Very much, like just a little bit. And I was into I'm into like good guy aliens. Good guy as far as.
Good guy, yeah. They've, and that's the other thing. Like the lore has been, they've like advanced the lore in a number of ways that are, that sort of has you questioning, like, are they really the good guys? Yeah. How good are they? There's lots of sort of implications or assumptions that like, maybe there's mind control going on, and maybe the ethereals aren't as sort of altruistic, and maybe the greater good is what is the greater good? Yeah.
Not so great.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. What is your favorite model? It was hard to answer. It's a good question.
So Polychrome. Let's go back up here for a second. We probably prompted a lot of. Oh no, okay, good, not too many. Super E says, okay, so multiple comments don't help us, but do they help you? Multiple comments.
In winning the army.
Oh, in winning the thing. Yeah, I guess they probably help us. Soups. I don't. Nobody really knows how YouTube works. I don't know that YouTube even knows how.
At least
YouTube
of all
works.
YouTube, yeah.
Yeah. And then Captain Mannerings says, currently working on airbrushing experimentation of pinks and purples on Tzeentch demons.
Oh wow,
that makes sense. So Brett, your shift is up.
My shift is up. I'm gonna finish this one little drone that I've got here, and then Meg's gonna take my spot, and she's gonna show you some cool working on characters.
That's right. Yeah, Meg is working on the Cadre Fireblade and the Ethereal. on hover. You're actually painting the hover.
I have to do the hover drone later. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Good to see all you guys. I'll be back in the future time.
Actually, pretty soon. Actually, like half an hour, you're gonna come back.
All right. Well then, yeah, I'll see you in half an hour.
Brett will be replacing me. Oh, Brett's gonna have to produce. That's fun. We didn't even tell him how to do that. He just knows though from the past. Yeah. Oh, these are yours. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hey, Meg, how's it going?
Hi. How's it going? How's chat? Wahoo! Okay, so I'm working on my... I get the guys that show a little skin, which I like. I'm into it. Is my box... Okay, there. In the way.
No, looks great. No,
all this stuff. All right.
Yep.
Jeez Louise.
Wow, coming in hot.
Coming in something.
Yeah, how are you? This is your first towel painting experience. How are you? Half an hour in, how are you finding it?
Well, I've done the skin so far. Mostly, I've gotten the skin done on one dude. I don't know what he is. The shaman
the ethereal.
All right.
The shaman.
I don't know what he is. It's so funny because I have no reason not to know what these are called because I've been married to you for so long. This is like all you play. But anyway.
It's all I played for a very long time.
Yeah.
Playing new armies has only happened
new.
since COVID. Yeah.
Yeah. COVID, it changed us all.
I just said to Brett, it was because everyone in my club was playing Tau, and I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah.
Enough.
Oh, you know what? I do need a glove. So I will leave this here for a second while I get a glove. But I did post a picture of this shaman dude. I'm just gonna call him whatever I want.
Okay.
In the hobby work in progress, so you can get a better look at the skin that's happened. But this guy is about a step behind, so I should have that done pretty fast.
Yeah, looking good.
Great.
Oh yeah. And how similar was this? We were kind of talking yesterday about painting
How I was gonna paint them.
undead skin.
Yeah, I basically used my Soul Blight recipe for it.
Yeah.
So it was easy.
But with there had to have been some exceptions.
No, honestly not. I watched.
But your Soul Blade aren't that blue.
Yeah, they are. They're very blue. My Soul Blight are really blue.
Oh, okay.
Because everyone does their vampires like white, and so I was like, no, I'm gonna do something else here. I'm gonna do blue. So I just figured I would use the same scheme because why not? It works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. Actually, it's interesting. I remember learning how to paint Tau skin in a White Dwarf. I was talking to you about this yesterday, and they actually showed how painting Tau is like really similar to painting a vampire.
Okay.
They like almost did the same thing.
Yeah.
I think the only difference is they added actually more warmth to the Tau undertone, but especially for they wanted to show Shadow Sun because she's younger.
Do I have Shadow? No, I don't have Shadow Sun.
Her.
Who's this guy that I'm painting? He's like really angry.
That's a Cadre Fireblade.
Cadre Fireblade.
He's like a super fire warrior.
Okay.
Like he.
What makes him super?
So actually, I know the answer to this. I know all the lore behind all of this, which is probably really annoying for people because I never know any 40k lore, Space Marine lore, for example. But basically, what happens is when you're a Tau, you start out as a fire warrior if you're in the fire cast.
Tau, like you're just born that way?
Yeah, they're physiologically. There are 5 physiologically different Tau.
How?
And
okay, sorry. I'll let you finish, and then I'll ask all my questions.
There's the fire cast, the earth cast, the air cast, the water cast, and the ethereals. And you can actually see the ethereals kind of physically different than... Well, you might not think that, though. He kind of just looks like he's like a wizard compared to like a warrior type guy.
Yeah. He looks like one of my Soulblight wizards.
But the fire casts are the warriors of the Tau Society. And so they're born that way. You're just born into being a warrior.
That's rough.
Yeah. And so once you are like 4 or 5 years old, because they actually turn into adults pretty quick. They have short life expectancies, but their life expectancies are largely their whole lot. Most of their lives are spent in capable adult years. They're like old for a very short period of time, and they're like babies for a very short period of time.
So they come out as babies.
They do come out as babies.
They're not like orcs.
No, they do come out as babies, but they grow up really quick. And I think it's 8 years. At 8 years old, you're a Firecast warrior, basically.
How do they know? Like, how can you?
They're just
how
like
can you put
their
that on a
their whole
child?
society and like the whole thing. They're just really efficient. They're kind of boring about a lot of things, but they're just
Kind
really
of boring.
yeah. They're just really efficient. So they.
It's hard to do this without walking.
Oh, it's okay. They anyway, you're a fire cast, so you start as a fire warrior, and depending on kind of what how well you do, you move up to other things. So like if you're kind of good at being a little bit stealthy, you might become then a pathfinder, and then from there you might become a stealth suit pilot. But if
They
you're
can figure all that out by the time you're 8 years
no
old.
you at 8 I think at 8 you start as a fire warrior. I can't remember. Maybe someone better at lore knows the exact age you start in the military.
The town military. It sounds awful.
Well, no, it's like what they want to do. They're like
I guess.
they're almost like ants in this regard.
Oh, they're not really an individualist society. You know, are there any individualist societies in this?
Well,
dark
I mean,
world?
humans are individualistic, just oppressed by the Imperium. Eldar, for sure, are individualistic.
What a horrible existence.
Yeah. Yeah, Tau are not particularly individualistic. They want to join up and do their thing.
Do their thing.
Which is convert other
Serve the greater good.
right, and convert other races to the greater good.
To Taoism,
Pretty much, yeah.
but not the real Taoism.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so if you become a cadre fireblade, if you're kind of like a natural leader type dude, who maybe like your eyesight's not good enough to be a crisis suit pilot, or you're like maybe you're not like tactically or athletically perfect, but you're kind of like just a good leader. Like the other fire warriors like you a lot. So he's like, that's what that guy is. So he like stands with the other fire warriors and tells them to shoot an extra shot with their rifle in the rules. He's like, hey, instead of shooting twice, shoot 3 times. And they're like, all right, we didn't think of that before. That's what he does.
That's what he does.
Yeah. Well, that's what he used to do.
That sounds like a job I could do.
I don't know what he does now.
I'm good at giving commands.
Yeah, giving. Yeah.
I'm good at telling people what to do.
So that's sort of his thing. And yeah, he's like a I guess, I mean, I would say spiritual leader, but that's literally what the ethereal is.
Yeah.
The ethereal is literally a spiritual leader. And the cadre fireblade is like an inspirational bro.
He's so inspirational.
Captain Mannering says, so when panel lining on Vallejo white primer, it bleeds all over the place. Do you know a white primer that won't be too matte, or should I just gloss varnish?
That's what we've been doing.
That's what
right?
we've been doing. That's
Yeah.
what I think Cire would tell you to do. Captain Mannering's for sure. Otherwise, the alternative is going to be use a gloss white primer. Is there gloss white primer? I'm sure there is. I've seen gloss
I can Google
black.
it for us.
Yeah, I'm sure there is.
I don't know though.
But I haven't used it.
Whoops. What's chat working on? I wanted to be in chat, but I was like, no, I gotta get this skin done. I know Holly's having a good time hanging out in chat.
Oh, fun. Yeah, we haven't put her on any tasks yet. Polychrome says
Oh my gosh.
Hello,
Polychrome.
top 3 crew. Polychrome already messaged and asked how his new army is coming along.
Oh man, Polly, if you win this again, we're gonna have to add that to our rules.
Wait, I thought we did.
We didn't. It's okay right now. We're still good. If somebody wins something over the course of a year with a value of $600 or more, that's when you have to worry.
Oh.
And we're not there yet.
Well,
so we'll probably just start adding it from now on.
Yeah,
Right now it's not a problem.
Well,
but we'll add that rule.
It's psychologically a problem for everybody other than Polychrome.
I know it's true. This could really This could really mess your day up.
This could really
Polly wins again.
This could really mess our channel up.
Our channel.
Or hear me out.
It's kind of funny.
It could be great.
Yeah. I don't know.
We could then do a third.
All right,
we could do a third one, Meg. That's just like the polychrome. We paint Polychrome's next army for
yeah,
him.
that's what we start calling
Yeah.
the giveaways.
Polychrome's
next free army. Okay, so this one. So I'm like flooding the eyes. I'm sure everybody has dealt with this before, but like the eyes are flooded with white, and so they're spilling. So the next thing I'm gonna do is go in with dark and just sort of mop up.
Oh, the gloss primer is probably not your friend.
When I'm cleaning up the eyes.
Cleaning up will be good, but it's probably flooding because of the gloss primer.
Maybe. I think I just loaded too much
primer.
paint, honestly. Because when I did the eyes on the shaman, it was fine. It wasn't a problem.
I see.
You're like, please stop calling him that.
No, shaman's fine. Polychrome does want to know top 3 Kroot. Go.
What?
Okay.
Oh, okay, that big Kroot monster.
Okay,
What's that? I like that.
It's the Narlock. He looks like a dinosaur. He's up here.
He looks like
He's
a
around here.
giant dog / dinosaur.
He's around here somewhere, right? Yeah. The Narlock.
The Narlock.
The Great Narlock.
Yeah,
it's
I like
called.
that. I mean,
Yeah.
I like monsters. I haven't painted one though.
Okay.
I guess you want real answers.
No, that's a real answer.
Okay.
Great Narlock is definitely a real answer. I really like the Grek model. He was super cool. He has the robe. He's got the Tau gear on him. I really love the new Kill Team box too. Same thing. I like the Kroot. I like the Kroot, but old kit. I actually kind of still think it holds up, but I really do love how they're giving Kroot more like war gear on them now, because traditionally they're basically naked and then have a Tau gun, which is fine. But the new ones, I love the way that they're like they've got like cloaks on for camouflage, and even though their skin's supposed to change color, they've got like bombs and grenades and like Imperial gear and Tau gear. Kroot are interesting because I'm sure, as you know, Polychrome, they work not only just for the Tau, but they work for other races too. And they actually have a deal that allows them to do that, because one of their goals as a society, and one of the reasons they work so well with the Tau, is to acquire more DNA. Because Kroot they're obsessed with evolving their bodies, like becoming like.
Oh, so they should get along with the Tyranids.
Yeah, they actually don't eat gene stealers because gene stealers do the same thing, and they don't. When you eat a gene stealer, they don't know what DNA they're eating.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but they will eat other Tyranids gladly.
Really?
Yeah, and they have blank spots in their DNA strands, so they take on traits of the things they eat. So that's what Kroot Shapers do: is they help Kroot learn and know what they should and shouldn't eat.
If they ate you, what do you think they'd pick up?
I don't know.
Okay, well, anyways, Kroot Hounds. I'm going to put Kroot Hounds.
Kroot Hounds.
Because they're like dogs. And I do like dogs. I don't know who was telling people that I don't like dogs.
It's that thing where we have cats, and many people need everybody in the world to either like cats or dogs, but you and I like both cats and dogs.
Yeah.
We've had cats and dogs, depending on where we've lived, if we've been allowed to have a dog.
If they allow us to have a dog.
So, yeah, it's just that weird thing.
We missed the boat on that emotional support animal workaround.
Also, most cats and dogs get along like just fine with each other. So, I don't know. People are weird.
Yeah, people are weird.
People are weird.
Anyway, so Kroot Hounds, because they look cute to paint. They're not wearing like war gear.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be my second pick.
Okay. So I guess my last pick. So I said Grek and then the Kill Team box. I guess my last pick.
But you get to pick the whole box.
The whole Kill Team box
as your second favorite
I know I'm
model.
not. I know you're not gonna know any. I don't think you know any of them.
I'll just have to describe it as best I can.
Yeah. I also like the Narlock Riders, which is a cool kit. Narlocks are the smaller version of the Great Narlock, the one you picked.
Okay.
They're like horse size. Well, they're bigger than horses. But
do you have any?
I do, but not painted.
Maybe that's why I'm not.
You've never seen these,
Yeah.
yeah probably. And they're pretty cool. So there's like just one Kroot riding this thing, and it's like a ferocious pack hunting beast. Also, Meg, you may not have known this about Kroot and evolution, but Kroot hounds are Kroot who went into an evolutionary dead end. So they ate stuff.
Oh my gosh.
They ate things that turned them into these hounds.
Like, like they ate somebody's dog or something.
They ate some kind of wild animal. Yeah, they ate some kind of animal, and
that's not cool.
They reproduce. They can reproduce.
How do they reproduce? It's not like orcs.
No,
Lord
no.
of the Rings.
I
Just
don't
like pop out of some nasty wall.
No. So like now there's just a whole race of Kroot hounds, which are like I said, an evolution.
Best friend.
An evolutionary dead end, they call it. They're not actually trying to encourage more investing down that avenue.
Yeah, they're not very good, right?
I don't know. I guess it would kind of depend how you define good.
Oh, okay.
They're like very useful in the game.
Oh, okay.
For getting points early on and screening things, but yeah, I mean they die usually, and
yeah, I remember
they don't do a lot of damage. But
playing them and not being afraid of them.
But
they're against them.
They tend to do. Yeah. They tend to like block your movement turn one.
Yes.
Stuff like that.
All right, let me think. Who would I like third best sack? I think there's like a little Kroot shaman, right?
Yeah, there is Kroot Shaper. I'll
pick that.
Yeah.
Because I like characters, and these like shaman people tend to have like
the shaman.
More organic stuff.
Yeah. The Tau shaman.
My Tau shaman, yeah.
The Kroot shaman is called a Shaper, yeah.
Yeah.
But really, he is a shaman. He's truly a shaman.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know what that really means, but.
I wanted to ask you before it's your time to leave.
Yeah.
What color are we painting the little Tau emblems on their chests and stuff?
Black with the recesses
with
white
recesses. Ooh, yeah. That's fun. I'm interested in trying some white recesses.
Yeah, so there's two ways to do it.
Yeah.
You can either paint it white and then go over and paint the black top part.
Yeah.
Or you can paint it all black and then use the titanium white ink sunk in there a couple times carefully, and you need to sink it in, let it dry for like an hour.
Do you have black?
Oh, my wet palette. Yeah, would you like some?
I can probably fetch my own, right?
Your own black?
From the paint rack?
Yeah, I was using, I mean, you can use any black, but this was the Abtalong tube.
Okay.
You know which one I'm talking about? Where all the tubes are? Yeah. Elijah Patrick, what would you like to see refreshed in the Tau range, and something new you would like to see for them? Oh my gosh, I have so many answers for this one. So refreshed for sure is Vespid.
Yay!
And I honestly am probably going to say something new also is Vespid. I would like to see the Vespid get like a dual kit where they are like a short range gun and a long range gun. I would love to see like Tower kind of a long range.
Thanks for the hearts.
Tower kind of a long range army. I would love to see Vespid with a sniper rifle, like a long sniper rifle. And some of the lore, Vespid snipe for things, so it's not unheard of. They have this like very unique crystal technology that only they can use. So I'd like to see them take the scary Vespid blaster that they have right now, which is known for its armor piercing capabilities, going through marine armor so easily. And I'd like to see them maybe get a little less AP, but like a super long range, like 48-inch sniper style gun. So yeah, I'd love to see a Vespid dual kit, something that makes two types of Vespid with at least like one or two weapon options each would be cool. Heavy weapon, that kind of thing. And I'd like to see a Vespid character. I'd like to see like a Strain Duke or something like that. I don't know what they would call it, because I know they have a Strain Queen, and I'd like to see her too. So I'd like to see a monstrous. Oh, and Vespid females are huge.
Oh, a Vespid monster would be really cool.
Vespid females are huge. Like they're like many times over the size of Vespid males, And the ones we're playing with on the battlefield are Vespid males. So I'd like to
Right.
see a huge Vespid,
Yeah.
like queen model. Mostly like a melee with her huge scary claws, but a bunch of maybe like some Vespid cannon on her too.
Oh, that would be really neat.
So that's what I want to see. I want to see them like go all in on the Vespid line a little bit. Give us a new kit, give us a monster, and give us a character. That's what I would
Vespid. That was the first gift I got you.
like. First Warhammer gift.
Yeah.
you
Oh,
got me,
yes.
yeah.
Warhammer gift.
And it was really nice because at the time she got them for me, Vespid weren't good. At
Real
all.
nice.
And no, but I loved the model. But I was like, I was wanting to go and I was wanting to get games in. I was wanting to not play competitively, but you know how it is. You want to win. You want to be able to do well in your games. You don't want to drive out to the Santa Anita Mall and lose every day.
That could be very far for some of our watchers.
Yeah, and also there's no Games Workshop there anymore either.
So that'd be even more
be
sad.
pointless. But you don't want to do that. You don't want to always lose. So I wasn't painting things like that too much. I was like, Vespid are cool, but I really need my fast attack slots for these other things. So it was really the perfect gift because I wasn't really willing to get it for myself. But I wanted them. So Meg just like randomly getting them for me was great. And of course I wanted to paint them, so I got to paint them. I painted them.
Purple.
You get to paint them different than the rest of your army, which is cool. Yeah, and I was really excited. And now I actually have a lot of Vespid. I have 3 strain leaders.
Are they still all metal?
I think most of my Vespid are all metal. I don't think I have too many.
Man. No, wait, did they come out? I can't remember.
They did come out in
did
fine
come-
cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine cast, but not plastic yet.
Not plastic. That's what I was saying I wanted. I want
Yeah.
a new plastic Vespid kit.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I want all those monsters.
yeah, Vespid. I'd like to be able to make a Vespid heavy army. Lots of Kroot too, and some Tau. I would also really like to get a new race. I'd like to get some kind of new race.
Oh yeah.
There's a bunch of races in the Tau Empire. We're actually going to quiz Brett on his Tau Empire race knowledge
comes back.
a little bit later. Yeah, but I'd like to see some of the other races that they talk about having. There's like a little lizard dog race guy that they have that are like little shock troopers. Some of the things in their if you read and see the different faction or different races they have, some of them are pretty weird and scary. There's a race that's also allied with Chaos called Lokatl or something like that, and they look like Komodo dragons basically, and they walk on 4 legs, but then they have like a gun on their back that they psychically activate or something. So there's some really cool races out there.
Yeah.
If you read any books where the Tau are featured, a lot of times whoever's fighting them will be fighting not just Kroot and Vespid, but also some of these other races too. And they kind of really make a point of showing how like a lot of times like the Tau won't even be there. The Tau just have their other races fighting them. Tau show up maybe like in crisis suits or stuff like that. But yeah, pretty lots of opportunity for the Tau Empire to have all kinds of new models. The lore supports a humongous range.
That sounds like it.
Yeah.
Just to remind everybody, we're still running our Super Chat specials.
We
so
are.
add us. Give us things to talk about.
Yeah.
Because as you guys heard on our last stream, Zach doesn't want to talk to me.
No. Of course, yeah, I said that about Cire as well. And of course,
Yeah.
yeah, we had a HR meeting about it.
An HR meeting. Yeah.
No,
But
we didn't.
we didn't.
We didn't.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember this meeting.
Yeah, we didn't have an HR meeting.
We
but
kind of need an HR team. I guess that's just me, which isn't good because I'm usually the one causing the problems.
yeah, it's not a great system. But so far we're okay.
Yeah.
Meg, how what are you working on now? Oh, some more skin?
No, I
Cadre
moved
fighting?
on from the skin. I'm doing hair and toenails and the emblems.
The hooves. Yeah, please do vote in our poll.
Oh, yeah. What is
Um,
our poll today?
Our poll is Tau are not like fish or goats, but they are most like, and then there's a number of options. So here are the options, and we have a clear leader here.
Axolotl.
And I think it's actually oxalotl.
Oxalotl.
Yeah, in the oxalotl.
All right, keep voting. It looks like.
But majestic European pine marten is not too far behind. I mean, actually,
majestic.
Actually, pretty far behind.
Well, okay. I don't know what to vote for.
Why not?
I don't know enough about Tao, I guess.
Do you know enough about any of these animals other than dog?
I know what a dog is.
Dog medium.
A medium-sized dog? Is that what that means? Or like a medium who talks to dogs? Like dead dogs? What is that? What is that?
Oh, I was thinking medium-sized dog. Of course not a dog medium.
Right. Or a dog who is a medium and can talk to dead dogs.
Yeah. Is a dog medium a dog that's a medium? Or is it a person that is a medium for dogs?
Do we need a poll for our poll?
Yeah. How would you define a dog medium? If you heard somebody was a dog medium.
I would assume they talk to dead people's pets.
What?
I mean, sorry,
Dogs.
people's dead pets.
People's dead pets.
Dead dogs, but yeah.
But what if you got there and there was like a guy, he's like, oh yeah, come on in. And then he's like, well, here's the medium, and it was like
It's
a
just a
golden
dog.
retriever.
There's a dog in a suit.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he's in his...
Like...
Listen, this dog medium takes his job seriously, so he does worse. Even though he's working from home, he does still wear a
It's like
suit.
Mr. Adult Man and BoJack Horseman.
Yeah.
It's just a dog in a suit trying to pretend to be human.
No, I think he's not trying
He
to
owns the
pretend
fact
to
that
be
it's... Okay.
You think he would try to pretend to be human?
I just think it'd be funny that way, but that's fine. What would his name be?
It would
I'm
have
not good at puns.
It would have to be like a...
Some weird, like, dog medium pun.
Yeah, it'd have to be like part dog name, part magician name. Like Duke Wizardly.
Duke Wizardly. Oh, here we go. Okay. It's hard to catch up to the orange.
Duke,
Ah!
what about Duke, Crystal? Duke, Crystal...
Ellington? Sorry, I gotta scroll up to find this orange. Did we lose it? I think we lost it.
We lost it.
Ugh. Okay. There was some orange that we had that we lost.
Yeah.
So if we didn't answer your question, here's a few. Okay. Oh, here we go. Polychrome. Have you considered CAS for hire? For HR? HR, yeah.
CAS for HR.
Yeah. You know what? We haven't. Now that we are, I think I'm going to have to pass on CAS.
No.
Really, CAS needs to make it through our mods first before we start giving him positions within the company.
No CAS for HR currently.
Yeah.
No plans to have him do that. But it is...
It would be funny. I mean, I
think when you're
can't deny
hiring...
that now I want to think about it more.
I think when you're hiring for HR at any company, that's what you're going for.
Funny.
What would be funny?
Yeah. What will get the most laughs? It'll make the employees happy.
David TG's asking a question I know I'm not going to be able to answer, which is who's your favorite sculptor?
Oh.
Unfortunately,
wow, that's a tough question.
That's a tough one. I don't think I know them all well. Kat and Cire know that stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll save that for Cire.
We'll save that one for Cire.
Cire will be good for that one.
I know. I think he did the refresh of the Drukhari line. I think that was Jess Goodwin. Is he a sculptor? Because I remember really being... I remember in around 2008, 9, and 10... Or 9, 10, and 11... I remember we were living with my parents when the Drukhari line came out.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Who holds a knife like this?
It's a ceremonial knife.
Who holds it at the blade?
It's the case.
So he's not even using it. He's just gonna like hit somebody with it?
It's not a combat knife. It's a ceremonial knife. Firewearers take part in a ceremony where they... the Firecast has like a ceremony where when you're in a team together, you all cut yourselves with that same knife.
But the case is on it.
And do something with the
And
blood.
he looks like he's in battle. So what's the point of it?
Because he works on a gun line, so he's he's like there with a bunch of fire warriors yelling them and holding up the knife, and the knife is a reminder of like the bond they have together.
All right.
Because that's like how they are. They're like super.
Looks like he's gonna throw it at somebody. Okay, sorry. Continue with what you were saying.
That's it. Oh yeah. I remember the first time really being blown away by like changes in the model line and seeing it happen because I was part of the hobby was when the Drukhari line got totally redone around 2010. And then right after that, I remember we were in Daly City when the Necron line got redone. And I remember being kind of blown away by that redo of the Drukhari. Thinking it was pretty intense. Okay,
Yeah.
Brett is coming back. I'm taking my HR sanctioned break.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be back in a sec. Brett forgot all of his paint.
Oh no. And he's letting the cold air out.
Letting the cold air out.
Oh boy, Brett.
Letting the sound in. Giving Brett the business. Okay.
As we do.
Bye, friends.
Do you want to switch seats?
Bye, everybody. Sure, it doesn't matter.
Or you can push the buttons.
Sure.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going? I heard you guys talking about
Yeah.
how silly knives are and Condor Fireblades.
Well, I was a bit taken aback by this model.
yeah,
because
it's very conflicted. He's not even wearing a helmet.
He doesn't have a
He's
helmet.
not even wearing a helmet.
He looks like
What's up with
he's
that?
running into battle,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, which he's probably not going to be doing if he's got a 30-inch range gun. Right?
Then there's that, right?
He's be encouraging his
Tau
guys to
don't
shoot 3
really
times
do
instead
that,
of
right?
twice. Yeah, that's true.
So anyway, I was just wondering why he was holding a knife by its blade, but it's not. It's the case.
The pose on that model and like is really weird.
Yeah.
Like it seems like it was designed by a Space Marine designer.
Okay. Someone who just doesn't understand Tau lore.
Yeah, like
me.
there's so many cooler ways you could have him like inspiring his buddies or like taking aim. He could be like in a cool sniper pose or there's like a bunch of different things that he could do. And he's like the kit doesn't come with a helmet. It literally does not come with a helmeted head option.
Oh, good.
And Tau are like the one race that would always wear helmets.
Okay. Yeah, they seem into safety.
Yeah, like, and they also have all kinds of, just like, I guess in a similar way to Space Marines, have all of this like augmented battlefield awareness, like 360 vision, like communications equipment, and he's just like, and also Tau are like physically quite frail, and so he's like, why would you take your helmet off? Just
Right.
I don't know. I'm injecting realism
what it
into
is.
The Warhammer
Into
universe.
a space game.
Into a game about
Yeah.
about plastic spacemen. Anyway, I weirdly think that amongst the Warhammer 40k playing population, there are a greater proportion of those types of people, and I guess I count myself among them, who sort of think that way. They're like, I want my futuristic spacemen models to be like modeled realistically and like doing realistic things, and then you sort of have to catch yourself at some point.
I prefer the unhelmeted look. I mean, I get that it's not real.
Yeah.
Like, I get that. I just don't enjoy painting like clothing. I like painting skin.
Yeah, it's a fun challenge for
So
sure.
I should ask you, like, are there any, we should ask chat too, any parts of the lore that where you're like, they should change this, or like they should change how they're interpreting the lore through this model?
Yeah. The like we talked about earlier at the start, like the Tau lore has been through a number of iterations. I mean, not you were asking the question just sort of more generally, but like specifically about the Tau, that it's been through a number of like they've kind of retconned a couple things. They used to be very goody two shoes, like the good guys in the galaxy kind of
the
thing,
closest thing to it, right?
Yeah, and they're kind of very much not that, or depending on what bits you choose to read and internalize, they can a lot less of that now. And they used to be very much not about like giant robots, weirdly, and now they've added a bunch of giant robots that everyone loves. But if you're a fan of the OG Tau lore from when the book was and the models were first introduced, like they didn't have things like storm surges and riptides and townars. It was a very different. They sort of talked about the way they made war in a very different way, and they've changed a lot of that stuff. And you know, depending on whether you think it's for the better or the worse, is you know, a matter of personal preference. But
Yeah.
I know a lot of people wish that they'd never introduced things like the riptide, or and other people are like, this is why I play the game, because like these giant battle suits, they're so cool.
They are.
So that's one of the cool things about the faction is they can be a lot of different things, depending on what aspect you want to lean into.
Okay. Well, we're taking a look at what you're doing right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So let us know what you're working on.
I'm trying out panel lining again. I'm doing it now with some. So I finished the panel lining on the stealth suits, and now I'm doing panel lining on the drones, and I'm doing this with some brown panel liner. Got this here in a cup, and I've got a bit of mineral spirits, and I'm applying this with a brush. So this is a different brand. I think this is 8K, and it's brown. And so this kind of goes better with the ochre that we're doing. And so because I don't have the nice fine-tipped applicator that comes in the Tamiya bottle that we were looking at earlier, I have to apply this with a brush, and then I also then, because it's a sort of a larger brush that is a little bit less precise, I end up needing to with the mineral spirits go back and kind of clean up the not overspray, but just where it spills out of the panel lines a little bit. And that's you know, one of the nice things about oil paints in general and this kind of stuff is that it cleans up really well.
Yeah.
So I'm not even like soaking my brush. I'm just getting a little bit of the white spirits, a little bit of the mineral spirits on the brush, and then I can kind of very easily clean up around the edges and get like a really nice, crisp, dark line in the panel gaps.
That looks good.
So that's what I'm doing on these drone bodies. And it's coming along. It's tricky. We've talked about panel lining as a process before, and it's one of those things that like you don't really know you need to do it until you try doing it, and then kind of compare your before and after pictures, and then you're like, oh wow, that added a lot. So I think this is one of those things that will add a lot in the end. But when you're doing it, it's time consuming. It takes a lot. But yeah.
I'm doing something kind of similar. I'm not panel lining, but I'm going in this Tau symbol. There's recesses, right, that kind of create that Tau. Oh my God, there's a hair stuck to this thing. I hate that. And it just has to sit in the recesses, but it's white over black. It's a little different.
Wow.
I'm just using the titanium ink from AK, I think.
You're doing the symbol?
Yeah, the little Tau emblem on everything.
That's interesting. Yeah, I've never tried doing white ink in the recesses as a way of doing white panel lines over a black symbol. I've always just, I guess my first thought would be to just paint the whole thing white and then very carefully paint the black raised bits. But
that was my initial take on it, and then Zach was like, well, I'm going to be doing it that way.
Right.
So I was like, okay, I'll try it.
Yeah, no, I'm curious to see how it comes out.
I think it's just going to take a lot more layers, but it's working out okay. I don't know how well you can see it on the screen. Maybe I'll when I take my break.
You can try putting it on the glam cam.
Either that, or I can just record it with my phone. It's a little satisfying to watch it like flow into all the recesses.
Yes. Oh my gosh, a little short.
Yeah.
I feel like panel liner into recesses and a water transfer sliding off the decal paper are like
So
two
satisfying.
very satisfying like ASMR things.
Yeah. So how are we doing in chat, everybody? Soups asked a question that I was kind of hoping to avoid.
Oh no.
Because I'm like, how do I answer this? Top 3 movies to add some Tau characters to.
Add
We
Tau
can't say
characters
Hot Fuzz,
to the
which is fine because
movies.
I've never seen it.
Why? Wait, why would you add a Tau character? Why is that
Why?
disallowed? I'm curious.
I guess because Soups chose Hot Fuzz, that means we can't take it. That's all. I don't know why it's an obvious choice, though, because I haven't seen Hot Fuzz.
Isn't that about police?
I thought so.
Yeah.
We should just make it up. Make everybody scream at their TV or phone
Add
or whatever.
Tau characters like
Yeah.
ethereals and commanders. I'm confused, Soups.
I
We
would
need some
wanna
clarifying
add-
information.
I would want to add Kroot to like a Predator movie,
Oh
like
my
almost
gosh.
any Predator movie, because like they seem like they'd be, I guess, friends, or maybe not. Friends is the wrong word.
So, like Kroot have
But-
a very the way they're described in the lore. They feel a lot like Predator,
Yeah.
which is a little rough
Would they
when
get
you
along?
when you play them in the game, because in the game they have a very different battlefield role. Like they're very much disposable, cheap screens that infiltrate and just
Yeah.
like get in the way and die. But in the lore, they're described as these like 7 foot tall, crazy hunters who like jump out of nowhere and like eat you as you die. When you die, you're like still alive and they're like eating you from the legs up.
How awful.
And they're terrifying. And it's like, if you were to do a poll of like, what unit like has the biggest disconnect between the way it's described in the lore and the way it plays on the tabletop, I feel like Kroot would win that would win that poll every time. They're like described as just like absolutely insane in the lore, and on the tabletop they're like cheap disposable screens that don't do anything.
Yeah. They're not a unit I tend to ever be afraid of. Well, tended. I don't play this anymore.
But they have this vibe. But they have this vibe of Predators, right? Which is how I got off on that tangent.
They kind of look like they could be related to Predator.
Yeah. With a little bit of Tau technology, with their like, some, especially the new Kill Team has like some crazy optics and bionics and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Predator has some pretty cool tech, but I'm wondering, like, would there be a clash? Like, Predator doesn't seem interested in the greater good. Like,
No, not at all.
they're just hanging out to kill us and
Also,
like train
Kroot-
up their hunters.
Also,
and stuff.
Kroot could kind of care less. They don't
Okay.
care. Kroot don't care about the
So that
greater
could
good.
work out.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say Predator is one of these movies on this list.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah. Okay,
Um,
now you come up with one.
Predator 2
Okay.
and Predator 3.
Oh, I
Yeah.
like it.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Predators.
Prey.
Predators. I think there was a little like weird predator dog. There was a little weird predator dog in The Predator. That came out a few years ago. Wasn't that good.
I'm not sure I've seen all the Predator movies.
That's all right.
Meg.
You're
I think
fine.
I've seen Predator
You're probably
versus
better for it.
Aliens or AVP, and I think I've seen the original Predator. I think
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay. You didn't see Prey?
I have not. No,
Ugh.
it's on a list,
It's super good.
but I have not seen it.
Yeah.
It's on a list.
It's probably okay. So I think Predator 2 was good. It was his own thing. Danny Glover's in it, which is great. I did not like Predators. I think that's the Adrian Brody one. Adrian Brody versus Predator makes no sense to me. Like, I just can't see it. And he's supposed to be this like bad A military guy,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I'm not buying it. Adrian Brody. Walter Goggins was fun though, although he was kind of nasty.
I'm sure there's like some Gundam-y giant robot mecha franchise that would do well with some Tau oriented, like maybe a Robotech, something or other. Robotech,
Atlantic Rim,
Atlantic Rim,
Pacific Rim, one of them, whichever one it is.
Pacific Rim.
There's the one that's good and the one that's on
Atlantic Rim is the parody. Is the parody.
MST3 gate, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good for other reasons. All right, so I did flood these, and some worked out better than others.
Mm-hmm.
So I am gonna have to do some cleanup, which is fine, but it worked. I mean, it's there. You can kind of see it.
Oh wow,
I'll show it.
that looks so good.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
I'll,
clean up the edges a little bit. It'll
like
be
hurry up and
amazing.
clean it. Looks like it could be better.
Amazing.
I don't know how well you can see it up here. Yeah, a little bit.
There you go. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it
looks...
flooded pretty nice.
Oh man,
The smaller ones, I think I'd rather do white first and then black on top. Yeah, but the bigger ones do okay with that technique.
This has me so nostalgic for the OG box art. Like, as these are sort of coming together, the panel lining and Cire's out there like adding airbrush fades to everything.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna look so nice.
It's gonna look so good. And I've never tried this technique of brushing on an enamel wash into recesses and then cleaning it up. This is like, so it allows you to basically use different colors because you're not sort of tied to the black Tamiya. But it's the brown wash in these recesses looks really good too. I'm really happy with how this is coming out.
It looks nice. Yeah. They look really nice. Whoever wins this is in for a treat.
Yeah.
So just a reminder that today's stream is a giveaway. So what you see us painting, you could possibly win.
Yeah.
Check
good luck.
yes, good luck to everybody except Polychrome.
Yeah. Hope you don't win Polychrome, no offense.
It'd be kind of funny, but yeah, it'd be nice if we could share the love a little bit. But yeah, so once this stream is over, head to our comments, leave a comment, and you're entered. It's that easy.
That's it.
Make sure you guys also love and subscribe the video, love and subscribe the channel. Sorry, love the video, subscribe to the channel. You can't really do both to both.
I mean, not with that attitude, Meg.
Yeah, I guess if you try hard enough. And then tell like 5 of your friends. It's like telephone. Just keep it going. We're trying to grow the channel. Trying to bring more giveaway madness to more people.
Yep.
And we can only do that with your help.
Yes.
Official rules are all in the video description. If you guys have any questions about how the contest works, it's all there.
It's all down there? Or you can ask us.
You can ask. You can
Here
ask.
now.
But the short version is just leave a comment on the video once this stream is over. But please keep adding us while we're streaming so we can chat with you.
Yeah, we have a couple fun intermissions planned with quizzes and exciting interludes, conversational interludes. But we'll also love to chat with you guys about models or painting techniques or fan stuff. Oh yeah. Oh my
poll. The results of our wacky poll. I'm sure you love this poll, Brett.
I didn't know what half of those things were. I knew what an axolotl was.
Yeah. Those are like those
so
little pink creatures, right?
It's like a lizard.
Kind of like live in the water.
It's like a gecko
amphibious.
Or I wanted to say skink, but
yeah.
I've got Seraphon on the brain.
Yeah. How are your Seraphon going?
Good. I'm closing in on 30 Source Warriors painted, and I just got a couple of Croxagors as well. Put some pictures of those works in progress in the Discord.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, the new book and the new, I watched Mondays in the Mortal Realms this past week that Zach and Steven did.
Oh yeah.
Kind of analysis of the new General's Handbook. And there's a lot to like for Seraphon players. If you were leaning into the sort of super meta Lord Croak builds, you're sad because they
nerf them?
got rid of that. Yep.
I see.
But literally every other like Seraphon play style got better and got made more. So they did a good job. They took the toppest brokenest thing you could do in the book and got rid of it, and then they said everything else is now more viable.
Well, that's cool.
Which is good to see. Yeah. So I'm excited to get some games of that in.
Yeah, I know, and we've been needing to play you.
You've been getting ready for Old Town Throwdown coming up.
Oh my
right?
gosh. Yes.
Yeah.
I wish you were coming with us
We're
for moral
gonna-
support.
We're gonna try to make it down to SoCal, but it's
Yeah.
for some touristy things, not some
Yeah.
gamey things.
Oh, that's right. I gave you all the
You gave me
like
all
this
the places
laundry
to visit.
list of
'Cause
suggestions.
Because you're from Southern California.
I am.
Yeah.
If anybody's been, I'm from Covina.
Covina.
Not often gets confused for the town in that show Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. That's West Covina.
Oh,
Very different.
don't confuse West Covina and Covina. Today I learned.
Yeah.
All right. Got it.
No, it's fine. But yeah, so that's where I'm from. So I gave Brett some stuff to do while he's down there. Hopefully turn up at Old Town Throwdown. We'll all be
Yeah.
on that list.
Yeah. How's chat doing?
I think they're okay. We got some more orange.
Yeah.
Dog name. Wait, let's see. Utgar says, "Have you ever experimented into the historical model paint side of the hobby? I dabble a bit in historical and have learned a lot about weathering through these sources."
Oh yeah.
That's a good question.
Whether historicals and train painting. If you're looking for content on weathering, the train guys and gals know a lot about how to make realistic, do realistic damage and weathering, and historicals is a great place to start there. I'd never played any historical games.
No.
So I don't know a lot about sort of the gaming side of it. But yeah, you're exactly right. From a hobby standpoint, there's a lot of hobby products that weirdly are like making their way slowly. There's like a few year lag. But
Yeah.
a lot of this stuff that we're doing today with oil paints and washes, and I'm gonna do some battle damage on the drones. The drones are really good for that, and also to hide areas where like you've got mold lines or the
Yes.
panel lines are, the panel liner kind of seeped out. I was talking with Cire about this out there. The panel liner seeped out a little bit, and it's either too tedious or you don't want to clean it up, or it's too hard to clean up. You can just add a little bit of chipping or battle damage
Yeah.
on the drone, and it works pretty well. So we're going to be doing a little bit of that later. It's a good call out.
Yeah, you know what? I don't really do battle damage because, again, like I don't have a lot of.
Vampire battle damage looks very different than
Yeah. Plus,
Tau
they always
armor battle
heal,
damage.
so they shouldn't have battle damage.
That's right. Yeah.
They're flawless. So when I'm out there, you guys will have to. I'll watch what you guys are doing so I can try it on these. Something new for me
Yeah.
today. Yeah. Well, not only Tau, but battle damage.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, and this kind of technique works on the stuff we're going to be doing. Will work on Tau, it'll work on Space Marines, it'll work on Imperial Guard, any sort of vehicle armor panel kind of unit. Yeah. All right, what else?
Yeah, let's see what else is happening. Elijah. Oh, no, wait. Bryce says dog named Calypso Barkley.
Oh.
What's that? Is that when
I
we
don't
were
know.
talking about dogs? Barky. Wait, Barkley, yeah. I don't know.
It's just suggesting dog names?
I like just the idea of shouting out
Okay.
random things.
Thanks,
like,
Bryce.
I'm sure the context made sense, like however long ago
Half an
that
hour
was
ago?
posted.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bryce.
Thanks, Bryce. Good to hear from you. Hope you're having a good day hobbying today.
Yeah. Elijah Patrick. So it's confirmed Tau are just living Capricorns. Goatfish. Shut down the polls. It's
Oh,
over.
man.
Here we go. Let's hear Brett
Goatfish.
rage a little bit. Yeah.
I'm glad that Zach excluded goats and fish in the poll.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
You have to get creative now.
Yeah, I think they get this. People get this idea that they're fish because all of their vehicles are named after aquatic life. The reality is their like anatomy, as it's described, is nothing like fish. In fact, they sort of.
Are they like offended by that?
I'm not even sure they're aware of it.
Oh.
Like, they evolved on a desert planet, so they're obviously, they have hair. They, obviously mammals.
Right.
So like, there's they're definitely not fish. If you read the book Xenology, which depending on who you talk to, is or is not official canon, but it's certainly published by Games Workshop, so there's that. They sort of talk about the book is about like an inquisitor who's like dissecting a Tau on the table, and he makes all these. It's his notes, sort of as he's like exploring the anatomy of these various Xenos races. So he talks about orcs and Tyranids. Anyway, in the Tau chapter, he describes them, and so you can sort of infer that they have hooves and all of this kind of stuff. So a lot of people will say that the terrestrian creature that they are most similar to is goats, which is why Zach excluded them from the poll.
Yeah.
Because that's sort of the...
So, does the book mention if they, like, have multiple stomachs?
See, okay, so...
Like, do they ruminate?
I am... that is the extent of my...
Okay.
I've never read Xenology. Chicken is in chat. He is my...
Tell us, chat.
Xenology phone a friend. Chris, if you do Tau ruminate? I don't know. It's a good question. Let's. I'm curious. Let's learn together.
Yeah, I should look it up when I make my exit.
My guess is no. I don't know that they have multiple stomachs, but they have hooves.
They do have hooves.
Yeah.
Dave TG says yes. Jess Goodwin is a sculptor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were talking about sculptors earlier.
Yeah. Trying to find
I'm curious
a favorite.
if it's possible. Does GW let you know? Because they started like not crediting their book authors and their artists, their book artists.
Really?
A little while ago. Chicken
That's
says
not
they
cool.
do have multiple stomachs, but they don't ruminate anymore.
Don't ruminate. Okay.
So it's like vestigial, I guess.
All right.
Cool.
All right.
Today I learned.
Wow, that's kind of not cool. I guess I don't know. I'd want credit.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who are upset by this. I think the sort of official company line is that they're doing it because people who didn't like certain rules were, sending hate mail and to like the actual
the artists.
Both. Well, it was more about the studio team, the rules designers.
Yeah.
But they just it was a blanket policy that applied to everyone.
Yeah. That's a bummer.
But, you could also, if you put on your tinfoil hat, say, well, maybe they're trying to discourage artists from sort of branching out and doing their own thing and getting recognition for the work that they did. So I'm curious. I know that that's a policy with their like codex team, the art team, and the rules team. I don't know do they still sort of can you still find out who sculpted a particular model these days?
Yeah.
Like it's all digital, so it'd be all in the computer really. But still, digital artists are still artists, and I'd be curious if it's possible to find out somehow. How does who sculpted your favorite model? Your favorite kit.
There's some of that tinfoiling right around like why with their live streams or their streams or videos or whatever, right? They stopped showing people's faces.
Oh yeah.
Because that's why Rogue Hobbies did her own thing, and Duncan, like they were able to go start their own thing. Thank you for the hearts, everybody. We love those. They're cute. So that wouldn't surprise me. If
it's all part of
if
the
that
same,
is in fact true.
It's all part of the same tinfoil. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows why they do these things? We're not privy to their behind the scenes conversations.
What
but,
makes them tick? Yeah.
Yeah, Louise started her own YouTube channel recently, and Peachy left, and Duncan. So it's it's happening. People are getting upset, and they're deciding to go do something else with their time.
It happens.
Yeah, they want their realistic plastic space. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, there. I had to clean this one up.
All right, so ruminating is a thing. We now know. Next time somebody asks me, I'm gonna be able to answer authoritatively on the subject.
All right, here's where I got to with these guys, with their characters. I think next, I'm gonna do capes. So while I'm out there, I'm gonna be out for about 2 hours. So I should have the capes done, and I'll post some pictures as I work on them in our work in progress channel in our Discord. If you guys are not in our Discord, you should join. It's fun. A lot of fun stuff. Good memes, hang out, whatever.
Yeah.
And post pictures of your work
Lots of hobby encouragement, yeah.
Yeah, as you work through it. Okay, so I could continue on, but
you're due to rotate out.
yeah,
at some point,
as soon
right?
as Zach gets here, and then a reminder: fan mail. If you feel like sending us anything, send it to this
Ooh.
address.
Yeah, the studio got its first piece of fan mail this week, right?
Yeah, we read it on stream.
Read it on stream.
Didn't check first.
Thank you, United States Postal Service, for the friendly reminder about.
You guys rock.
Yeah, no, that was great. Apparently, USPS is the
Big
Postmaster
fan.
General is a fan of the show.
Yeah, can't say I blame them. Blame them. I don't actually know who the Postmaster General is.
That's true.
All right, Zach has arrived.
Zach has arrived.
I'm swapping out, so you guys get more Zach and Brett BFF time.
Yeah, and
together.
I heard Brett say some absolute wrong things about Tal that I'm gonna.
Whoa,
Oh
come
man,
in. No, I'm just kidding.
it's coming in hot.
was it about the goats or about the
No, I'm with you.
giant robots or
No.
about the how Fish of Fury? I came prepared to espouse hot takes on Fish of Fury. If you want to.
It's still nice and cool in here,
Challenge
which
me
is
about
good.
that.
It's still pretty nice.
Yeah,
We're gonna get it all hot for Cire.
hot and bothered.
Hot and bothered for Cire to come in.
Yeah. All right, so have fun answering any questions that were left for me.
Okay.
I'll see you in a couple hours.
Okay.
Bye, fam.
A couple hours.
Bye, Meg.
Like an hour.
No,
What?
check the schedule, man.
Meg just pieced out.
How's it going, Brett?
It's good. It's good. I'm just about done with my panel lining. I did the black on the stealth suits. I'm loving this brown panel liner.
Yeah.
I was talking about that a little earlier. This it's a different technique because I'm having to. So you can see sort of. Actually, do you want to? Can you zoom in on me?
You almost are like accepting that a mess is gonna get made a little
So
bit.
I started out doing that, accepting that like, oh, there's going to be a little bit of. You can see here where. We gloss varnished, but then I asked Cire to add a little bit more ochre to the mix, and so he painted over the gloss varnish with normal paint, and then didn't re-varnish it.
Oh, and it's different.
And so you can see here the oil wash that I'm applying in the recesses is like seeping out of the crack and getting sort of on the. And so I have two paths I could do here. I could either just sort of roll with that and say it's like oil or grease or add some battle damage on top of that, or the other thing I've been having a lot of fun doing is you can just get some mineral spirits on your brush and go over this and and wipe it off basically.
Like an eraser, yeah.
An eraser, yeah. And it works really well. It's kind of fun and sort of satisfying. Now I think I left this sit for too long. So this one's
I
not.
love it.
I was
Of
like,
course,
here,
of
let me
course.
show you how easy and
Of course.
and effective
That's
this
always
is.
how it works.
And then it's like I think
It
I let
just
it.
strips the paint.
I think I let it. There we go. Okay.
No, you and I have chatted about oil washes for a while.
Yeah.
Neither of us have taken the plunge. Cire's big into using them in certain applications, and sometimes that's just kind of what it. Meg too has been wanting to use them, and sometimes that's just what it takes. Is somebody showing up and being like, "Should we do this?" And you're like, "Okay,
I guess we're doing it.
guess we're doing it."
Yeah. So I have played around with oil washes. Basically,
Yeah,
As
you've
in-
done the Tamiya. the one.
yeah. Well, the Tamiya, but also I bought like a starter set of Winsor Newton oil paints, a bottle of odorless white spirits, and just kind of had to go with it. And yeah, I was like, it was sort of mixed results. I was kind of on the fence about whether the extra effort and the cleanup, was worth it over just sort of an acrylic wash.
Okay.
And yeah, I kind of decided after playing around with it that no, it wasn't. That like in 90% of the instances, I would rather just use an acrylic wash, you know,
Yeah.
Null oil or something. And so I've kind of gone back to Null oil and sepia, you know, Agrax Earthshade and that kind of stuff. But
The classics.
in this one instance, it's like panel lining. It's like super good.
Hey Brett, we do have a
Yeah.
quiz for you.
Okay.
Are you excited for the quiz?
Oh, you know, yes, I'm excited for the quiz.
All right, so Brett fancies himself a Tau expert.
So I have,
Hold on, everyone, before we go any further with that.
Before we do this, Chicken, if you're listening, please come back into chat because I'm absolutely going to need to phone a friend on this one. Zach tells me it's really hard.
Well, I wanted to make it a little more challenging for you because I know that you do know a lot about Tau.
It's funny amongst our very diverse playgroup.
Mm-hmm.
I am like the Tau guy,
Mm-hmm.
but like, in like the greater Tau, like larger Tau community, I am like a basic Shazla. I'm like I'm a line trooper.
Okay.
So I think it's fun, and I'm excited that you think of me that way. But let's see how well I do.
Let's see if I'm gonna be disappointed and stop thinking of you that way. Okay, so it's a pretty simple quiz. It's only 3 questions, and the theme of today's quiz is that what we're gonna do is we're gonna show Brett some races.
Yeah.
And he's gonna pick which one is in the Tau Empire.
Okay.
So these are races in the 40K universe.
Okay.
There are actually almost 24 species, races that have joined the Tau Empire.
And these are you've sort of picked these from established lore sources, books, rule books, or
Correct.
okay.
Correct. I did not make up my. This is not non-canonical fan fiction that I made up.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So.
You're like, according to this PDF I wrote, and
Yeah.
all right.
Okay. So name the race that has joined the Tau Empire.
Okay.
Is it the Gerpa?
Uh-huh.
Is it B, the Glee?
Yeah.
C, the Yabi?
Oh
or
my
D,
gosh.
Shabu?
So shabu shabu is a food dish.
It is a Korean hot pot.
Is Korean hot pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe you've rolled that. That doesn't really necessarily mean you've rolled it out, though.
Pretty sure that's not it. Yeah. Who knows where that word actually came from? Maybe it came from, you know, the grim darkness of the far future. Yeah. This one I do not know. I'm gonna have to take an educated guess, and I'm gonna guess C.
C, Yabi. Did he get it right? He actually did.
Oh my gosh.
The Yabi. Now the Hobby Yabi's entry on Lexiconum says the Yabi are a race who have joined the Tau Empire.
Okay.
Some of them have
There's
more.
like no.
There's nothing beyond that.
Nothing more than that.
Okay, C. Here's the second question.
Wow. Okay.
Is it the Ganache,
So same question.
the Ganache,
Yeah.
the Ganoush,
Oh my god.
or the Ganache, but spelled like a chocolate ganache?
Or panache. I'm gonna guess A.
The Ganache.
The ganache. The ganache.
That's pretty good.
Ganache?
It's actually the Ganache.
Ganache, the B. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think their entry is pretty similar. It just says they've joined the Tau Empire.
They've joined. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. So no information about what they look like, how they behave.
Right. These guys, there is more information, but I forget it. Okay. The final one, here we go. Is it A, Charpactin, B, Charcraptin, C, Clargraptin, or D, Charpactin? Ask your doctor if Charpactin is right for you.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I have not heard of any of these 3. This is crazy. How? I feel
How
like
do
I
you
should,
know so little about
I
Tau?
feel like I should hand in my Tau card. Yeah. Chicken. I'm like eyeing chat out of the corner of my eye. I've got my phone here, just like eyeing live chat to see if you've know any of these either, and you're not popping in with any helpful advice. So
No,
I'm assuming that like I don't feel so bad that I've not picked up on any of these. So I'm gonna have to just take a wag here. I'm gonna have to take a wag. I'm gonna go for A. I'm gonna go for A.
A is actually right, I think. Let's see. Charpactin.
Charpactin.
And there was more information on these guys.
Yeah. Okay.
They are... Oh, gosh. I can't remember it now, though. I was reading a little bit about them. They're somewhat new in the lore. Like one of the more recent Tau books, it talks about them and their auxiliaries for the Tau. And I think they fought in some battle against some weird... second founding chapter, along with Kroot and Vespid and actually Alderi.
Okay.
I don't know that they're actually even Tau in there, but I can't entirely remember all of the weird rules.
Do you remember what they look like?
No, I don't know if there was a drawing for them.
Well, you heard it here, folks. First, new codex, Charpactin, confirmed in the new codex as a allied race.
Yeah, so I think it's actually interesting how many races are in the Tau Empire. There's a lot.
Okay, Chicken says that they are plant people. With
Yes, they're fungus. They're like
calming
fungal.
lights.
That's right. They're fungal people, and they have a. Oh, I remember now where their lore was from. Yeah, they're fungal people, and they can subdue other races. Yes, with like their, like he's saying, their lights. Like some kind of lighting.
What's the character in Guardians of the Galaxy? She can like touch your head and
I have
make
no
you,
idea. I've never seen any.
calm out.
You know, I've never seen any of those movies.
Okay, well. GW stealing their lore from Marvel, obviously.
Maybe they. Okay, so, and then I think they had something.
She's kind of a plant person too. Mantis. That's her name.
Mantis.
Yeah.
Okay. They There's something else interesting in their lore on the Lexiconum when I was reading it. There was like this force called the Edifying Force or something like that that the Tau put together.
Yeah.
Which was basically had the purpose of kind of figuring out what happened with all the Tau's exposure to chaos and stuff, I think.
Fourth sphere.
Yeah, and that's why these guys are in the newer side, and that's where when they met them, and when they when the Ethereals and everybody learned of their superpower
to chill out,
to chill people out.
So they brought them in to calm all the Tau who are freaking out from chaos.
I don't know, something maybe kind of like that. Yeah.
All right, I believe
so anyway, our Tau quiz complete.
I got what?
You got 2 out of 3.
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
But they were both complete guesses.
They were wild guesses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't feel great about that.
Stacks says, I don't mind a helmet. Did you guys do this one?
No.
Okay. I think this is where we're at. I don't mind a helmet.
A held helmet.
A held helmet, but I ain't painting no faces at the Hobby Collab. Yeah. You guys are talking about how... Right. I heard you and Meg talking about not loving the Cadre Fireblade.
Yeah.
I have 2 Cadre Fireblades fully painted.
Yeah.
That I use. I don't know why. I've never used 2 of it. No, that's not true.
So you'll be happy in the new edition. You can bring 3 of them, and they attach to squads. And they only benefit the squad they're attached to, and they are very good.
Okay.
So there's like a genuine, compelling reason to bring multiple. Like I want to now own 3 of them.
I was gonna say that. I think I want to say the end of 6th or 7th that they were like they were like the best marker light.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember if they can move in marker light or no. You just got -1, so like they normally marker lit on 2, and you could get them to marker light on 3, and marker lights felt more necessary during that time. But I think that's why I had 2, and then they still had like some other perks they gave out. But what I was gonna say is I put extra Fire Warrior helmets on both of them.
Right.
I did not.
Yeah, no, that's the great thing about the kit is it's very easy to head swap with an extra Fire Warrior helmet. If you built a kit as all breachers, then you've got the Fire Warrior helmets just sitting there.
Right. Exactly. I built a unit of breachers, so I had all these extra helmets.
Right.
I reposed one of them too, so they didn't both have that.
Yeah, the same monopose is a little bit much.
But I don't know. Everybody has different opinions on should the helm, like what races and who would expose their heads in battle versus, are Tal too.
It's a little like, are they practical?
Are Tal too practical to do that?
I think so. My guy, you've seen my Cadre Fireblade, right? He's got, so the stock model, he's holding the bonding knife.
Yeah.
And I cut off his arm at the wrist, and there's a one of the arm's hands in the Pathfinder kit has he's like pointing, or I don't remember which hand it was, whether he's pointing or he's holding a gun clip, and I just removed the gun. Anyway, he's like I cut off the hand, and he's like sort of pointing upwards in an inspirational pose.
Like we're number one type thing?
Like, follow me, and he's sort of like, raising his hand, but he happens to have a finger up. And then I put a helmeted head on him, and I chopped off the cape, cause no capes.
Mm-hmm.
He looks pretty good.
Yeah, he does. I recall this now. Yeah, cape I was okay with. I liked its opportunity to get a lot of the secondary color on the model.
Well, you're thinking about it as an artist, but as my plastic space need to be realistic.
Yeah, not have capes on them.
Yeah.
What I'm actually doing right now is pants on Fire Warriors.
Oh,
and
nice.
The way I like to do cloth on Fire Warriors is I take a dark color, darker than the armor, and what I've done in the past is what I'm doing again here, which is either take a fairly opaque, like pretty dark contrast paint, or quite honestly take Citadel Air. I did thin it down here a little bit. I took Dryad bark, Citadel Air, and thinned it down with a medium to almost make a contrast paint again. Because I didn't actually have, or I'm not even sure if there is a opaque, dark enough brown that I would use in the contrast line to do this. And the nice thing about this effect is that you're painting it over top of the light color that you airbrushed, the ochre color, and so you end up with like the natural highlights shining through from the ochre color, right? So on my Tau that I have, my Tau army,
Yours are green, but they have...
Right. Well, they have dark green pants.
Right.
Over the light green
Got it. Okay.
airbrush, so that it works maybe even better than this is going to look, because I think this will be okay, but yeah, this will be okay. And that's what I'm up to.
Cool.
Thank you also, Sam Lloyd, for your which he says, I wish they'd get rid of the ethereals are just mind controlling the Tau lore. I also wish they would get rid of this lore, and I'm sure Brett has a take on it too.
No, I'm with you.
Yeah, but I want to say, actually, I feel like, and now I'm not going to be able to cite it, I feel like on more than one occasion, they kind of weirdly have gone rid of this lore.
It's never been explicitly come out and said. Like, they've never stated that this is like a thing. It's more just been like, from the perspective of the Imperials, they've sort of made suppositions that this is like how they're doing it, because the ethereals can't, or the Imperium can't sort of comprehend that a race would sort of behave the way the Tau behave without some sort of mind control.
But so there's a couple interesting thoughts I have on this. One is that it is interesting to see how Imperial fans will like sort of get into the background that the Imperial is providing, like what the Imperial tells its citizens and like guardsmen and stuff in the actual lore. Imperial players will like go along and agree with that, right?
They'll be like, oh yeah.
I think there's sorry, I'm shaking the table a little bit. I think there's literally lore where Tau bring this up, like non-ethereal Tau, and like completely understand that this is not real, but it's something that the Imperial. There's like a short story where some Pathfinders are like talking, they're like fighting and interacting with the Imperium, and at the same time they're like kind of talking about the Imperium. There's also in Kayan and Mont Ka, they talk a lot about kind of learning about the Imperium and their superstition, like the White Scars and their superstitions.
My God.
So I think it's interesting how Imperial players will actually take the lore that the Imperium has given and be like, this is true. Yeah, I don't think there's any mind control going on personally. I guess I'm doing the same thing though, right? I'm like taking the lore that the Tau.
Right. It's super interesting. I remember reading, so I just a year or so ago, fairly recently, read the book Fire Warrior. Have you ever read that?
No.
So the book Fire Warrior, it's a super fun sci-fi romp. It's not like a serious. It's just like It's like Doom the video game made into book format. And actually, as I understand it, the book is an adaptation of the video game. Yeah, the video game came first.
Okay.
And then the book was written after.
That makes sense.
But there's some really interesting. And to be clear, the guy who wrote the book was sort of disowned by Games Workshop later. So there's some sort of questions about how, canon the perspectives he presented in the novel actually are. Yeah, he was. Chicken and chat will have all the details, but because he's also a fan of Simon Spurrier. But he was kind of disowned. But anyway, there's a lot of really interesting insights. It's sort of described what the feeling of being around an ethereal is like from the perspective of a Tau, and this it's described as just sort of like a supreme sense of calm and certainty, like all of your sort of doubts about the future and like your place in the world fade away, and you're just like at peace, confident that you're in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing, and like a supreme sense of purpose that like, you just know exactly what you should be doing all the time.
Okay, but here's the thing. To be fair, I mean, is that not a form of mind control?
Right. So that's, I think the question is like, is the ethereal telling you what to do, or is the ethereal just sort of reinforcing what you already know you're supposed to do? Is it like some people describe mind-altering drugs as like you don't like have new thoughts, just like the thoughts that you already exist in your brain are sort of become more clear to you. Like maybe that's how it is. Maybe it's like there
aren't actually like machine elves there. You were just thinking about machine elves.
And they were sort of made visual instead of like
well, you've always known machine elves exist. You just never really clockwork gnomes or whatever.
Yeah, it's interesting to sort of hear that described from a Tau perspective, from the perspective of a Tau on the front lines.
And I like that. I mean, I like the nebulousness of, to Sam's point, I do like a degree of nebulousness, but I don't actually want it to be, they exert like a cruel, twisted mind control over the Vespid and even other Tau, and they're marionettes and they're controlling the puppets, right?
Yeah.
I like it, and also the other thing you kind of said is interesting is that humans, we're pretty individualistic.
Yeah.
It's highly possible that there's a race that just is not, and it's like, look, I really care about my race, my species, this greater good goal. And I'm going to throw myself at this pack of Hormagaunts right now to slow them down, because that's the because
the Empire will benefit from it.
Right.
And my place in this universe is made is sort of like it's, I guess, maybe an Eastern sense of duty or honor, like this is the role that I play,
right,
the cog in the machine. It gives you like a sense of purpose, a sense of certainty, knowing that you're like in the right place at the right time, doing the thing for the benefit of something greater than yourself.
Sam, otherwise I'm largely with you. I kind of wish they would. I don't know though. I mean, like I said, I do sort of like the nebulous nature of it, but I kind of agree. I get what you're saying. Like I sort of wish they would spell it out more, maybe like define it more clearly. But then again, like that's not really the style GW does very often. They like to keep their lore nebulous, and quite honestly, I think it's usually a good move.
It's usually a good move because it means that you can sort of accept or reject bits of it that you don't like or that you really want to lean into. Yeah. You brought up Vespid, And I feel like their situation is different. Like the way it's described in the lore is like the race was like very non-compliant. They had no interest in joining the Empire. They were sort of violent and rejecting the ideals of the greater good. And then the Ethereals showed up with this communion helm, and they put it on the leader of the Vespid, and all of a sudden they were like chill and cool and down with the greater good.
Interesting. So you think the Vespid are being kind of mind controlled?
That like is, I mean, they never like really sort of come out and say it, but it's like much more heavily implied than like the Ethereal's ability to control the Tau species.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's sort of, I don't know, technology mind control as opposed to pheromone mind control, which is supposedly what the Ethereals exert over their own species.
Well, then another kind of interesting question would be, could the Ethereals be exerting pheromone mind control over the Vespid? Could it somehow work on them too?
Could it somehow work on them too? Who knows? Yeah.
Because I feel like actually I did read, it might have been the Caiaphas Cain model I read.
Oh yeah.
Where he interacts with an ethereal, and I think that he did kind of mention feeling like he was super chill and like it was like,
oh, interesting.
It was like a surreal experience. Or
I tried to read through that book because I'd heard it. I think you told me. I was like looking for a book to read.
It's another romp. It's
I couldn't get past like chapter 2. I was like,
not into it. Yeah. And the Tau actually aren't that prevalent in it.
Yeah.
They're in it.
I have to get through a lot of non-Tau to get to the
Yeah, they're in it kind of at the beginning, and then a little bit more towards the end. But a lot of it's just him. But honestly, I kind of like the Caiaphas Cain books. They're kind of fun. They're like, you read them in like 2 days, and you're like, okay, I like jumped into this universe I love a little bit more. And,
right.
And through this fun way. Laura Brandt says, and I think this one is for Meg, great lip color again, Meg. And the reason I know that one's for Meg is because she said Meg.
It's a good indication.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. Meg and I went to Sephora yesterday, and she got some cool,
very nice.
more cool lipsticks.
Looking forward to seeing those on upcoming hobby streams.
Yes, exactly. Okay, Stack says, that's okay, Hobby Collab. I don't want Tau. You can give them to somebody else. He's talking about if he wins, but nope, you're entered.
That's up to you. They'll get sent to you, and you can do whatever you want.
There's no way out of this. Yeah. Oh, wow. Brett, your time's almost up here.
Almost up. Yeah.
Stax also says, Axolotl relate to salamanders. They're actually a species that lives entirely in their juvenile form. That lives entirely in their juvenile form? How's that? What?
I don't know. I know. I had a college friend who bought an axolotl for his child, and that's all I know about axolotls. He sent a picture to a group.
They look like so we have. You would have had them in Michigan too, if you ever like go into a stream and turn over.
Yeah.
That we call them mud puppies, but they look like salamanders, but they have like those fluffy gill things.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they're like pets that you can buy in the pet shop.
Yeah, I think axolotls are a little bigger and more interesting than like the little brown ones we found in the Stax also says, I'm glad you like my stream of hearts. Yes, the hearts are fun to see. And Molecule, formerly known as Michael Cody, says, I just figured that panel lining cleanup thing last week works great. Yeah.
Yep, I'm into it.
Oh, this is a cat. Will letters with Papa get to be an actual thing? Listen, cat, we'll talk Papa for sure. Or not. You know, if he's around.
Papa?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard that we have a line on Papa, but I don't know.
I know, right?
It needs to get a little cooler, I think, before.
Yeah, Papa could not come in the summertime anymore.
Yeah.
That would be rough for him. Polychrome says, what is your fan fiction culture race to add to the Tau Empire?
Should we chat about this before Cire comes in, or do you want to chat about it with Cire?
What's yours, real quick? What's
My
yours?
fan fiction race to add to the Tau Empire. I So weirdly, I would like to see. It's not even a race. I would just like to see Earthcast representation. Like I would love to see a medic, Earthcast medic. I would love to see an Earthcast builder, repair.
What about a drone hover artillery piece that they're like one or two of them is like kind of like there's Firecast on it that are like aiming and stuff, but there's Earthcast like just checking like just running some of the other computers on it. It's like a little diorama. It's almost like like the what's the terrain piece?
A faction terrain piece would be amazing.
What is the terrain? The thingy we tide wall.
Tide wall.
So imagine like a tide wall circle with like a cool like artillery thing.
Yeah.
And you see like some Earthcast in there. They're like monitoring some of the computers while the fire warriors are like loading up. And
like automated turrets.
Like have you seen the Bone Reaper's catapult?
Yes.
It has like a diorama in it.
Yeah.
They're like some of them are shoveling skulls.
Just
and,
like that.
I want to see that with like fire and Earthcast. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be cool.
That would be super cool.
All right, I'm gonna pack up my my goodies and make way for the man, the myth, the legend, Cire with a giant, invisible battle suit.
The Ghost Keel, yeah.
Yeah.
We put Cire on Ghost Keel duty.
All right.
Oh, Brett, you're coming back. Okay.
Make way.
Cire, how's it going?
It's going all right.
You had a bit of an adventure out there.
Yeah. So I had to repaint the ghost keel because I was going to put some camouflage on it.
Yeah.
The problem is I forgot to put the camo putty back on, so I just repainted it twice. So this thing has been painted 3 times already.
Yeah.
But look, we're here now.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, if Polychrome wins, then if Polychrome strips it, he's just gonna get another. He's just gonna be like, "What?"
He's like, "Wow, there's a lot of layers on here."
All right, so now that you're here, what kind of race do you want to see join the Tau Empire? And have models of like. Okay, so hold on. Let me solidify this question a little bit. You know how nobody ever in the Assyriani world. Well, everybody was asking for one thing, right?
Yeah.
A new type of Assyriani. What was everyone asking for? Exodites.
Yeah,
right?
Exodites. Yeah, dinosaurs.
And then out of nowhere, they're like, boom, Yannari.
Yeah.
This race, nobody, this like version of them that nobody was asking for. Okay, so there's been Tau races that do exist in the lore that people have been asking for. We'd love to see certain things. But what's one that like you're going in and they're like, all right, make up a whole new race. Screw all these races that already exist. Make up a whole new one. Boom. What are they like?
Okay. Okay, I feel like... What races do they have? They've got Vespid. They've got
On the
all the stuff you made up.
all the
That
stuff.
is totally real, apparently.
All the yeah. So on the tabletop, it's really just Kroot, Vespid, and the Tau themselves.
Okay. Did you say... What did you say?
I haven't answered yet.
Okay. I feel like the real answer would be like a lizard race.
Okay.
So like Seraphon style, Lizardmen style.
Okay. Well, I have some bad news for you.
Oh, okay.
There are 2 lizard races currently in the Empire.
Oh, okay.
So one is called like they're actually Talarian or something like that, dog soldiers or something, but they look like little like crocodile lizard dog men.
That must be confusing.
They're short. Yeah, I forget their exact name. They're short, and their home planet. They hate the Imperium with a passion.
Okay.
A lot of races that have joined the Tau Empire have done it because they hate the Imperium, actually, and were nearly
wiped out
by them. Yeah. So these guys, their home planet was virus bombed by the Imperium. They super hate the Imperium, and as a result, they were kind of few and scattered. As in a lot of races in that situation, you end up turning to the Tau Empire.
Fair enough.
It's like
where else are you gonna go?
Yeah, pretty much. They're proselytizing people, right? They're not like the Imperium.
Right.
They actively want you to join, so it checks out.
Interesting.
And there's another race. I was literally just telling Megan about this. There's this race that was in a book I read called Firecast, called the Locado.
Okay.
And the Locado are, they kind of look like, they actually have artwork of these guys. They actually look like Komodo dragons, like literally. They walk on all fours. and they have these guns on their back that I think they use psychics to activate. Maybe somebody, Chicken, maybe can check me on the Locato. And they also are chaos worshippers. I think especially Slanesh.
Okay.
And they're also I don't know if they're actually in the Tau Empire, or if the Tau I think might just hire them as mercenaries.
Okay.
Okay, but you want to see a lizard type people.
Well, okay, so lizard is what I thought. Okay. What else? I think that's probably like, yeah, they could probably do that.
Wouldn't it be wild if they literally were like, oh yeah, it's Saurus's.
Yeah, they're just, was it not coalesced, or what's the opposite?
Starborn.
Starborn.
Yeah.
Just use these.
Yeah, that'd be so. Actually, that would make a lot of people really angry.
Yeah.
But it would be really cool if they like actually did the lore like in a compelling way, and were like, oh yeah, they are the worlds are connected. These universes are connected.
They're the same thing, actually.
These universes are connected, and Saurus's are like, hey, yeah, we'll join the Tau Empire.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll join up with these guys.
Why not? Yeah.
Okay, that's like but we can go weirder. What if
Okay.
they did like little bees or something?
Little bees.
Like little bees.
Yeah,
but not like Vespid, like big, like little,
like swarm. Like they're depicted on the thing by like a swarm.
Yeah, and they're hyper intelligent.
I would like to see something wild like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to see like another bipedal humanoid race. So my two things are either some kind of, this is cool, like some kind of I love the idea of sort of like in Halo how there's the Forerunner and you're dealing with like the robots, the AI left behind by this race.
Okay. Yeah.
So an AI left behind by some other race that the Tau have like hacked into and are like, cool, all of these AI robots now join us or whatever.
That'd be cool.
That's kind of compelling. Or what about a ghost? What about ghosts?
Just ghosts?
Some kind of ghosts. So some alien, kind of like Legion of the Damned.
Okay.
Some alien species that was wiped out in some particular way.
Uh-huh.
And they just, when this alien race dies, there's something about them and the way they died or whatever where they just ghost now.
Uh-huh.
And they join the Tau Empire. Now, I know people at home are like, Zach is such a freaking idiot. But I think both of these could be made compelling. Like, some kind of, especially with, like, incorporating Tau tech. Like, some kind of cool swirly ghost model with, like, little Tau drones near it to, like, help stabilize it or do something with it. Yeah.
So they have Gene Stealer cults, which are these, like, kind of creepy infiltration units for the Tyranids, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if the Tyranids made an adaptation for Tau and just was made like a group of whatever Tyranids, just to try and figure out how the Tau work, and like they get incorporated into the Tau Empire, but the Tau don't really know it, and it's like a little.
They make like a whole race. That would be actually really interesting.
Yeah, they make an entire race just to try and figure out how the Tau works.
Now, speaking of short stories, did you read? It came out recently, and I think they posted the whole story on Warhammer Community.
Mm-hmm.
There was a short story about a planet that was both being taken over by Tau, because the Tau kind of take over a planet in this. Diplomatic way first.
Yeah.
That's their goal, right?
Right.
Just to show up and try to talk an outlying imperial planet that they can tell is unhappy. The governor shows up every 20 years and the Tau can tell he just left. So they're like, okay, let's move.
Right.
They show up and they're like, hey, all this stuff you're mining, can you mine more of it? And they're like, yeah, we just don't because...
The Imperium is inefficient.
And also the Imperium tends to know how much... This is actually what caused the Taros conflict, is the Imperium had sort of assessed how many minerals were available for mining on the planet. Kind of a rough guess.
Yeah.
And it like went way faster. And they was close to running out. And they were like, what's up? You guys are mining more and where is it going, right? So they show up on a planet and I think the planet has already had a Gene Stealer called infestation.
Okay.
But it's like the early stages of it.
Right.
And the Tau are like passing out greater good flyers and stuff. Like literally they're like dropping flyers about joining the greater good. But the planet I think has already flipped to
Gene Stealers?
Starting to flip to Gene Stealers. Yeah. If anyone in chat has read the short story, I remember actually being really impressed by it and thinking it was very cool. the concept. And it is a super cool 3-way campaign between like a guard player, a Tau player, and a Genestealer cult player. Because if you think of those 3 armies, none of those matchups make for really bad. You know, it's not like a crazy melee army thrown in the middle of that.
Yeah,
it's like
they're all kind of in the same vein.
Genestealer called a little better at melee, but not really.
Yeah, but when you think about them as like, okay, these are basically human or human-sized people.
They're like not guard. You know, I guess people say guard and Genestealer cults are more of a horde army.
Yeah,
or closer, but Tau are kind of the same.
Yeah,
neither quite as hordy as Tyranids or Orcs. You know?
They're not. They're not like
Yeah, you can get a lot of Tau on the battlefield with Kroot. So I think that it would have been a really cool... I mean, it still is a possibility to find a GSC player and a guard player and do like a 3-way campaign.
Well, there was that Caiaphas Cain book. I think it was Caiaphas Cain. I think it's the first one. It's about a Tau world.
The Greater Good.
Huh?
It's called The Greater Good. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Right?
Okay.
Yeah, that one's called The Greater Good, right?
I don't remember.
Is it where he
I thought it's for the Emperor is what it's called or something.
For the Emperor. Okay.
Well, anyway, it's not. They discover there's a Tau.
But it is spoilers.
Oh yeah, spoilers.
It does end up being Genestealers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
I think we're talking about the same one.
But the Imperium doesn't tell the Tau that they're probably infected by Genestealer cults. They just say, okay, whatever.
Are the people who are infected? Is it the Mechanicum that's infected? Is that the one?
I don't remember. I think it's the Tau that are infected.
Oh, okay.
And Caiaphas Cain just doesn't tell them.
Maybe
it just goes because they work together for a little bit. The Imperium and the Tau. I think it's to get rid of the Genestealer cults.
In the one I read, I feel like they get along a little bit better. Brett and I were just talking about it while you were gone. I remember there's a scene where he gets cornered by like a group of crisis suits, and he's like, well, I guess they're gonna blow me away. But then they like just talk to him instead, because crisis suits have like a thing in their suit
to translate or something.
That translates to funny. Imperium.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's been a while since I read that book, so I might be wrong, but.
Yeah, we might either be talking about 2 different books, or one of us is getting it wrong. It's been a while since I
probably a mix of both.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, probably. So an alien race, I think would cool. Yeah, I'm sticking with my ghosts.
I think
ghost theory.
Cool, yeah.
I mean, it's got to be done intelligently. But, yeah. I want to see that like Tau like uncovered this weird tomb, went into it and found this whole like city of ghost aliens, and somehow convinced them to join the Greater Good. It's got to be more intelligent than that, though.
A little more nuanced.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We got a few other good ones here. Broken Chef says, Zach and Brett, hi.
Hi. Hi, Broken.
I love the
delay.
The delay is like one of my favorite parts of the marathons. I'm sure our fans love it too. Yeah. Okay, Captain Mannering says, I mean, aren't T-Suns like ghosts, so don't see why not. Right, exactly. Like,
yeah.
Thousand Suns are ghosts. Like, ghosts are a thing.
Ghosts are in.
Yeah. And he also says, Lara wants Tau Sylvaneth. Yeah, like, exactly. Sylvaneth is kind of like the concept I'm talking about. Something that was, like I said, like wiped out by the Imperium and somehow turned into ghosts in the process. Like, it was just part of their biology that when they die, they turn into ghosts.
Right.
I guess.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
There's weirder things, like, Kroot can gain knowledge based on the things they eat, kind of like Genestealers. In Blackstone Fortress...
And Space Marines. Space Marines do that,
Space Marines can do that, too. In Blackstone Fortress, Grek, the Kroot guy in there, he takes one of those drones, what are they called? The Blackstone drones, or what they're called, I don't know.
They're the weird-looking things.
He takes a piece off one and grounds it in a mortar and pestle and smokes it.
Nice.
He lights it and inhales it, and it gives him memories. And I remember telling a guy in our play group that, and he's like, that's kind of a stretch, huh? It's like, that's too far. Even for me, that's too far.
Turns out some Bob Marley and smokes a drone.
He spoke a drone. Oh,
smoking a drone, yeah.
Yeah. Trey says, what are you hoping for the Tau in 10th edition, especially regarding Dao Yeth? Dalyeth is my Tau faction. Although I do have Dalyeth decals, so I'm all in on Dalyeth. Unless the rules are all really bad, which they almost always have been, and then I'm like, whatever, I'll do something else. That's a very good question. I really liked the last iteration of Tau. I think throughout 9th Ed, when the game became increasingly erratic and kind of weird, and there were controversial releases, and people were like, oh, these rules are ridiculous. Some factions came out and they were just freaking crazy. Yeah. Other factions came out and were like pathetic. Yeah. Right? I think Tau stood in a really good place. If I recall correctly, and someone in 40K competitive world can correct me, if I recall correctly, I think their win rate reflected this too. And I know for sure I had a lot of really good fun with them. I did not tend to play competitive. I played Dalyeth, which was not considered competitive. But and I played this list often on Tabletop Titans, a version of this list. And it made for really good games. I really liked the playstyle. I liked that it was kind of good, kind of okay at everything. I liked the Wily playstyle. I liked Kayan and Manka. I don't know. I hope it feels bonkersly synergistic. And a lot of like you play Custodes. That's maybe one army that needs to be the least synergistic, right? These armies where you can kind of send this one melee unit out and be like, all right, they're gonna go.
They're gonna do everything.
With my when I was playing Alpha Legion, you just throw Warp Talons into something. You don't really need synergy with them, right? The synergy is created by the fact that, I guess now that unit is tied up and doesn't get to shoot another unit of mine. But I want more intense synergy. I love the spotting system. Brett and I have actually talked about that before. We were hoping, we had been like, we really want strike teams to be able to do something like that, right? Like to be able to spot for broadsides and give them +1 to hit or something. So it's really cool to see that happen.
Would you want to see like complexity like GSC level? I guess they're not. I don't know if they're as complex as they were last edition, but I remember them being kind of difficult to play, but like rewarding.
Maybe, but no, I don't think so. I mean, I think no. Tau should be simplistic in some ways. I don't maybe Brad and I have often talked about really having to like orchestrate our shooting phase, get it just right, shoot there. Because if you get it just right, and then you get to these like, you killed that down to one guy. Okay, great. I had that in mind because now I'm going to just shoot this one smart missile system over there and take him out or whatever, right? Like, you can really I think for me that was always kind of a fun part of the army. For Dalyeth, I think I would want. Dalyeth is sort of weird. It has two things it's known for, which for sub-factions is actually a little funky if you think about it. And the two things it's known for are things that Tau in general are known for. So they're famous for their stealth technology, and they're famous for their use of alien auxiliaries. Right. Which kind of makes sense because a lot of the alien auxiliaries, especially Kroot, are stealthy. Yeah, makes sense. So it does kind of add up together. But I would. So I think I'd like to see some cool stealth technology stuff. And as far as alien auxiliaries go, I want to see rules. They alluded to this a little bit in 9th. They were like, oh, if you take this warlord trait and he's near these Kroot, they get for the greater good or something like that. Okay. I really want to see true incorporation. I will say especially of Kroot, but Vespid too. Like I just want like Krooter spotters now. Right. Kroot can do the spotting thing. Like don't give me some like, oh, it's a warlord trade and it's only within 12 inches or whatever. Like I want true like Kroot spotting ability, along with some cute stealth stuff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't really play Tau, but so I don't really know what I can say. But
good thing Megan wasn't here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't really play Warhammer, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of along the same lines of what you said. I feel like what people always say they want is more client race stuff.
Yeah.
So like
It's been a long time coming for that.
yeah,
Yeah.
just more. You know, they're sold as this like coalition of species. Let's see it.
Let's see it a little bit more. Yeah. And you know there was a Kroot kill team, which is super cool.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping they're gearing up for that more. I would, like I said, I'd like to see more developed Vespid line, and I would love to see maybe a whole new race of ghosts.
New race, yeah.
New ghosts. Captain Mannering says that's the second book the Tower in because they do that because they have had dealings with him before. Oh, the
Kai's Kane book.
Caiaphas Cain book. Okay, I think the one you're talking about might be the first one, and the one I'm talking about is the second one.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, let's.
Oh yeah, Chicken says there's a later book called The Greater Good where they show back up as allies.
Okay.
And in the first book,
They're, yeah.
yeah, for the Emperor
Mhm.
and the Tau leave the world infected. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we taking a look at where you're at?
Oh yeah, sure. So I ran out of black paint, so I can't.
Wait, I have black paint.
Oh.
Do you want this?
I might take some. Yeah.
Okay, it's Abtalong.
So this is where we're at with the camo guy. Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm trying to tidy up the camouflage a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little bit of overspray because it's so hot outside. The putty was melting and like shifting as I was spraying it.
No.
So, yeah, this is where we're at right now. So, and after this, I'm going to do the panel lining. I'm probably gonna do that once I'm out.
Okay.
Yeah, this is where we're at though.
I'm checking for a little titanium white ink.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, my titanium.
Yeah, and so it's real. You'll notice it's real shiny right now, and that's because I'm in the gloss varnish stage. And Zach, I might just use my brown because this one's a little.
Instead of the black.
Oh
No.
Yeah.
That. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just mix in some black and brown together
Oh,
this
for the
isn't.
panel wash?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
not flowing very well into the recesses, but yeah, this is where we're at. I don't know how this guy sneaks up on anyone.
Yeah,
He's
Ghost
very
I know,
big.
I know. I love. That's what I love about the Ghost Keel. I love the idea that it's so big and is totally silent and totally invisible,
Yeah.
or at least nearly so.
All right, you want to bring us back to front view? All right. I wore my blue for Tau.
For why?
Yeah, because they're blue.
Oh, there's yeah. I was like, what?
He doesn't even know that Tau. are
No,
blue
I
guys.
know.
He says he's a Tau player.
I have to say one thing that's very funny about this way we're paying these is I know that this is the case, one of those like trust in the process situations.
Yeah.
But this color is like
Not working for you.
it's not working for me. We really wanted to do the classic Tau, and I'm glad we are. But I'm kind of looking at it like, what would I actually do?
Yeah, I think it's a little on the camera. It's a little bit more yellow than it actually is.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes, I think so. I think so too.
Yeah, it's reading a lot more yellow than it actually is. Yeah, that looks much more yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I lied. I'm actually going to start edge highlighting.
You're gonna start edge highlighting?
Yeah, I think I don't want to black stuff out just yet.
Okay, I can confirm that the titanium white ink into the black,
Mm-hmm.
you just kind of make a big mess,
Okay.
deal with it, and then just go like
deal
this
with
with your finger, and
Okay.
it's done.
Cool.
And I don't think it's going to take two either.
All right, so I'm doing a little scratchy highlighting.
Scratchy
A
highlighting?
little bit.
I like
just,
scratchy
just
highlighting.
because it's
yeah.
it's a big robot. It'd probably have some scratches on it.
What are you using for it?
So I mixed the ochre and what is it? Necrotic flesh, dead flesh,
Oh,
gross flesh,
decomposed.
decomposed flesh. Yeah.
AKA, yeah.
Yeah. So I've got a mix of it, and I'm just putting on the instead of edge highlighting, I'm just kind of going perpendicular to it, down instead of going along with the edge. That didn't really make any sense. I'll just show it later.
Yeah. No, it made sense. You guys, I'll show you the not particularly elegant way I'm doing Tau shoulder pads. It's really not elegant. So I've painted them all black with some Absalong artist acrylic, and then literally I take titanium white ink, and you can trace it if you want, or you can do what I'm showing you right now and just pretty much paint the whole thing white, and then real quick just with my thumb
Just wipe
and
it
that's
away.
it. Yeah. And I mean, why not? Small victories. Take them where you can get. This is a pain in the butt. So people do this a lot of different ways, and I've tried all of them, and like, they're a pain in the butt.
Yeah, I mean, if this works, it works.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. Be careful which direction you're going with it. You don't necessarily want to, like, wipe. And sometimes I don't know. Like, there's a little bit of, yes, better. There's a little bit of touch up you could do after you've done it, but sometimes they come out almost perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, this is.
All right, I'm gonna do maybe something crazy here.
Oh boy.
Something I don't normally do. I'm gonna try a little bit of dry brushing on the edges because there's a lot of edges.
There's a lot of edges. Yeah.
There's a lot of edges.
Is this your first towel?
Yes, this is the first towel model I've ever painted. I started with the big one.
The Ghost Kill, yeah.
I mean, Ghost Kill is my favorite though of the like
Oh,
normal
yeah?
stuff you can pick up.
Oh man, I packed my towel into a different case last night, and I have 3 Ghost Kills because I love them so much, and I hear they're good now in 10th currently in
The current
yeah. I really
version
want
of the
to
game.
yeah I really want to get out and do triple Ghost Kill, 2, and then I guess stealths are only good in 3-man squads, so triple stealth team.
Yeah, sounds stealthy.
Yeah. Lots of Kroot. I'm wondering if stealth drones are good. I'm guessing they're not, or I would have heard about it.
You don't have any that necrotic flesh. Can I get some of that? Is that necrotic flesh?
That's it.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions? I feel like I see a bunch.
We do. I'm like doing that thing where I'm zoned in on a thing, which is getting the Tau emblem on the shoulder pad right.
And we're skipping our duties.
We're skipping our duties. By the way, Captain Mannerings and Chicken, thank you for that clarification. That was driving me a little bit nuts. I think sounds like Cire read the first one and I read the second one.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've read the second one, so.
Okay, Calder says, Scave and join Tau, please, and cure their warpstone addiction. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know.
Or they spread it to the Tau.
Yeah,
Now
or
the
they
Tau are
spread it
addicted to Warpstone.
Yeah. Soups says, Ghost warriors that come back when they die. The Seraphon link to old ones. Hackable robots joining en masse. It sounds like you guys just want Tau Necrons.
Yeah, probably.
No. Necrons are too rude for the Tau.
Too rude.
I think there is there's like some lore where the Tau do try to get the Necrons to join.
Oh boy.
And the Necrons like, oh sure, and then they come down to the planet and like kill the ethereal like right away and are just totally rude about it. And yeah, I think if I can't remember, the Tau have invited like every major race to join the greater good, to join the Tau Empire, except for Kroot and I'm guessing Tyranids. But I know they tried to get the Necrons to join.
That's super funny.
They had a bad experience with Drukhari as well. You can kind of guess like the races that. I think like the Asuriani are just like, we're gonna pass.
We'll pass. Thanks for the offer.
Thanks for the offer. We'll pass. And you know the Imperium is like overall no.
I just picture the Necrons. The Tau show up with this. Yeah, listen, we got this thing called the Greater Good.
Yeah.
You know, you can be a client race of ours. You can you can serve us, but we'll give you some cool stuff in return. And the Necrons are like, oh yeah.
I mean,
why don't you show me? Show me these cool.
Yeah, let me
see
see
the cool stuff.
Yeah, the Necrons are rude about it. The Greater Good is is not a bad deal for a lot of alien races that are like gonna get wiped out by the Imperium eventually anyway.
Yeah.
So I think that's sort of like what happens, and obviously the Necrons are not in that position. Bryce says, we know this guy. Bryce says,
Hey,
question: Bryce. What is the least popular Tau Sept, and why is it lore wise? Why? I don't know. I guess I don't officially know the answer to that, Bryce.
Yeah.
This Tau Sept I like is pretty not that popular, Dalyeth. Even though it is where Pure Tide came from. I don't know which one would actually be like the least exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, I can only name Dalyeth because you've named it. And Tau Sept because they're the main one.
And
Farsight because he's a space marine.
Yeah, of those three, it's definitely Dalyeth. The other ones are Cire, which tends to be, I get Cire, and to me, it's probably either Cire or Borkan. Those two are one of them is super Earthcast focused, has like the best scientists. And then I can't remember what makes the other one special. So it's probably that other one.
The one no one can remember.
Yeah, the one I can't remember what makes them special. And then there's also the one that starts with a V. Viorla, right? And they're like the hot-blooded, angry ones that I know Brett likes to play and try to make close combat Tau every couple years. Every couple years when something comes out, he's like, all right, now's my time to shine.
Get out your knives, guys. We're gonna go fight these 8-foot-tall genetic super soldiers.
Yeah. Oh man. Jeez. Okay. Speaking of the devil.
Welcome.
Brad, you have some good Tau questions coming up, but you start with Bryce's, which I tried to answer, and I don't think I really did. He wants to know what the least popular Tau Sept is and why. I said it's probably Dalyeth, but actually it's probably Borkan or...
There's a million Tau Septs that no one knows anything about, or like that don't have rules, you know? Like in the same way that there's Space Marine chapters that like exist in the lore only, but like don't have rules in the game. But I'm assuming, Bryce, your question is around like to play in the game. Least popular Tau Sept to play in the game. Yeah, I don't know. Cire has historically been popular because their color scheme is cool.
What's Cire?
It's like Space Wolf gray, like a really blue, dark, sort of desaturated bluish gray.
Mm-hmm.
Armor panels, and then like bright orange set markings. So like the color scheme is really good. Their thing is like city fighting.
Okay.
So their rules are all around like urban combat and like close quarters, you know, shooting and stuff like that. So they've always like had sort of a diehard following just because city fight is cool and like their color scheme is pretty dope. Yeah, I don't know. Borkan in the last in 9th ed had really good rules.
Yeah.
That was the sept that for 2 CP you could make any gun in your army ignore invulns.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you pay 2 CP and like your giant storm surge cannon or whatever all of a sudden ignores invulns.
Boy.
So they had like really good rules, and so it got a lot of had a lot of converts and it became popular. But yeah, they're Borkan. I don't know if there's like weirdly maybe I don't know. All the special characters come from Tau Sept, so people really like them in the as far as gameplay is concerned.
Right, and they're like the Ultramarines, right? Who have
exactly
drowning in characters.
Yeah. Viorla is the sept that Farsight came from before, you know, when he was a kid. He grew up in Viorla, so and Viorla is the box art, the white armor with the red set markings.
Right.
So that's Viorla. So people like the box art color schemes. I don't know, like they all kind of have their adherents. People really like all of them for lots of different reasons, and like obviously like the rules come and go.
Yeah.
And you can pick one of the septs that has a rule set typically.
Yeah.
Like Zach has done with Dalyth. I play my army as a sept that does not have rules, or typically.
Right.
So Falshia is a sept that exists in the lore, but has never really had rules associated with it, and so you get to use the Build-A-Bear, DIY sept rules to kind of make your own, which is fun.
Right.
I don't know.
What's their like specialty?
They're similar to Borkan. It's a lot of sort of weapons research. They have a heavy contingent of Earthcast.
Okay.
So they do a lot of R&D. They're sort of academics, I guess, in a lot of ways, and they're sort of scientists, a lot of scientists, a lot of academics. But yeah, so it overlaps a lot with Borkan.
Oh, okay. But you can do it your own.
Yeah, and
put your own spin on it.
I picked them before they had sub-faction rules.
Oh, really?
Before sub-faction rules were a thing in the game in like 3rd, 4th ed, when it was just, I'm playing Tau. Like, I'll use Tau rules, and like the sept was just an afterthought almost.
Gotcha.
And so it didn't matter what sept your guys were from, but now all of a sudden it matters, and I didn't know at the time that when I was picking them that.
Well, now it matters less. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. That's true.
So, can I get that black actually?
Absolutely, yeah. I brought it in for you, and then forgot to give it to you.
Thank you.
How's the ghost kill coming? This is literally the first time I'm seeing it.
Oh,
you've been sequestered out on the patio.
Yeah,
airbrushing.
In airbrush zone.
Yeah.
It's coming all right. We're having a little bit of trouble.
Can I switch to your view here? All right.
So,
show people what you're working on.
Haven't changed much since we did our last close-up, but now that I've got the black again, I'm going to start blacking stuff out. I had to switch to... start dry brushing some of the edges, and I'm still going to go back in and edge highlight again. But I wanted to try and make these edges a little bit more visible so that when I do actually start painting them, it'll be easier.
So you're edge highlighting the camo stripes? The patches?
Yep. Actually, I edge highlighted pretty much every edge I could get to.
Okay.
Just so it actually it's not the final stage. It's just it makes it a little bit easier to see actually.
I love that.
Yeah. It only took a couple seconds to do, so it'll help me when I actually need to start.
Yeah.
We haven't done a question in a while. We should see where we're at.
Yeah. Where were we at before? Least popular child sept. Okay. Blake asks, I've always thought a crystalline creature race would be good. Or you could do an energy-based race, aka ghosts.
We're
talking about ghosts. Man, I actually kind of was into Zach's idea.
Yeah, the alien ghosts.
Just ghosts. Yeah.
Just ghosts.
Crystalline-based race. Yeah, like that's a sci-fi trope, right? What IP am I thinking of?
Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They, I know of at least one time they encounter a crystalline rock race.
Right.
But it might have happened multiple times.
It's like the design space is endless. Like, a lot of people they have psychic races that the Tau ally with, and so a lot of people were hoping that they could sort of give the Tau something to do in the psychic phase without breaking the lore by just allying in one of these having one of these psychic races be a psyker that they could bring in an elite character slot or something like that.
I would want to see.
I don't know.
Just from a lore, just because I would want to see how they tackle it. I want to see the Tau Empire face basically another version of the Tau Empire.
Oh wow!
What happens when the Tau Empire finds another empire-building race that they are more powerful than, but are ultimately kind of along the same line, saying, we want to create a coalition of races.
Oh my gosh!
How does that turn out?
The great paradox.
Yeah.
You're like, I have a lightning connector, and you're like, I have a USB-C connector.
Yeah.
We're like, well, we should create a third empire.
Yeah, exactly.
We have one other stand. Like,
It wouldn't have to be like a major race in 40K,
Right.
but like I would just maybe like a story.
An interesting lore short.
Yeah.
That's funny. Like would the Tau be like, oh cool, you're already doing the thing that we're doing. Let's we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. Let's just join forces. Or would they be like, nope, you're doing it wrong. Your greater good isn't great enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's like how would they handle it?
Yeah. Oh my God, that's such an interesting
If this
question.
race is like, no. You join our, our thing, our version of the greater good.
Yeah.
And the Tau say, no. You join our the greater good.
Yeah. That's right. Whose good is greatest?
Yeah.
Oh man.
The Vespids are like, oh, you know what? I kind of like their version. Like, pipe down over there.
Sorry, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So I'm working on the stealth suit,
Okay.
and I've got some weapon bits that I'm trying to suss out what color to make them. So I'm talking about there's part of this that is very clearly meant to be the maroon color.
Okay.
There's sort of like secondary weapon bits, the muzzle and sort of back here that I ideally like to distinguish from his fatigues, which are black.
Mm-hmm.
Should I just do a dark gray there? What do you think?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I've got this gray here.
Yeah, I think a gray works.
Okay.
Because it's
Yeah,
not,
that sounds
they're
good.
stealthy. They wouldn't. Well, I guess they're red. I was gonna say they would do something a little.
Yeah,
less
I mean, I
flashy,
could also
but-
just leave it black too.
No, I think you're right though. You want to just have that line between the two, so I think a gray would work.
Between the weapon and the
And the cloth.
the guy's hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Zero Crow says Tau were a top 3 army for a bit, along with Custodes and some third army. Yeah, this is. I'm assuming you're talking about Ninth Ed.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a minute where they were competitively very, very strong, especially before they got nerfed. Like right after the Codex came out, they were.
Yeah, I know they had good secondaries with the.
Secondaries were good before some completely before Necrons got revamped.
Oh.
Their secondaries were completely broken, but mostly it was the whole army got +1 AP if you chose Mont Cobb, which everyone always did.
Yeah.
And there were just some things that needed toning back. some not choices in the list that just everyone brought auto take things.
Right, because it was just clearly the best
And
decision.
and they nerfed Monka. They brought it down to earth a little bit, and then it was fine. It was a fine army to play.
Yeah.
Tau have this problem of being unfun to play against, and a lot of people across multiple editions have expressed that, and so it's tough as a Tau player finding opponents sometimes. But,
Yeah.
that was exacerbated in the first months of ninth after the Ninth Ed Codex came
Yeah,
out,
it's like, oh,
and then
they're back on their, yeah.
but yeah, that got sorted. GW did the thing.
Figured it out.
They figured it out.
All right, so I'm gonna have to refer to you
Oh sure.
as a Tau person who's painted Tau before.
Yeah.
What should I be blacking this out?
I
This little, well, we're blacking it out now.
I'll,
'Cause
I'll typically do those. That people refer to those as the gears.
Yeah.
I'll do those like a bright accent color.
Oh, okay.
So I would do those, whatever your edge highlight color is. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, they're meant as a lot of people do those as a contrasting bright accent.
Cool.
Yeah, and there are several points. The legs have those. The hip joints, knee joints have those sort of. Those weird circular gear
things, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of and those are typically done as a bright accent color. You just do the edge highlight.
I might do them black because I got black on here.
Okay.
And I think I kind of like the idea of it, because I think it would really emphasize the yellow and the camouflage.
Okay, sure.
So I might.
So typically, what I've done is black the whole thing, and then just the accent color only on those hemispheres.
Okay.
Is that what I'm? Am I describing that properly?
Yeah. I think that's doable.
Okay.
Maybe. Oh, I don't have any red. And I need to incorporate some red, so that might be a good
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Of the red we're using. Okay. Let's see. What questions have we got?
Let me scroll down a little bit.
Yeah.
We got one from Captain Mannerings.
Uh-huh.
Captain Mannering says, I was kind of thinking black/gray for my Pathfinders and Ghost Keel and stealth suits to contrast my white Tau. What do you think? Yeah, I think... so classically, the way Games Workshop has envisaged sort of the stealthy unit paint schemes fitting into the larger whole is you basically invert the color scheme. So where things like the Fire Warrior, in this classic paint scheme, for example, the Fire Warriors, the larger battlesuit, Riptide, etc., we're doing like an ochre armor panels with like dark brown cloth.
Right.
And then there's this maroon accent color that we use for the sort of odd panel here and there. A unit like a stealth suit would invert that. So you have a predominantly maroon, so the dark red maroon color that we use as the accent panel is like sort of the primary color on the model instead of the accent color. So I don't know, you mentioned your Tau as white, but curious what accent color you're using. And maybe you might try sort of doing sort of large that as the primary color of your stealth units. But the Pathfinders, a lot of times people will just paint the Pathfinders the same color as the Fire Warriors. You don't have to do a whole lot. They just have a lot more cloth on them. So if your cloth is a dark color, you mentioned your armor is white, but curious what your cloth color is. Pathfinders just have a lot more cloth on them. So if the cloth is a dark color, they just sort of end up being a darker model by default.
Yeah, but I mean, Pathfinders are like scouts, right?
They're scouts. They're not really, they don't have any adaptive camouflage. They don't have any like, they're not a quote unquote stealth unit. They're just,
I think having them gray just to differentiate them is also like not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
So.
People have a hard enough time telling Pathfinders and Fire Warriors apart anyway.
Yeah.
So having a visual distinction like that could be really nice for your opponent. If nothing else.
If nothing else,
And I am, and then, let's see. Captain Mannerings again says, has anyone tried highlighting metal with a pencil? I saw this the other day and was a bit blown away. Highlighting pencils, have you tried these?
No, I've seen highlighting pencils, but never.
AK makes them. Yeah, they have metallics.
Oh, okay.
As an option, I have tried AK's weathering pencils.
Yeah.
They refer to them as weathering pencils. I was less than. I was whelmed.
It's not just okay.
I was whelmed.
This is fine, I guess.
It was fine. Yeah. And I think that is generally the consensus I've heard from other people who have tried them as well. They do the job, but not necessarily better than like or faster than other methods.
Standard, yes.
Yeah. So I guess I struggled. Because then you're like, you've got a specific tool that only is good for weathering or edge highlighting when you have already in your repertoire a paintbrush and a paint pot that you can do the same thing with in the same amount of time that doesn't take up an extra bit of space in your kit. Yeah, so I don't know. I guess my thought is my vote would be no, but they're also very inexpensive. So and you can buy them, as onesies.
Yeah.
So feel free to pick one up and try it out for yourself. I'm curious, if you have a different experience from me or if you have some insight after having experimented with them for a while, feel free to post those in the Discord.
Yeah, I guess my if it's not any faster, then I would probably say no. But if it's a different look, and it's a look you're going for, then I mean, right. If it's something you can't do with standard brushes, then I haven't seen them, so I can't say.
Yeah, I bought 3 colors. I bought the black and then some metallics because the standard way I do weathering and is sort of a a black dot or sort of jagged shape.
Yeah.
Along the near the edge of a panel.
Yeah.
And then a silver metallic dot that is slightly smaller, sort of inside the black dot.
Right. So it looks like there's some depth to it.
There's some metal showing through. Yeah. And so I bought like a silver and I bought a black and tried it out, and yeah, it was very well.
Was okay.
I was very well.
Yeah, this is all right.
Solidly fine. Zero Crow says the Tau are on a tomb planet and Tyranids show up. The Nids wake up the Krons and then Necrons kill them. The Tau throw them a party as thanks, and the Necrons then just murder the Tau.
That's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, not fun for the Tau.
You can think of lots of fun, interesting, sort of 3-way.
Yeah. Yay, we did it.
adventures.
Thank you, Necrons. Yeah. Sorry, bud.
And now,
It's time for you to leave.
you're not the protagonist in this story. We are. Yeah. Yeah. Zach has some hot takes about who the quote unquote protagonists are in the 40K universe.
Oh, does he?
Yeah. If I'm not going to be able to do his take justice, but basically it says his thoughts are if you I think maybe he's changed them since, but basically humans, Eldar, Necrons, and Tau are like the only races that get sort of stories told about them where they're the like sort of driving the plot forward.
Yeah.
And everyone else is like a foil against them.
Yeah.
That's fair. It's like a bad guy for them to fight against or is reactive. And it's curious to see how those stories play out when 2 of those sort of plot driving protagonists
Go
bump up against each other. It's like, well, both of us have plot armor. Who's gonna come out on top in this one?
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess. You do have stories of the Imperium and Eldar working together, but I haven't heard any stories about the Eldar and the Tau working together.
And it's interesting because I think this perspective comes from a 40K centric worldview. Like obviously in the Horus Heresy, like chaos are the ones that are driving the plot. Right. Like the entire plot, the plot would not exist if it was just humans pushing out into a universe that, welcomed them with open arms.
Yeah. This is surprisingly easy. Yeah.
So yeah, chaos is like what creates the plot in the Horus Heresy world.
Yeah.
Elijah Patrick says, how do you guys paint camo? And on a scale of 0 to 10, how hard is it to paint? Why don't you answer this one? You're doing camo right now. Yeah.
So there's a couple different ways. So for this, I used camo putty, which I don't have it in here right now, but it's basically just putty that acts as a masking surface.
Yeah.
And then you spray or paint over it.
Yeah.
And then when you peel it off, the marks that are left are, well, that's how you get what we've got here.
It's basically like silly putty. Like,
yeah.
It's a putty that is squishy and doesn't stick to your model. It sticks to your model a little bit, but not too much.
Yeah. Then the other way to do it is just do it by hand.
Yeah.
And I've done it both ways. And I find that if you're going to do it by hand, it is a little bit, you can get more precise, you can get more interesting patterns.
Yeah.
But it's harder to get randomness, and that's what you really want with camouflage.
I know, yeah. I'm always impressed by people who can do camo by hand and effectively make it look random.
Yeah. That's the hardest part.
It's so hard, yeah.
So if you are going to do it by hand, I would make sure you're constantly changing the how you're holding the model.
Okay. Oh, that's good advice.
Yeah, because it's going to be hard. Like I think
just holding it differently will sort of impart a randomness.
Yes, holding it every few strokes of the brush, change the angle and work somewhere else, and then come back. Yeah, and that's because you'll find that if you don't, you'll keep making the same mark, even though you're not, intentionally doing it, or you're not mentally putting the work into making the same mark.
And you're like you have a lot of experience with this with your salamanders.
Yeah.
Which are effectively like.
Yeah, they're all
How do
camo.
you turn that? How do you term that camo? Like snake camo? It's like.
Yeah.
Bunch
So
of squiggly lines.
Yep, that's just so what I do with those is I choose 2 points on the model. Okay, so sorry. Let me switch to this.
Yeah.
So with this kind of camouflage, you'll notice that the mark ends in the middle of the panel, right? With salamander arm, the way I paint my salamanders is that the marks, so like this brown, would always go to the edge of a panel.
Okay.
And always, basically, there's no point where the black stops, and you never see the termination of a black line. It always goes somewhere else.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
And
the
so
way
that's a workaround. That's like it helps you. You don't have to worry about how to terminate it if it never terminates.
Exactly. You just go until there's nothing left.
Okay.
And the way I do that is I just choose 2 points, and here's the ankle and here's his knee. I'm gonna do a little snake from here to there, and that's basically it.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we should do at some point. We should do a house array paints as salamanders.
Yeah, we've talked about it. So
it's a cool paint scheme and something that is not like it's not something you would just like pick up, right? Like,
no, it's
probably worked a long time to develop that.
Yeah, and even on my army now, like you can see the stages, or it's like I've changed my.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay, that's a hard spot to be in because then you're tempted to kind of go back.
Oh yeah, I probably will. I'm not going to now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, I've the way it's matured is that I can always go. It's much easier to go back and fix.
Molecule Cody says, okay, but what Tau Sept is the Samantha of the group? This is a reference to Zach's shirt a few streams ago, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's Sex in the City?
I'm a Samantha. So I've never seen Sex in the City.
Me neither.
Have you either? Okay.
No.
We'll just, Cody, we'll just leave that for Zach when he gets back. Because I don't know. I mean, I know that Samantha is a character in the show, and I know that that's about it. That's actually all I know.
Okay, so I don't know anything about Sex in the City or Tau, so I'm going to say Borkan is the Samantha.
Okay.
Without knowing anything about either.
A hot take incoming.
How wrong could I be?
Yeah. Kaldorf says, with Xenos getting removed from Aeronautica, what Tau models should I buy to add to my starter set? Yeah, so this is a reference to GW's announcement this week that Aeronautica Imperialis is going to become a heresy game.
Yeah.
And so they're continuing to sell Space Marine models.
Yeah. Because they're going to work with Imperialis.
With the new Epic.
The Epic game, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bummer for Xenos though.
But yeah, so the Xenos in Aeronautica have gone on last chance to buy, as have weirdly, or I guess not weirdly, but like Imperial Guard.
Yeah.
So like Valkyries and like I think Thunderbolts will still exist because those existed in Heresy era time frame, but like Valkyries and Vendettas and
yeah, because I guess they didn't come till later, right?
Come till later, yeah. So all those models are going away. And so yeah, Kaldorf. I think here's my take. I think the game, because it's sort of no longer sort of official, we'll see a drop in popularity. You're not going to find as many people to play it with. It'll be harder to find opponents, and so if you want to play sort of a quote unquote competitive game, if you want to play a game where you're sort of genuinely trying to beat your opponent in a structured way, like I don't know, like I can give you that advice, but on based on the rules as they exist today, Tiger Sharks are really good. The base Tiger Shark, as is the AX-10, and Barracudas are fun, but not as sort of quote unquote competitive. And Remoras are in a similar boat. and that's basically the Tau line.
Yeah, that's
Um,
so buy everything.
but yeah, honestly, like buy what you like, right? At this point, it's going to be a cool, fun specialist game that you can pull out and roll a few dice over some beers with friends. But like, it's not going to be something that you're going to be overly worried about. You know, things being competitive or things being good, or you're not going to worry about rules getting updated. Actually, sort of weirdly, one of the things I'm kind of excited about with with Aeronautica going away. I've not talked to Zach about this, but he owns basically all the factions, all the models,
That's
and
me, right?
and okay, well, Zach's about to come back.
Yeah,
in.
Zach is he can.
So I'll chat with him about it in a sec. But,
Okay.
yeah, it's sad. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
No one likes to
Sound like
see a
Mac
game
saying
to get
that's a bummer.
retired, but
Sorry.
we'll see. All right. So we'll see you back in a little bit.
Yep,
You're
should
gonna
be
make
back
some progress on the ghost keel.
Well, we'll hope so. Let's hope so. I
Love
think
it.
I gotta go work on lenses actually.
Lenses. Oh, that's it. Yeah. So in addition to painting all of the ghost keel, Cire is on task to paint every lens on every model that the rest of us are all painting.
Yes.
Like how hard those lids are to get back?
Yeah, they're. I was wondering if they're actually designed
Not
for
a-
these lids.
Not a great product.
All right. Yes. I
Cool.
think that's everything.
See you in a bit, Mr. Esco.
See you soon. Oh, Ghost Kid just fell.
It's fine.
It's fine.
He's T8.
Oh, is he? He's T8
I
now?
think he might even be T9.
Oh, but all T's went up.
All T's went up. He has a 2-up save.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah.
No invuln?
I think he's T8 2-up save. No invuln, but twice per game he can zero out the damage characteristic.
Twice
on
per
an
game?
attack. Yeah.
Oh, because each drone.
Because he has a drone.
Okay, let's end the poll. This is a good time to end the poll.
End the poll, okay.
I don't feel like it changed much from where it kind of settled. So after 100 votes, we have landed that the Axolotl is the most like Tau. And that's actually probably correct, although you were talking about how Tau are kind of mammals. They have hair, they have hooves.
I think people just like the word axolotl.
Yeah, I think I just picked weird things,
That's why I voted for it.
and then we just checked to see which one was the weirdest.
Yeah. Turns out.
But Brett and I went to do this poll with Brett because Brett and I are those people who take major exception and, quite frankly, annoyed by all the people who insist that Tau are goats. Or goats is actually okay, right? But that Tau are fish.
They are most similar to goats, yeah, but they're yeah, the fish thing, I mean, it's because the Imperium has designated all of their vehicles with fish names.
Right.
But that doesn't mean the Tau call their things those same fish names, right?
We kind of talked that Sari and I were kind of talking about that, right? We were saying how you're almost following. Oh, my phone was playing some YouTube. You're almost following, like the actual Imperial,
Right.
like it's meta almost, right?
Yeah. The only information you have is like through the Imperial lens.
Right.
So all you know about these things, these vehicles, is what the Imperium calls them.
Yeah, it's a little messed up.
Yeah.
So how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm working on edge highlighting. I'm just making some executive decisions about what colors should go on these stealth suits.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you, do you have the dark brown that you used on the pants?
Yes. It's a little translucent.
Is it an oil paint?
It is a Citadel air paint that's been thinned down.
Oh, perfect. That's fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint the underside of the drones with this color, this dark brown, and then I'm going to wash it with black. So it'll be an even darker brown.
Oh, I think that's a good idea, yeah.
But I don't want it to just be straight black. I want it to be
Yeah, good
sort
call.
of reminiscent of brown.
What color do you do your drones?
So my army is gray,
Your army's gray with a secondary color of orange, right?
secondary color of orange, and I have actually, I have a secondary color of like a lighter gray,
Oh, okay, and then a sept color.
and then a sept color, and then an orange sept markings. Oh, this is really watered down.
Yeah, it's very thin. It's almost
Very
a
thin.
contrast.
Okay, where's the base color? Is that around? Before you watered it down?
Let me just keep making that noise. Is that helpful?
I mean, it's fine if the answer is no.
It's out on. I'm guessing it's out on the patio. Cire was using it.
Okay, I looked on the patio and didn't see it. That's fine.
Oh, then.
I'll just do multiple coats, and it'll be exciting. It'll be good. So here's the question that I wanted to, or the comment I wanted to make while you were in the room.
Okay.
There's like one weird reason I'm like excited. Excited's the wrong word. The one like silver lining to Aeronautica getting retired.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
As you know, I really enjoyed the original Aeronautica, like
Right.
version 1.0 that released with Imperial Armor 3, back in the like whatever mid 2000s.
Okay.
I really, really, really love that game, and they discontinued the models for it. It was hard to find people to play with. Even like buying multiple fleets for multiple factions, it was still like nobody likes playing with somebody else's models. It was still very hard for me to like convince other people to play that game with me. Now, everyone owns Aeronautica models. You own Aeronautica models. Like a bunch of people we know own Aeronautica models. But the game doesn't have rules anymore. Like, yeah, we could play version 2 rules that you know how to play, but we could also just as easily play version 1 Aeronautica. Like they're equally valid. So I'm excited about getting the opportunity, hopefully, to play V1 Aeronautica with some people. Meg just brought over the brown paint.
No, that's not. Neither of those is it.
Oh, it's
It's
okay.
called Dryad Bark. It's out there. It's a Citadel Air.
All right. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a true point. I hadn't thought about that. I will gladly play the older rules. Excuse me, folks. I would say that you and I kind of talked. We were talking about it on the Discord, and I was saying that I'm not too sad by it. I felt like it feels like a fairly complete game.
It does, yeah.
I'm a little sad that I guess we're not getting Drukhari or Tyranids.
Yeah. Honestly,
Or Chaos.
That's I think the biggest sad.
Well, no,
is
wait.
that-
We will get Chaos because it's turning into it's going to be a game that they release models for in
no,
the 30K universe.
no. Like Hellblades didn't exist in 30K. It was like Imperial airplanes versus Imperial airplanes where like the pilots had turned to Chaos.
Oh, right.
Yeah, there won't be Hellblades and Helltalons like that came later.
Well, that's a bummer. Yeah, that part to me is a bummer.
Yeah, the factions that didn't get models.
Factions that didn't get models, and then the other thing that's a bummer is, I've had a lot going on with this channel, and when it came out and got announced, I was kind of like, okay, well, what don't I have, right, that I need to be worried about?
Right.
And there it is. And thank you, Cire. And still a Citadel Air, but not as thin.
Not a diluted, additionally diluted.
Yeah, I pretty much made a opaque contrast,
Right.
basically. Yeah. So, for me, I was kind of thinking, I think I really have everything. I was like, well, I don't have Remoras.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, I also think I kind of missed, but there's been a Suriani release. And there really was a big one. It was...
One of the Phoenix planes?
No, I have Phoenix and I have Nightwings.
Nightwings,
They're in GW plastic. Forge World had released...
Forge World nonsense.
Forge World had released the Vampire Hunter. And then weirdly, Forge World released the two Games Workshop models. Hemlock Wraith Fighter and Crimson
Hunter.
both as Forge World models, and they're sold out. Now it says temporarily unavailable, so I'm hoping that they're gonna do another run. I also am not. I'm not in dire straits on that. Like I'm never gonna get them for a couple of reasons. One, I think they've been doing the like runs. You know what I mean? So I could see them doing an Aeronautica run and being like, okay, here's your chance to get these models, right, for the next set. They've been doing that more.
Yeah, made to order, whatever.
Made to order. Yeah. So I think there's a chance I could get them there. But yeah, so I'm on the lookout for Remoras. I would even just be excited for I guess they probably come in
2-pack or something.
Do they come in a 2-pack? Yeah, even just 2. And then I need to get the Crimson Hunter, the Hemlock, and the Vampire Hunter. Other than that, I think I have pretty much everything. I have a bunch of Imperial stuff. I have all the Imperial stuff built except for the there is a new Marauder that I didn't get.
What?
There's like a third Marauder.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like a Forge World one. Yeah.
No
we've missed some Forge World releases for that game.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
We've missed I don't have the Orc Mega Heavy Bomber.
Yeah.
And I had it in my hands at Nova last year, and I opted instead to buy a Necron fleet.
That
which
model
I think was
so huge.
It's quite big. It's 81 pieces
massive.
of stupid Forge World
81
resin.
81 pieces?
Who wants to deal with that? I don't want to deal with
81
that. 81,
well,
82.
And the kit's almost $100, isn't it?
The kit is, I kind of like, money-wise, I was like, do I buy a Necron fleet, or do I buy this stupid
Higher
Orc?
Necron fleet, yeah.
And I bought the Necron fleet, which I think was the right move.
That was the right move, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have to worry about Necrons now. Yeah. Like, I have Necrons.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I know. I should be... I've been blabbing out Aeronautica for a while. And I should be... You'd think I'd be really upset about it, but I'm kind of not.
Yeah.
I hope I can get those things. That's the selfish part of me. And I am sad for people that were excited. I know Meg was actually very excited for Tyranids. Because Meg has been playing Aeronautica, and she always plays the Orcs, because that's like the closest thing. But I am a little bummed. We saw Tyranid fan rules, remember? And they were like actually pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's like the community will step in. Yeah. That's what's happened every time GW's discontinued a game, is the community steps in and sort of because what'll happen is like as Tyranids, they'll release a rule set for Tyranids, and then as Tyranids get like some new unit 5 years from now that didn't exist when this rules pass was done, or let's say even like Tau, like they released some new Tau flyer in 40k scale, and that didn't exist when all of these models were made.
Right.
They'll like, oh, okay, like the community will be like, let's like figure out how these should work in Aeronautica and come out with rules for them. That's what's been done with BFG, with Epic. Like, Vespid didn't exist in the lore when Epic Tau were a thing, and so the community has like, I guess maybe Vespid did, but like Ghost Kills and Riptides didn't. So the community stepped up and like made models that you can 3D print and rules for those things in Epic.
Yeah, and I think that
which is cool
for someone who tends to discourage any kind of piracy or stuff like that. For me, that's where I think getting your own stuff 3D printed or whatever is.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Yeah, if you can't, if Citadel's no longer going to be, Games Workshop, Forge World, whoever is no longer going to be selling these models, but the game still exists and the game's not getting supported, like what's the issue?
What are you meant to do?
Yeah.
Get some 3D prints.
Yeah.
Cool. That was a long answer to your question, Kaldorf. Yeah. Moving on. Captain Manorangs. This person was just using a regular soft lead pencil. Oh my gosh.
I missed
for we were talking about using pencils as weathering pencils or edge highlighting, and I assumed he was talking about like the AK weathering pencils, but he says no. The person was using soft lead pencils to edge highlight their models.
Interesting. Now, I did discover a use for lead pencils.
Okay.
Actually, mechanical ones are the best because they're how super thin they are. And this you're gonna think is kind of crazy, and it works okay. I didn't try it enough. I need more practice on it, but I really want to. I don't know. Okay, I'm just gonna get to who's talking? Just kidding. All right, sorry. I did that thing where I just went like this forever, not getting to my point. Here's my point. They work fairly decent.
Yeah.
To put tattoos.
Interesting.
Like kind of like
on crude or Tyranid.
I was actually putting. I really want to super tat up my Daughters of Cain.
Yeah.
I'd actually like all my Daughters of Cain to have like full sleeves and like a crazy level of tats.
Yeah.
And I started to do it on some of them, and it was coming out okay. But it's I need more practice on it. But that's something I'd like to do to level up that army is have like all 60 witch elves just like fully tatted up. I think would look super cool.
Andrew's got like a bunch of henna all over his Eldar, it looks really good.
I'll probably ultimately just have to ask him how he did it. I'm guessing there's no
very carefully.
Yeah, right. I'm guessing there's no cheat, right?
There's like step 1, start drawing a line. Yeah. Step 2, draw the rest of the tattoo.
yeah.
Okay, Zach, I have to interrupt you for a sec.
Mm-hmm.
In the Griffin mini marathon on Wednesday, you guys were talking about paint pots. This is a GW paint pot.
Mm-hmm.
I want to paint out of the bottle, but this thing won't stay open. How do I?
You know how to do this, right?
No, I don't.
Are you actually messing with me?
No.
That's what this thing is. That's what this thing is for.
But then, how do you get it back? I just got paint all over my hand trying to like undo that. I thought that's how you did it, but I just
you're gonna get paint over your hand on the way in.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I thought this was the answer, but then I was like, there has to be a different way, like other than just get paint all over my hand.
Well, GW would probably say we should be cleaning the pod afterwards and cleaning up that paint area. That's probably, I'm gonna guess, what they would be saying to us right now.
Okay, well, maybe that's the answer. All right, that's crazy, Captain Mannering. Soft lead pencil. I've never heard of that. Never tried it. Have no comments on it.
Yeah, and what I will say is like I said, I started to try to do. I was doing some. I kind of went. I think I was doing some back tattoos on some of the Daughters of Cain.
Back tats.
And I wanted to be like super. Some of them are even gonna have like face tattoos. Wow. I mean, they're like mean girls.
They're not going to be very employable after this.
Yeah, they're fine with that. These are like smoking in the bathroom kind of girls. They're gonna be covered in tats.
They don't care. Yeah. Meg Pryor Pfeiffer, which 40k army is most primed to have unicorns added as units? 40k army, not fantasy.
All right, let's try to give her an actual non-stupid answer. I know she's trying to get a stupid answer.
I want to just make up a Space Marine chapter called like the Unicorn Warriors and tell her like, oh, they already have unicorns. They're called the Unicorn Warriors.
No, I think I know the answer. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That's.
I think it's the Tyranids.
So I was thinking Tyranids. That could be good. But that's going to be like a loophole. Like, they have a biomorph with one.
Like a Tyranid hive mind landed on a planet that was full of unicorns, ate them, and then like morphed a bunch of unicorns.
Right. Decided that this was a great biomorph.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that it will be Aldari in the form of Exodites.
Oh, yeah. That's a great answer.
It'll be like, here's this maiden world, and here are these Exodites on it.
Yep.
And they ride because I know that Deepkin have a Deep Mare, it's called, which is like a seahorse unicorn.
Okay.
So yeah,
Exodites.
I think we're gonna see Exodites.
Cool. Yeah.
Which are not a real army right now.
That's a great answer.
But
I mean, they exist in the lore, but not in. They don't have rules, which is fine.
They exist in the lore. I think we all know one day they'll have models in a line. Or not. I guess I could be wrong.
One day. One day. All right. Captain Mannering says, ooh, I just missed it. Regarding my Tau, they are in the current Viralaw white armor with black dark gray fatigues. Okay, cool. Yeah, he was asking about how we should paint his stealths with white. And then we were asking for clarifying question. And we asked some clarifying questions around the color of his fatigues or...
Okay, so they are
So
white
they look
armor with black dark gray fatigues.
Yeah, like the current box art.
Yeah, I think you should do black armor with gray fatigues.
Just invert it for the stealth.
Well, no white though. I wouldn't quite invert it. I do black armor with gray fatigues.
Yeah.
And then I would make sure you get that red on there, because that red's gonna look super cool with like dark gray and black.
Yep.
Also, you're gonna need some kind of color, right?
I mean, white and black are kind of the same color,
Yes.
right? They're sort of interchangeable. They can go on any model and
Yeah.
not break your color scheme. So black armor, dark gray fatigue. So keep the dark gray fatigue. Dark gray fatigues are the same. Black stealths. I'm curious can you recall how does, if we look at do we have oh, it's over there. They just, like, the box art for VR Law is just white. It's just white.
Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
You can have the lid for it too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's their white. Yeah. They're like the new Studio Army basically.
They don't look that different from the Fire Warriors. Like the stealth suits just.
They didn't invert. Yeah.
They didn't invert.
They did not invert.
They're just white.
Which
like
you
the
could
rest
do
of
too.
them.
I mean, like honestly, I think that not inverting is okay as well. And they have these stealth. You can find these stealth in this color scheme not inverted.
Yeah. I'll tell you, when I did my stealth for, like I said, my tower, dark gray armor panels, light gray cloth, and orange sept markings.
Mm-hmm.
And I did 5 different test models on my stealths because I could not decide, and ultimately I just ended up inverting.
Yours are orange.
They're just all orange, yeah. And it makes no sense from like a stealthy standpoint, like having bright orange. They're not
No, it
bright
doesn't
orange.
matter.
They're like a pretty dull
They're
orange.
invisible.
But they have active camo, and honestly,
Yeah.
I hemmed and hawed about them not being realistic for a few weeks, and then I was like, I'm over it. Time to paint these guys. They're gonna be bright orange.
Your
It's
Ghost
fine.
Kill especially is very striking
Ghost Kill looks
in that orange. Yeah.
Ghost Kill looks good. Yeah.
How
Right.
the Ghost Kill's good now in this edition, right?
The Ghost Keel's
currently
good.
scaling fun, right?
He's
Can I do triple Ghost Keel? Is
you
that gonna be cool?
can. So here's the thing: Ghost Keels are good, not because they kill a lot of stuff.
They help out.
Their output is like fine.
No, they're tanky.
But they're a lone operative, so that you can't shoot them from outside of 12. And
What? That's very good.
it's
for a
amazing.
monster.
And you give them the cyclic ion raker, so they have 36-inch range, so they're fine to just sit back. But they're 170 points, so it's 170 points for 6 shots a turn at BS 4, maybe 3 if you guide them. So it's not about their output; it's more about just being untouchable in the backfield. So you can hold an objective, you can screen stuff, and you can provide 6 supporting fire shots a turn, and you're essentially invincible. And then, on turn 4 and 5, once there's not a lot of threats left on the table, maybe you can move up the field a little bit and start to use your secondary guns. But if you bring 3 of them, you're going to spend a lot of points, and you're not going to have a lot of shots to show for it, and you're going to struggle to actually kill things. So they're good, but like not in a way that would lead you to like want to spam them, I guess, if that makes sense.
Well, overall, that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, I think it's like people are very excited about them, and honestly, I think it's literally just like people love the model and just want them to be playable. Like they don't need them to be broken good.
Right.
Like people are just excited for them to be, hey, like these have a place in my army, and like they can do a thing that nobody else in the codex can do.
Right.
And the model looks cool, so I want to bring it anyway. Like,
Well, the like spam or not to spam thing is interesting, right? Because I have 3 Ghost Kills, and now it's like, well, should I be
Yeah.
rewarded for owning 3 Ghost Kills? And the answer is really no. But what happens if you take 3 ghost skills? It's like, okay, maybe they're okay, probably not. Probably you don't want more than 1 or maybe 2.
Yeah.
But you have to kind of, that's, whenever somebody spams something that's very good and broken, you're like, God, this person's a jerk, right?
Yeah.
What happens when people want to spam something like a ghost skill?
Honestly, I think it's fine because the things that people get upset about you spamming are the things that remove your opponent's models very efficiently.
Right.
So if you're spamming a thing that doesn't do very much killing, like nobody's gonna raise an eyebrow at you.
Right.
It's fine. Yeah. I think Christ in the as far as competitive play,
Or something that's like impossible to kill, right? But
yeah, if you just move up the field and
is scoring and move blocking and not like sorry to interrupt you, Brett.
No, I think you're right.
Not in the way ghost kill is, but like when Death Guard were super unkillable or Terminators have been super unkillable, right? And you just sit somewhere and
yeah, you're not sitting in the center of the table scoring all the points and preventing your opponent from scoring points and winning the game that way. It's different. Doesn't quite feel that way. Which is good.
Have you gotten any 10th in yet, Brett, or not yet?
I've played 3 games.
Okay.
And I have 3 different 40k armies. I have Tau, I have Imperial Guard, Scions, and I have Black Templars.
Oh, right.
So I've played 1 game with each army.
Mm-hmm.
And so all 3 of them I was like kind of basically brand new. So I didn't really get to like learn something and then apply those learnings in the next game. I haven't had an opportunity to do that yet.
Okay.
But yeah, I played 3 games. It's very different.
Yeah. You liking it?
Not
Not sure yet?
Yeah. I mean, it feels like 40k. I don't know that I'm sort of liking it better than 9th, I guess. I don't know. The game gave up a lot when it went from everyone having a fully fleshed out codex to now everyone's just playing with indexes. Like, the game lost a lot of je ne sais quoi.
Nice.
And so it's hard to be like, yeah, I'm excited about losing all my rules, I get that maybe it's for the good of the game and maybe edition resets are important and all of that, but like,
yeah.
I think it's fine. I'm not like sad, but I'm also not gonna tell you that I'm like excited about playing my newly blandified army.
Right. Yeah, I hear you. I've said in the past that I kind of weirdly liked Index 40k in previous.
Oh yeah, because everything gets normalized, right?
Which was the start of 8th, right? Yeah. Yeah, everything got normalized, and armies had a couple cute rules each. But
this is different from that.
How so?
Like, there were some massive imbalances at launch, and GW is sort of scrambling to try to address them. And similarly, like everything is not balanced. And similarly, like it's not armies have a few cute rules. Like literally every data sheet has like a special rule on it. Every unit has like their one thing that they can do.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, part of the issue. In addition to the one army-wide rule, each data sheet has like a special rule. So there's a lot to unpack and digest and figure out, which is cool. But yeah, it's not. There's been a lot of commentary about like, was it rushed out the door, and because of the balance issues and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm curious your thoughts once you've had a chance to play a game.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't feel bad to me. Like I said, it just feels blandified, which it was, Like,
sure, yeah, we've seen, like I said, we've seen that before.
I'm actually very excited to see the first codex, because that'll tell us a lot about what the next codexes will look like. Like once
no one wants to be that first codex.
I don't know if it's Tyranids or Space Marines that are coming out first, but like once one of those books comes out, I'm curious to see like how many enhancements are there in each book? How many, how do they sort of add detachments, and what do those look like? And things like that. All right, I think Meg is going to take over. It is, in fact, 1:30. So I'm going to take a break, go eat some food. Leave you in the capable hands of Zach and Meg.
Yeah, the lunch is on. Lunch is on in there.
All right.
I mean, catch up with Meg and see where she is.
I think I'll do some edge highlighting on my own. And I think I'm back in half an hour.
These crazy time slots.
Yeah. Gotta eat fast. I'm gonna take this dark brown, okay?
Yeah, I don't need it.
Yeah.
I'll eat bread.
All right.
Meg, how's it going?
It's going.
How-
I posted an update in our Discord.
Okay, of your dudes?
Yeah, for anybody who wants to see it. I'm gonna let you go that way.
Oh, okay.
Not in your way.
She's gonna let you go that way.
That works. Bye, chat.
Hey, fam.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea to post updates in there.
Yeah.
If you're not on our Discord, please do join our Discord.
Yes.
We think it's fun.
And don't forget to love and subscribe. That's always a good idea.
Yeah.
Brett likes his chair so low.
He wants to not be the same height. He's very tall compared to us.
He is very tall.
So he tries to lower so that we look kind of about the same height.
I see. That's nice of him.
That is nice of him.
I heard Laura mention something about my lipstick. Thank you, Laura. I do actually pick out my lipsticks with you in mind. So let me know what other colors you want to see. I bought purple and like a bright pink. I have a dark green. I have a bright blue. And I bought a bright yellow. So we'll see how yellow looks. Let me know what other colors I should get. And then, yeah, I thought your answer to my question was good enough.
Exodites, Eldar Exodites.
Yeah, sure.
So you didn't wait.
I heard it, but first I heard Brett say Tyranids.
Oh, Tyranids.
And that's what I was going to say, because, like, don't Tyranids just absorb whatever they eat? So, like, it makes sense that they could come across a unicorn somewhere, and then it turns into this grotesque, like, Tyranid unicorn thing. It'd be so cool.
That's
I'd love
true,
that.
but I think you could get, like, a more pristine unicorn.
Well,
From like a...
I like both.
The Eldar Exodites are like the Eldar who
Yeah.
went and lived on... They're like kicking it on planets away from everybody else.
Okay.
A lot of times they have... Like, they ride dinosaurs, for example.
Well, that's cool.
Some of them live on a dinosaur
That'd be
planet. Yeah.
It's just starting to get warm in here.
It is just... Yeah,
Just
it's not too
starting,
bad.
yeah.
It's not too bad.
How's our little cooler under the table doing?
Uh,
Not so much.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you can put your feet in front of it.
Yeah.
How's chat? Chartreuse. Meg should get chartreuse lipstick. Ooh, that'd be an interesting color. That's like a yellowy
Green. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of did that a little bit when I put the green on the serpentine. I think it was Serpentina the other day. And then I took like some yellow eyeshadow to kind of bring up the value a little bit. The value.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Okay, so I'm doing panel lining.
Yeah, should we look and see how your guys are coming along here?
Yeah, let me put this away because I don't want it to dry out. What time is it? Oh my gosh, the day is flying.
It is going by pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, Meg, there
Okay.
you go. It's
So,
not super focused, but let's see.
I can
Check the
back it up.
Discord. Check the Discord.
Check the Discord for some better pictures. Although the pictures there are probably a little blown out, but we will get good pictures afterwards. Anyways, here's these two, and then I have the flag. Something's gonna sit on this flag.
How's Cire doing in there?
He's doing pretty good.
Because I'll be honest, I know I said this last time, and you all laughed at me,
Okay.
but I'm feeling pretty good about our schedule right now. Now, I won't say I'm feeling like we're super far ahead, but I'm feeling like we're doing pretty good. What do you think?
I don't think we're behind.
Yeah.
I think we're doing pretty good.
Like with Polychrome's first army that he won, we still have a little bit more work left to do. Now, to be fair, I only worked with it a few days. I only worked with it a few days on his army, and only a few hours each day, a couple hours each day. So I haven't put that many extra hours in, and it's almost done. And it's just one person. So honestly, I think if our stream had gone another 2 hours, we would have all been.
We would have died.
We would have totally finished
heat
everything.
exhaustion.
Yeah, no. Of
Oops,
course.
I left my rag out there.
I know.
Do you have an extra
I've
one?
been eating a rag too. So at this point, I'm just gonna grab some.
Yeah, we'll just get a new one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, super ready. Sorry, I keep doing that. Might be a bit of effort, but can rainbow lipstick going from one end to the other be done? I mean, yes. That's a great idea. I'm definitely gonna make that happen.
I mean, like we have these. We have these Mevo lights. Here, I'll show chat. Actually, it's behind Meg.
What's going on? What are we doing?
Lean.
What are we? What?
I'm showing the lights, the Mevo lights we have, the lights that we do that do color.
Oh, these are not Mevo. I thought.
Oh, sorry, Govi.
Govi.
I know you and I do that a lot.
They
have like these fun gradients that they can do. Here's the one over my shoulder right now. So yeah, well, you could always pick a Govi. You could always pick a Govi.
Dark teal.
You could always pick a Govi color, and match the Govi.
I could. What's our color today? Gray.
Yeah, gray.
I'm not so into our color choices today, Zach.
No. I wanted to do like yellow a bit for the towel.
I don't see yellow. I see gray. I guess there's a little bit of yellow. All right.
It probably looks, yeah.
Okay. I need to figure this out. Okay, that panel lining. I'm kind of new still, I feel like, to panel lining.
You haven't really had a lot of panel lining armies.
No. And I did a little bit last time on our, what stream was it? It was the Griffin. And I did it for the wings, and I was like, oh, this behaved differently than I was expecting. So yeah.
Polychrome, what do I gotta do to get the pryos?
Yes, Zach. Why don't you give us remind everybody how they can win this giveaway?
Is that what he's talking about?
I don't know. That's how I'm gonna interpret it.
Prio?
He can change.
I think of prio as a slang term in Age of Sigmar for priority.
Oh, okay. I'm like, he just misspelled prize.
And I don't know what he's talking about, but if he's talking about that,
yeah,
it is fair to say you and I have played a few Age of Sigmar games recently, and you have not been able to get the prio.
Oh my gosh.
We played 2 games, and
true.
you made me go first both times, and in no game.
Could not
and in both we went to turn 5.
Oh god, it was so painful.
In 2 games of going turn 5, and it was even worse than that because frequently Meg would roll first and get a 5, and then I would get a 6. One time I rolled first and got a 2, and then she rolled a 1.
It was terrible.
And it was pretty frustrating. It would have been very frustrating if I were.
Well, not for you.
No, I'm saying for you, it must have been very frustrating. And they were close games, which led me to believe that she probably would have won. At least one of them. I think the last one we played.
The last one we played wasn't as close, but
no, that's true.
Maybe but a lot can change when you get to double turn somebody.
But
so yeah.
My spider general keeps doing like 18 mortal wounds. There's not a lot you can do about that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been interesting. So I guess that's what he means, Polychrome. Laura Brand says, I just finished painting my nails a dark teal with hollow topper. I bet that would make a great lipstick combo.
Ooh. I don't know if they sell holographic lipstick, but I did see dark teal, so I am going to go back and get that now. And I do have like a glitter gloss that I can throw over the top, which could look cool. I know. I come on and we're like talking about something completely different. Zach was saying how this is the nerdiest stream I think we've done yet. Because there's a lot of good Tau chatter.
There's a lot of good Tau talk.
Yeah, Tau talk.
But it's okay to take a break to talk.
To talk other things.
Makeup, and then what was the thing I was just talking about that I forget? Oh yeah, Age of Sigmar priority.
Yeah. Prio.
Yeah, obviously that's what he meant. Yeah, see.
Okay, I don't know.
No, he might be joking. I still can't tell. Who knows with Polychrome?
With this jokester.
He's become a true agent of chaos.
Yeah. Oh my god. This time when we will mention the giveaway again. But this time when I choose a winner, I am definitely recording the sound so you can get.
We'll record all visual too.
And out loud.
Yeah.
reaction
Yeah, we'll have to record everything.
because I really
It was
screwed the pooch.
it
on
was
that
pretty
last
funny.
time.
I was in the kitchen and you were like, "Okay, I'm gonna do this." I was like, "Okay, go ahead," and then you just start yelling.
What the? Are you effing kidding me?
Zerko
I think
says,
was my
"Yeah."
response.
Zerko's, have you considered putting on green lipstick and then green screening funny stuff onto it?
Ooh, can we get a green screen? Like, how could we do a green screen in here? Could we? Does that work with our Mevo cameras? You're like, I don't want to take this seriously.
I mean, yeah, all this stuff could be done.
Okay. No, I haven't considered that because that's outrageous. But I think it would be a really easy thing to meme. You could just meme whatever you want onto green-lipped Meg.
Oh, great.
Yeah. I'm just tossing that idea out there.
You can meme whatever you want.
We do have memes coming up.
You can't necessarily remain in the Discord afterwards, depending on what you meme.
I should have phrased that differently. Well, we'll see how it goes.
You can always meme stuff on Megan's lips, but you might not get to stay in the Discord. Or
maybe we'll turn you into a mod. Maybe it'll be that great.
Yep.
Just kidding.
You never know. Yeah.
Mods get to choose new mods.
Tread carefully.
Mods are king. And
tread carefully.
mods are really running that server. I'm just there causing problems.
Encouraging
Bad behavior.
Encouraging Zero Crow's bad behavior.
Yeah, I like it. I'm into it.
Another known agent of chaos.
Yeah, I'm into that. Okay, but yeah, a reminder about our giveaway. So what you see us painting today is up for grabs. Once the stream is over, leave a comment under the video, and we will randomly select a winner tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Pacific time. It's in the rules, so if Zach said it wrong, don't worry about it. It's in the rules.
I didn't. Last time we did noon.
Last time we did noon, and then I was like, oh, wait. Noon would only make sense if this was a 2-hour stream.
Right.
Once it's over, it's 4.
It's
so I kind of messed that up last time, but that's okay. Yeah, so you have until 4 p.m. tomorrow to enter with a comment. Only one comment will count for your entry, but feel free to leave as many as you want.
Yeah. Hey, Meg, I have a question. Yeah. What did you vote for the poll?
What did I vote? Oh, I voted for the sugar glider.
Sugar glider?
Because they're cute. And also, like, don't these guys, like, sit on, like, drones sometimes and float around? See? So there you go. Makes sense.
He does.
I knew what I was doing. I wasn't causing problems in the vote.
Causing problems in the vote. Okay.
Yeah.
Oop, I almost put that guy in the wet palette. Not sure.
Whoops. Well, that would have been a bummer.
Laura Brand mentions that they were experimenting with fluorescent inks through the airbrush today.
Ooh.
Ben's Zinch are going to be eye-popping. That's good.
I can't wait to see them.
Yeah, I like super bright Zinch stuff.
Yeah.
Zinch is this interesting army where I really like the lore. We talk about like reasons to start an army. I really like the lore of Zinch and Thousand Suns. And I really like the model lines for Zinch and Sigmar and Thousand Suns and Zinch and 40k. But I do not enjoy the playstyle.
I see. Why not?
So they're like all about magic or psychic powers.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. So their psychic phase and their magic, well, in 40k psychic, although they don't really have a phase anymore. But in Sigmar, the hero phases are very long as they sit there and cast all kinds of spells. They're probably one of the few armies that's better at magic than your army, Meg.
Well,
along with Seraphon.
Okay.
So your army's probably like second tier good at magic. They're
I screwed this up.
They're like top tier. They're like S tier magic.
S tier.
Your army's like A tier.
No, my army's not pretty good at magic, I thought.
It is pretty good at magic. But they're like even better. That's like all they do, right? That's like how they
keep their house hot.
That's how they keep their house hot. That's like their livelihood. Yeah, for sure. So they can't do much else. But that's what they do. And some Magic's cool, but I don't super love that play style of just like having a 35-minute hero phase while I cast 12 different spells.
No, you just like shooting everything and then running away so that nobody can get you back. It's terrible.
The goblins?
No, I'm talking about your Tau.
Oh, the Tau.
Yeah. I always disliked having to play against your Tau.
Yeah.
I could never get him. Guys, don't forget to super chat us. We're still running the super chat special. We're not monetized yet. No worries. So ask us questions, because as Zach has mentioned many, many, many times, he won't stop reminding me how much he doesn't want to just talk to me. So we need some inspiration from chat.
Yeah.
I think it was just Kenneth in chat
Yes.
that said something about a dinosaur or something or other that was DM'd to you. Did you show it to me? And the answer is no, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe it was very recent. And
Must have been, yeah.
I haven't looked yet.
Yeah, was it DM today or maybe not? Because Zach isn't always on Discord.
I cleared all my messages today.
Oh,
though.
you did? Look at you.
So I think it must have happened after. I can check here in a second. My phone's right here.
Yeah, I'm one of those people that, like, the second I see a notification bubble, I'm like, I need to go check what that is. I need to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Don't like the bubbles. And Discord has the white bubbles, but even those ones bug me. So I have to go clear them. It drives me nuts. So if you guys ever want to bug me, just at me everywhere.
Meg, how so you've painted your first couple of Tau models now? Or,
Oh yeah, I guess I have.
What's your thought?
Well, I liked the characters, because I liked painting the cloth and the skin.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad I don't have to do like 15 of these models with all this panel lining, you know?
Okay.
So that part's cool.
The ethereal is actually pretty light on panel lining too.
Here it is. Yeah, I don't have that much to do. But I know. But it's been fine. It's not an army I'd want to paint like I wouldn't want to paint an entire army of it.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say, because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just not the things I like painting.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I'm enjoying working on it with you guys because it's something new. It's just good, like, new skills.
Kind of
for
a
me to
new
learn.
thing.
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. What did you enjoy painting more? Your Tyranids when you paint Tyranids, or your Soul Blight?
Oh.
Is that might be hard to answer for a number of reasons. Like what? A lot of different things are different, right?
Soul Blight was cool. This was another reason why I picked Soul Blight, because they have a lot of different kinds of models.
There's a lot going on.
There's a ton.
There's
and
metal.
And then I remember you telling me, like, well, you can pick all these different models for this faction or these other models and have this other faction. You can mix them up, whatever. This was before I kind of realized how you need them to synthesize.
Yeah.
But I liked that there was a lot of options and that all the options were, like, kind of gross looking.
For Soul Blight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone looks a little dead or
Yeah,
nasty.
Yeah. Right.
Tyranids were nice because once I had my paint scheme down, I was like, oh, okay, I know what to do. Like,
Yeah.
any model I get, I know exactly what I need to do it.
There's pros and cons with that,
Yeah,
though,
but
right?
then I got really old. So, which one did I enjoy more? Probably, I guess I'll have to lean Soul Blight because of the variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Tyranids are so cool. When you see somebody and they've got their really cool Tyranid paint scheme and they've got their 2,000 points on the battlefield. But it is really just like rinse and repeat, right?
Yeah.
And I think they've tried to get a little better. They've introduced wings. They've introduced like toxic sacks and weird fangs.
There's a lot of brainy stuff now.
A lot of brains,
which I like.
Yeah. But even that is just minor variation themes, right? Like if you paint a brain on one thing, there's a chance 3 or 4 other units have that. oh, and by the way, they work well together, so you're going to
Yeah.
be painting them all or whatever. And I think that's a good thing. Like, that's okay. But Soulblight of any faction out there, in general, Sigmar armies are a little less samey.
Yeah. Well, your
gosh.
ogres, your Beastclaw Raiders. Thanks. Those are all very uniform.
They're pretty
like they're all.
uniform.
It's the same model basically.
It's all the stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also, I only had to paint a few of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even the Mournfangs are similar. I paint a white animal and an ogre on top. Yeah.
Oh, you did the panel lining on this for
On
me
him, I
already.
did, yeah.
Oh, okay, great. That was great.
So yeah, you're right. And Fire Slayers are abysmally the same. But Soulblight are particularly lots of different crazy things going on, I think.
Yeah.
Seraphon will be cool because, you have the big dinosaurs and the little dinosaurs.
Seraphon will be cool because you'll have big dinosaurs and little dinosaurs.
And lizard men. Big dinosaurs, little dinosaurs, lizard men, frog men, big lizard men,
Yeah.
little lizard men.
Axolotl. What are they? What is that word again?
Axolotl?
Axolotls. Any of them?
No. Chameleons, little chameleon
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
No axolotls.
Oops.
Okay, I'm cruising along on these 10
Yeah.
little guys. Bryce says, Zach, why isn't there any weasel aliens that work with Tau?
Weasel.
Yeah. I'm guessing Bryce looked up what a European pine marten is.
Yeah.
Bryce, I don't know how to answer that.
Well,
Sometimes
tell him,
late in these
just
streams-
tell him why. Why aren't there?
Why aren't there any weasels?
Yeah.
There are no weasel races in 40K.
Why? Yeah, but why?
Soup says, if shooting things and running
Just
away is
moving
the
on.
way to go,
Sorry,
you
Bryce.
should maybe check out Zinch demons in 40K. Most of their psychic damage powers just got turned into guns. Yeah, that's my understanding. Kind of interesting.
I think I'm done with this then.
The way, Meg, they've changed 40K is that your psychic power is just like a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Just like an attack.
Oh.
These are so hard to get back
I
on.
don't understand. Why?
I don't know.
But now
Elijah says,
Okay.
what should I start next for my Votan after I wrap up my warriors? Land Fortress or bikes? These are both super cool models. I actually really do like the Land Fortress a lot. So I'm going to say Land Fortress. The bikes are super cool too. I mean, the thing is you're going to have to do both, Elijah. So, but Land Fortress feels like a nice divergence from painting up a bunch of infantry.
Sure.
It's like a giant vehicle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. I'd pick something really big to work on
And
as
then-
like a break. When I was doing my Soulblight, I had like 5,000-6,000 points or something ahead of me to paint,
Yeah.
and there were.
You routinely went back and forth.
I would go back
Yeah.
and forth, but I saved my favorites, like the big ones, for the end.
Oh, you did save.
I saved my Vargskier and Neferata, but then who was it that I actually ended up painting last? It was before my Vargskier, I think. It might have been the skeletons, and that was pure misery. I was not happy about that. Where is Liberty Fires anyway? He usually comes in and asks me about my skeletons.
That's right. And you did a Derpo kind of early on.
Yeah. I had to go back and forth so I wouldn't go crazy. What I really had wanted to do was get all the like horde stuff out of the way first, but then I was like, no, this will make me go nuts if I just keep doing groups of 40
quite
over
frankly,
and
like,
over again.
Yeah, quite frankly, to start playing, a lot of people do that. Bryce does that. Bryce has amazing discipline in general with his paint. What happened? Oil? Did you put an enamel brush in?
I put it in my mouth, and it wasn't good.
I was wondering, I saw.
I hate it.
I saw that habit of yours, and
Wait here. This is mineral spirits.
Yeah,
right?
are you gonna put some of that? Are you gonna drink
Yeah,
some
I'll
of that?
put-
Mouthwash, do your little
Yeah.
swish.
Do a shot.
Yeah. I noticed you doing that, and I knew that you did that, and I remember I think you picked that up from being in art school.
In art school, yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if that's going to work. And then when we started using more enamels around here, Cire really turned us on to using more enamels.
Yeah, he did turn us on to it.
I was very curious how that would play out because, well, it's putting enamel in your mouth.
Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, it's fine. I can't lick my brush afterwards, which does not always compute.
Yeah, and if we can't lick our brushes after we're done painting, what is this all? What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
What has this all been for?
Hi, Pat. I'm glad you just got out of work. I mean, I'm sorry you had to work, but I'm glad you're out. They let you escape. Polychrome. Have you seen the new NIDS revealed yesterday? Actually, yes.
We did, yeah.
What is our favorite? Okay, there's the new, they redid the Prime, right? Is that what it was?
Yes, with the wings. You're talking about the Prime with the wings.
Okay, we're good now. It's clean.
The Prime with the wings came out in the Leviathan box, so he
okay, that's not what
wasn't
I'm
a new
thinking
reveal,
then, no.
but
I did see it on the list. Now there was this I can't remember what it was called, but it was really big and it had a really big brain, like the way they had painted it was like glowing blue brain.
Yeah.
I really liked that one. It was so cool looking and gross and big. Like all the way they're doing the new Tyranids are very
bulky. They're
bulky,
yeah.
But they're also like not clean looking anymore. They look like there's a lot of jagged edges. It looks like very in the process of morphing almost.
Oh, I see.
That was my take on it anyway.
Yeah.
Or they're just it's like a messier morph.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like you actually said I think you even compared it to like The Thing, right? John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
I like the Norn Emissary.
Emissary. Yeah. That's it then.
No.
That's what they're calling out in chat.
No, I think she might mean the.
Yeah, somebody tell me what it is. I think.
With the brain, the Norn Emissary had a brain. Okay.
And the Biovore.
Oh, the new Biovore was cool too.
Everyone, I think it was Soups that called out, like, oh, the Biovore doesn't look derpy anymore, and I was like, I don't remember it looking derpy, and then I had to go back and look it up, and I was like, oh yeah, it's pretty derpy. He's just sitting there.
He's got like little buck teeth.
Oh yeah, you're right. With a little cannon on his back. Yeah, he's kind of derpy.
He's a derpo.
So that was a good update.
Yeah, that was cool.
I liked my Biovore though, because I liked how you didn't need line of sight.
Well, I'm sure he still has that.
I know. I'm just saying it, and I remember liking that. That's all. Yeah,
are you? I think I know the answer to this.
The answer is probably no.
I think so, but I was going to ask if you were getting a. I don't know what the term would be.
A hankering.
Yeah, hankering to paint some Tyranids or FOMO on the new guys.
Oh, FOMO is a little bit. I have a little bit of FOMO about it. But not enough to start a new army or anything. If anything, I might. I can see. I mean, I got that Parasite of Mortrex, right? And I painted it. I'm never gonna play with it.
Mm-hmm.
I can see myself getting one just to paint for fun, but I have that crate of stuff to go through first. And you know how I am. I hate having a backlog. So by the time I'm ready to paint it, I'm sure they'll have all new models.
No.
That's how long I take.
They're going to be set for a while. That line's been getting a lot of love in the past decade.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people complain about how their line doesn't give much love. I don't think Tyranid players can complain.
No, that's fair.
They've gone. I mean, they've had.
I see them get updated a lot.
Yeah, the Parasite was even fairly new.
Mm-hmm.
They had a few years back the Tyrannocyte. They've had. And the Maleceptor, and they've had a lot of.
Well, I mean, Tyranids and Space Marines, right? Classic matchup. Isn't that the other team that always gets updates? Space Marines.
Well, Space Marines have been going through the thing because of Primaris, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they've been Primaris Marines. The whole thing is to make the models bigger.
Oh, okay.
And they want to.
Oh, gotcha.
After this, we can look at one of the Marines we painted last week and compare them to our Tau Firewearer. And you, like, a Marine is, like, almost, it's like 50% bigger than this guy, right? But that didn't used to be the case. The old models were, yeah. So they wanted, I guess, true scale.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Cire is joining.
Cire, okay. I'm out.
You're out. Zach out.
Okay, good to see you peeps again. I think I'm coming back in.
You're
again.
back in an hour.
In an hour? Oh, okay.
You get a whole hour off. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Love letting that cold air in.
Yeah.
We're starting to heat up.
It is definitely warmer in here now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we've only got 2 hours to go. Last time this happened way earlier.
Yeah.
I think.
So.
And
yeah,
I
we all seemed pretty miserable. Like,
I don't think we're
starting
gonna.
around 11.
I'm curious if we're gonna hit that like brutality that we did. We got there Wednesday a little bit, huh? It got pretty wet in here.
It got wet.
It got wet in here. It got really wet.
A little wet and wild.
Yeah, it got wet and wild.
All right. Feel free to be slow closing that door.
I know, right? Take your time. Take your time
You guys
leaving.
wanna get wet and wild?
We just don't need the help. Umi, hot take. I don't like how overly complicated the new knit sculpts are. Interesting. They are falling into the AOS trap of making the models so intricate they put people off painting them. Gasp, Umi. That is a hot take.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
It's fair.
Yeah, I think people have the same complaints about Death Guard when they came out. It's like, it's just so much to paint that it's kind of intimidating. And yeah, especially because you're going to be painting so many. That's a lot of Tyranids to paint.
You're right.
So.
But I see what I've read about like the Termagants and stuff is like, oh, they paint themselves. Like what I've seen people say is, you know, you're just like laying contrast. Yeah, exactly. They're a good contrast unit.
Yeah. That's fair.
So I can see it helping and, you know, going either way. When I did the Malianthrope forever ago, from Forge World, that was a very, like, there's a lot of detail on that.
Yeah.
And I said the same thing. I was like, oh, this just paints itself because the recesses, like, take care of a lot of the work for you.
And it's because it's organic. I feel like you can get away with.
Yes, you're
like,
right.
Yeah, you know, do I need to make this a super sharp edge highlight? Nah, this is fine.
Yeah. So how are you doing? Let's take a look at what you're working on.
Not much has changed since I was last in here.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I got a little bit of red. I did a little bit of edge highlighting. I did some recess washing. I would say most of the recess washing, but
that's nice.
Yeah.
I really love
and
the
a lens.
camo.
You guys' lens done.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so now I'm gonna be working on some of the red, just highlighting that up. I'm gonna try and do the white in the recesses for the Tau symbols, and then just back to edge highlighting.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing right now is some edge highlighting. I just finished up the panel. Panel lining, and I like. Actually, I don't hate edge highlighting.
Oh yeah.
Do you hate it?
I hate it if I have to.
Hate a strong word.
Hate's a strong but accurate word.
Okay.
I don't really hate it. I just don't like having to be really neat with it. I prefer a scratchy kind of worn look.
Yeah.
So that's why I do.
Yeah.
I paint mine that way. But there's a lot of edge to highlight on this, so I'm kind of a little selective with it, I would say.
Yeah. Sometimes you can't get every spot.
Every edge isn't going to get highlighted, I don't think.
All right. Well, I think we're caught up on our Super Chat special, so guys, feel free to add us some more.
Yeah.
But now is a good time for us to do memes.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Let's do some memes.
Yeah, my favorite. I was like, Zach, please put me on the schedule for memes. I want to do memes. Okay, so let me put down what I'm doing.
You're in charge of the buttons, so you're in charge of the memes.
I got it. I'm on it. All right, close up my thing so it doesn't dry out. My thingy thing. Okay.
Wet palette.
Yeah, wet palette. Thanks. Memes. Hooray. Okay, I'm going to try to remember who did what. this one egg is a rigid egg.
Rigid egg.
Yeah. So this is a callback to our last marathon.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, I had a quiz about different vehicles.
Yeah.
Right? 40K vehicles.
Yeah.
And I could only see like the corner of this thing, and I was like, well, it looks like an egg.
Yes, the very sharp-edged egg.
Yeah. So if you look at the box, it's sold as a rigid egg because that was how I described it.
Wait, you know, it's not entirely inaccurate. It, you know, it's like an egg. It does kind of have a bunch of little creatures inside of it.
That's true.
Yeah, so little space marine babies come out
Yeah.
of this rigid egg.
Ew, gross. What a visual. Thank you, Soups. This made me laugh. Number 2. Okay, this is great. Nobody who made this, I think it was Daminit, shared this picture, so I'm gonna credit Daminit because this became a huge not a mess, but like I was trying to give credit where credit was due and I couldn't do it right. In fact, I don't even know how hard I really was trying. But in memes, there's usually some chatting, and that's not allowed.
Yeah,
We're
chatting
very
is not
serious.
allowed.
We're very serious about our meme channel. And Daminit had this idea to make a chat thread in the meme channel where one can chat but not meme. But I guess you chat about memes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the no memes allowed in chat about memes.
Yeah. Well, then okay, so there's that. So that was Daminit's idea. And then I looked back and I saw, oh, this actually was Daminit's idea. Called out in our idea thread.
Oh,
idea channel. And then, okay, so now it exists, but I had the settings set to, like, nobody can post in threads except, like, mods and the cast. And so, like, this thread was just staring at Daminit, like Daminit couldn't write in it. So I took the screenshot because I was like, I think this is memey enough, like, for memes, because I just really enjoyed this interaction that happened in memes.
yeah. Thanks for the idea, Daminit.
Yeah,
You
thank
won't be able to
Daminit.
participate.
Yep. No, we fixed it though. You should be able to at this point. And it was named after Steven, and I don't really remember why. I think he said like one sentence after a bunch of us had been chatting already, and so it's like, okay, we're naming this after you, Steven.
He's taken the fall for us as the guy who chats in memes, even though
exactly. So thanks to Daminit and Soups and Steven, I guess.
Yep, Steven,
for
I guess.
This meme.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's for you, Cire.
Uh-oh. Oh my, don't screw with me like that.
What did
Soups.
you think when you saw this?
I thought, man, I was, Soups? I'm gonna get you back for this.
Yeah. A little mini heart attack.
Yeah, a little bit. It was probably about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of a long time if you think
It
about it.
is.
Like, oh my god. I didn't Google it though, so he didn't get me fully.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. When you Google it, that's how you know you've been had.
Yeah.
I hate these. Like, I remember seeing a Betty White one before she died and just like losing it. What? She can't die. And she did die anyway. It just happens, I guess. All right. Okay. I love this because who was it talking about that? Was it you and Zach? Oh yeah, on the Griffin stream.
Yeah,
talking through the new models, and I hadn't actually looked at these pictures yet. I hadn't looked at these models. I was like busy. So I was watching the stream while you guys were talking, and I saw this model come up and I was like, what the heck is coming out of this guy's head? Why would they design this?
Uh-huh.
But this is even better because there's like a person now sitting in the box.
So the original has a guy sitting in it. Now it's a 40K guy with a banner sitting on this AOS model. Yeah, sorry, related but unrelated. How did Sons of Horus get a guy in a hatch before any of the other legions got like the rest of their characters? What's going on with that, GW? They get literally half a guy, half a character before we do. Anyone else does?
I mean, this guy is like not really in there. right?
No,
Like, that's not the model.
No.
But like,
But it's not far off from
I
the
love
actual.
imagining that. I think they should do it. I think somebody should kit bash it.
This actual with
Yes.
this Space
It'd be
Marine.
so ridiculous.
We're gonna have to show you the real model. It's really not that far off.
Yeah.
He's not holding a flag, so.
And it's not really coming out of his head, right?
No,
like,
I think it's attached to his back.
His back, yeah. But like, why did they shoot the picture that way?
Yeah, they could.
That's
just
the meme.
slightly to angle it
What's
a little
the
bit.
matter with them? But yeah, I love this because this was Polly's. It made me die because I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like something, this guy is like sticking out of this guy's head, and there's a crow's nest.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Okay, this one's Yusuf. I'm crediting Yusuf. I appreciated this because Yusuf does hang out with us in the hobby chat, which I encourage everybody to do. It's really fun. It's nice to have people to either chat with or just listen to people chat.
Yeah.
Passes the time a bit. Yeah, but Yusuf stays up late and
To hobby with us.
yeah, that's very appreciated. And last one, this was Barry's. Yeah, Barry was all about this live stream short from forever ago featuring John. And basically, it's good meme fodder is what Barry's telling you. So go check out that short if you haven't yet. It's John trying to figure out, for those of you who know John or caught us in our first marathon where we painted the Agastus box. John doesn't paint. He doesn't really hobby. And so he spent a good portion of the episode trying to figure out how to hold his hands correctly.
Yeah. Look, John, once I figure it out, I'll let you know.
I was thinking, like, he was watching me do it, and I kind of sit up. I think when I'm on, depending on what camera view I'm under, like, I'll change what I'm doing, like, but I think normally I am resting on the table.
Yeah.
I think so. I can't, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like one of those things you can't answer anymore.
It's like when someone tells you, like, you're breathing manually now, and you're like,
Yeah.
how am I holding this? How do I hold this?
How does anyone breathe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say the proper way to hold it is wing like this,
Yes.
and then you gotta get real hunched,
Yeah.
and then that's how you paint good.
Yeah. I do that sometimes too.
Yeah.
But thank you guys for the memes.
Yes,
Good
thank
laugh.
you.
Yeah.
Good
I'm
times.
excited for next week's memes too.
Yes. Please join the Discord.
Yeah.
If you
please
have any
do.
good memes.
Or even if you don't.
Yeah, we'll take bad memes too.
Yeah. We'll take what we can get. So how are you doing?
I'm good. So I have my own titanium white ink, which is different than Zach's titanium white ink. So
how's that?
I was kind of confused.
Like a different brand or just a different bottle?
It's a different brand, same
okay.
name. So we're gonna see if it works the same.
Yeah.
Sloth, speaking of white paints, asked what's our favorite white paint.
Oh, how very timely.
Yes. It depends. If I'm spraying with an airbrush, I like liquid. Where are we? Liquid. Where's the camera? There it is. Liquitex white ink. It's really good for spraying. If I'm using a brush, I like Vallejo Game Color Dead White, which is even whiter than their model color white, which is weird because their game color is marketed as like,
Yeah.
you know, these are for painting minis, and their regular model line is like, these are for painting models, like high-end,
Oh, okay.
like diorama.
Oh,
things.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like I use AK titanium ink, which I don't have near me, but for airbrushing white. And then I like this isn't the actual white tube, but this brand Abtalung. Yeah, they have good coverage, really good pigmentation in their paints. So I like them for their white.
Yeah.
It has good coverage.
Yeah, they're good. They also make good oil paints. If anyone wants to start experimenting with oil paints.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's worth pointing out that our paints are all acrylic.
Yeah.
Zach and I actually don't have any oils. And everyone keeps saying, gotta try it. So I guess we'll have to do that one day.
Oh yeah, I've got some ideas for how we can use them.
Great.
All right. This is... I don't know about this. This white does not seem to be working as well as it worked for you guys.
Oh, no. Here, I'm going to change camera angles on you.
Oh, that's all good. Hello, Chad. Yeah, so it's bleeding a little bit. He said to just wipe it. That's fine. It's easy to clean up, though, I guess.
Yeah. Don't forget about our Super Chat special, fam. We have... How much more time do we have on this stream? It is 2:15.
An hour 45?
Yeah. We're actually headed towards the end.
Yeah, we're running out of time, is what it feels like.
Time keeps on slipping.
I feel like I'm running out of time.
Yeah. Holly's been helping you.
Holly's been helping a lot.
Which is really sweet of her.
Yeah. I don't think we'd be even close to finishing
without
today
Holly.
Without Holly's help.
Yeah.
So.
Holly, you guys should give Holly a shout out in chat. She's a great painter, and it's nice having her here.
Yeah.
On days like this, or whenever, but especially for our marathons.
Yeah.
Especially.
Okay. How did I do that one? Okay, so. What is it?
You're so popular, Cire.
I know. No one messages me until it's like they can sense when it's the least convenient.
Oh yeah, Soups brings up a good point. Holly, if you're listening, you got to put your stuff on Discord.
Oh yeah, she does.
We got to see it, yeah.
She's painting Sons of Horus right now.
Oh, okay.
And they're very nice. All right. Okay, that went a little bit better than this one. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, this is which
Got it.
So we've got the white blocked in around the Tau symbols here. Yeah. Oh, that's what we're doing. So what do I need to do next on this guy? I guess it's edge highlighting the brown, because I did the ochre, but when you do a camouflage scheme,
yeah,
you need to highlight different colors
differently,
yes.
Yeah. How much more time consuming do you think that is?
I would say it pretty much
Same.
doubles the amount of time.
Yeah.
If not a little bit longer. Yeah. Ooh, this is not a good brush. But yeah, okay. So horror movie. So this is Broken Chef. Thank you, Broken Chef. So horror movie talk. Saw Evil Dead Rise. I have my opinion. Wait, what? I have
my opinion.
Meg?
Comma Meg. He's probably asking me for my opinion. Yeah.
Or if you went Evil Dead Cire. So this is where I get confused. There's Evil Dead.
Yes.
And then there's... What's the one with the guy with the chainsaw arm?
Isn't that at the end of Evil Dead? Doesn't he do the chainsaw at the end of Evil Dead?
Yes. But then they have the new Evil Dead, right?
There was a show. There's been a show. I know.
Wasn't
and there's Evil Dead 1, Evil Dead 2. And then there's Army of Darkness.
Yes,
and that's the silly one.
Yes, okay. That's the one I like.
Super campy,
yes, that's the one I like.
Yeah.
But then there's like another Evil Dead that came up like this year or last year that's like super serious. And like
what are they? Evil Dead Rise.
Okay. Yeah.
Rises, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see it, but I watched the trailer and was thinking, this is nothing like... This doesn't look funny.
This is Army of Darkness.
What happened? Where's Bruce Campbell?
You're like, this is Megan's type of horror.
Yeah, what is going on?
Yeah. I still haven't seen it yet. It's on our list. Like, the podcast I'm doing with my friend Kate, like, we're going to do it this year. But I haven't seen it yet. We haven't gotten around to that one quite yet. So I cannot offer you my opinion, Broken. I've heard good things about it. I hope you liked it. But let me see. Any follow up? No, there's no follow up yet. Hey, John. It's nice to see you.
Hey, John. Pochito.
I don't know. T-Rex, guys, throw some T-Rexes in chat for John, please. He needs those. He needs that reminder. John, you were featured in one of our memes this week.
Yes. We haven't figured out how to hold our models yet.
I change my position like every time I paint, I think.
Yeah.
I'm so inconsistent. Yeah.
Yeah. Lots of T-Rex. Good thing there's a T-Rex emote.
I know. It's made just for John.
All right.
All right. Here I can steal the camera for a little bit, I guess.
Yep.
If you guys can see anything. I'll hold it here. I'm just doing some edge highlighting. Oh, there's a hot dog.
Yeah.
Random.
Thank you for the hot dogs, Bryce.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. So if anyone has any questions or comments for us, just at the Hobby Collab in chat, and we'll read it.
Or demands to make.
Yes, or demands.
Yeah, because I'm only going to be in here another 10 minutes, so now's a good time to get your demands in.
Yes.
So that way Brett can deal with it.
Yeah. And we can just ignore it until make it someone else's problem. Right. So.
Look at all those T-Rexes.
So what I'm doing now is I'm just focusing on the top edges, the most prominent.
I'm sorry if you guys can't see. There we go. Okay.
The most prominent edge highlights, because I don't think I'm gonna have time to get to everything. So what you want to do is you want to focus on what people are gonna see first. So
true.
Tops.
As I paint an edge highlight underneath the cape.
Yeah. Which as soon as you glue it on, I'll never see it again. But
yeah.
But you know, that's
exactly. That's what my dad would always say. I mean, he's still alive. He still says that, I guess. But
he used to say that, but he still says it.
Yeah.
But he used to say it too.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna know. Or like.
Yeah.
I'm like, Dad, no one's gonna know for whatever it was. Well, I'm gonna know.
Yes, I'm focusing on the face right now so that we can get a nice picture.
Yeah.
Remember, if you're trying to paint quickly, faces and bases. That's what people look at first and the most.
Bases.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, uniform bases.
Yeah.
I should say. If your army is, not uniformly based, it's noticeable.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, some red got on this glove, but I think it's supposed to be this gold color. So I'm going to paint over it with gold. Whose birthday is it?
Oh, whose birthday is it?
Somebody's birthday. Somebody's birthday. I'm missing it. I don't see where. I see people referring to a birthday.
Is it Jonathan's birthday?
Oh, Jonathan. Okay.
No, is it? I don't actually know.
Something.
Oh,
something
it is.
Talk.
Oh, happy birthday, John. It is John's birthday.
John? Oh, there. He said it right there. Disconnecting from my birthday. Okay. Happy birthday, John.
Happy
I'm
birthday.
like, should we try singing happy birthday this time?
Nope. We'll save that for Zach and Brett. They're going to do it.
Happy birthday from Hobby Collab to you. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Woo!
Yay!
That's what you're getting.
I hope he enjoys it. I hope he didn't disconnect and that was for nothing.
I know. Yay. Okay.
All right, no one said John. Happy birthday, John. It's a secret.
Oh, how old is John?
He's turning 15 this year.
15.
Yeah.
Oh, the big 1-5. Is he having a quinceañera?
That's yeah. I thought it was 16. Am I wrong?
No, quince is 15.
Oh.
Jeez
I hope
Louise.
so. I don't speak Spanish clearly. Yeah.
Some good dice rolls. Yeah. John, take my energy
Yeah. Have a
for
good
your
one,
dice
John.
rolls. I can't wait to have John back on our show. He's a treat.
Yes, John's great.
Yes. We do have more marathons in the works. Hopefully not during a heat wave.
No, we're scheduling them for the heat wave action.
Yeah, we need to check ahead. Yeah. I know, Jonathan. Yeah, I picked the less melodic birthday song to do.
sing. Yeah.
I'm like, this is the one they sing at Applebee's. So I can do it.
Is okay. do maybe someone can tell us if this is true? Is the reason they sing that version is because the actual Happy Birthday song is like copyrighted?
Oh, that's a good question. Chat, can you look that up for us?
Yeah.
We're gonna
Chat, now
give you chores to do.
Yeah. Now you gotta do something for us. Chat.
Yeah. I actually don't know that.
Because I think it's owned by like Warner Brothers or something. But
I
like
know,
it should be public domain, right?
I would imagine so. We could just make things up.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I can't believe that they would do that, and we're just gonna say they definitely do that. Sue Applebee's every time they say.
Yeah, Soup says it's copyright still.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, that's silly. That just seems silly. The song is so old.
Yeah.
Yeah, when does it not copyright anymore? I don't know how music works as compared to like movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Lapsed in 2017, says Umi.
Oh.
Oh, wait. Oh, man. Look at all these facts we're getting. Okay. Warner, 20 million. Oh, my God, you're right. Warner Brothers purchased it. That's so goofy. Estimated at $5 million for that song. Wait.
Yeesh.
It lapsed. All right, cool. Lapsed. So we're good. We can sing it without getting sued.
Oh, thank goodness.
Well, we'll remember that for next time. For now, I'll stick with the Applebee's version.
Yeah. Next time it's John's birthday, we'll sing it.
Yeah. Whose birthday is next? Zach and I are both in September.
Okay, so I don't know when Brett's birthday is. Holly and I are October.
Okay.
So, sounds like you're next.
Oh, boy.
Alright. Just cleaning up this tau symbol.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what was I doing before? I'm edge highlighting the gun. It's like you get distracted with other things going on these models. Like,
yeah.
Well, and these aren't even some of the busiest models I've ever seen, but like they're fairly busy, and so I'll like get distracted by something else.
Yeah. That's what keeps happening to me.
Yeah. Oh, now when do I want to? I'm assuming we want to varnish these with matte.
Yes.
Okay, and does that happen at the end, or does it need to happen while we're still painting? Or does it?
So that's probably going to happen at the end.
Okay, great. I didn't want to.
Probably as the very last step, because we don't have any metallics.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Now, if we had metallics, it would probably be the step right before metallics.
Okay, I do have like a silver bracelet.
Okay.
But I don't think it's worth stressing over.
Yeah,
but unless you think you're the paint master.
No, so what we can do is you can varnish the whole model and then come back and just basically spot highlight some metal parts back
Great.
on.
I'll do that. Ah, man, don't you hate it when you accidentally paint in the recess?
Never happened to me.
Well.
I wouldn't know.
That's right.
That's
I
what
forgot.
I'm fixing that right now.
I love that snark. Only a subpar painter would have that experience, Meg.
I haven't done that since my first model. Wow.
Actually.
Good
painters don't do that.
Alright. Yeah, I think we talked about this the last time both of us were on.
Probably.
Was, it's okay to make mistakes, and I think we worry ourselves into thinking that like we have to do something perfectly, but
yeah, it's okay. You can always go back.
Yep, always go back and fix it.
It's one of the perks of this hobby. You can do it over and over again.
Yep.
Okay, right. That's right. I got distracted by this glove, which it should not be red. Okay, so I need to repaint that. But oh, sorry. Did I shake the table?
No.
Okay.
I pulled some of the white paint out of the recess
That's
somehow.
Fine. Right. I'm like, wait, what was I doing?
Stop getting distracted.
Oh my gosh. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, it's getting delirious.
Yeah.
Probably dehydrated.
Oh no. We do have a water pitcher, but
Oh, that's
you
where the
don't have a
water's
glass.
at.
Yeah.
It's in here.
I'll bring you there's 2 more out there too, but I'll bring you water so that you're not dying.
Okay, I don't know if I have a cup. I've been drinking other things.
I'll bring you
Not water.
Yeah. I'll bring it if you need one.
Okay.
Or Zach can when he comes in. Zach, bring Cire some water, please, or at least a glass.
Chop, chop. He's gonna make me come in here and get him water now.
I know. We should make that like a tradition. We serve each other water and stuff.
We haven't been using our mats.
We haven't yet. No,
I think we haven't needed to.
It's been okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not dying. Like, I'm not even sweating, which is crazy to me.
I know. It's definitely hotter than it was on Wednesday. Like, outside, but inside it's actually not
We did
bad.
okay. We did it, guys. We did it, fam. We protected ourselves from the heat. We only have an hour and a half left to survive the heat. And we might just make it.
I think we're going to make it, guys. Oop.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any questions? From Praskadash
Ooh,
at the Hobby Collab. So since you... Oh, voice is cracking.
I loved it.
Sorry, I'm going through puberty.
It happens.
So since you brought up varnish, could you go over for someone that is afraid to varnish when to implement these steps? Okay, so you might have heard Zach talking about how I varnish like way more than normal. So I think most people, you would just varnish at the end.
Yeah.
And so like if you're having let's say you're having a model that has like no metallics, I would just varnish everything at the end. If you want your metallics to stay shiny, I would do your varnish, assuming you're doing a matte varnish, I would do a varnish and then do your metallics. If you're doing let's say like a shiny metallic scheme like Grey Knights or Custodes or something like that, you can prime your model black, or you can do like prime it a regular black, varnish it with gloss varnish before you put the metallics on. It'll make the metallics shine more.
Okay.
And if you're going to do something like recess washing, you want to do a gloss varnish before you do recess washing, and that helps with like surface tension, so the panel liner will go into the recesses easier. So really there's a lot of different steps, different places you could do, or a lot of steps in the process you could do a varnish. It really depends on what you're doing.
What you're trying to accomplish.
But generally speaking, at the very end.
At least.
Yes.
This sounds like it'd be good canon for a video.
Yeah, I think maybe we should do that.
I need a varnishing video.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot to think about.
Yeah.
It's not, it can be as simple as just do it at the end, or like you can layer it in with your paint as you've been doing.
Yeah, that's usually what I do.
And it makes a really nice model.
Yeah, it makes a very nice finish.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing. If you're going to do transfers, I would do a gloss varnish, apply your transfers, gloss varnish again, and then whatever final finish you want, matte, satin, whatever. But that's how you make it so that your transfers don't look like they're sticking out, and like they don't look like they're stickers that you put on them.
All right. Zach is coming in shortly, so I'm going to give you guys
All right.
a look.
Yep.
Oh, it's Brett.
Oh, it's Brett. Hey, Brett.
Oh, yeah, Brett. Sorry. You're not Zach. You're Brett.
Thank you. I got my water.
Here's where I left off. I'll take that with me, too. That's not important. Can you guys see those okay?
Bring me the panel liner.
I think I'm all
Black
done with my
panel
edge highlighting. Oh, no, wait. This still needs some edge highlighting. Okay, so I have some edge highlighting left to do. And then what? This guy has some tchotchkes. He's like holding some tchotchkes, and then this guy has... Oh, and also he has a bracelet, so that'll get metallic. And then I have a couple of poles here. What color should I paint the poles?
I would just do them black.
Just do... Okay.
Black with a gray highlight.
Okay, I'll do that then. So there's that, and then This guy has some bands in his hair. Okay, so
thank
all those little details I'm going to get when I go out there. And then with whatever time I have left, I want to do some freehand towel letters on this little belt ribbon, whatever that means. Whatever that is. But anyways, I will see you guys in an hour. Now Brett is taking over.
Bye.
Meg, I hope you look up the Tau alphabet and do actual Tau letters.
Oh, you
And
don't
I
want me
hope
to
that
just scribble?
Whatever you spell out in those actual Tau letters is a phrase that, I don't know, is well considered.
Okay. that's
Appropriate
a
for the
really-
Hobby
let me-
Collab.
You know what? You're right. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you for the assignment.
Welcome back.
I didn't say responsible or appropriate
No,
for
no,
a
no,
Tau
no.
ethereal. Just like,
I just need an icy Citapon. Anybody?
I think I'm all right.
no, I'm okay. An icy Citapon.
Yeah.
Is that a? Is there a euphemism?
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say. I was gonna ask you the same thing.
I've never heard those words.
That's a new sentence for me.
Put into that order. Yeah.
Yeah. All
How are
right.
we doing, everyone?
Yeah. How's everyone doing? So,
This is
what have you been
exciting.
working on?
I've been working on. So I started edge highlighting a few hours ago, and then realized that I was actually getting ahead of myself and I needed to do some color blocking, and so I've gone back and done some color blocking on, for example, the turret, the missile pod turret, as well as like the underside of the Tau drones. So these were all just kind of bulk airbrushed, and I had overspray, and so I kind of cleaned up the overspray a little bit, and then have been doing, like little bits of color blocking on the ghost kill drones for the accent color, the maroon on the fin.
Right.
So yeah, that's kind of what I've been up to, and I think now that that's done, I think I'm gonna go back to edge highlighting.
Yeah. That's
So,
right, Matt.
I've also gotten a dry brush, and so one of the things I'm gonna try on the sort of underside of these drones, I've blocked it in a solid dark brown. We have this dryad bark color that is our dark brown that we're doing like the fatigues on and such. So I painted that, and I'm going to dry brush over that. There's all these little sort of techie bits on the underside of the drones, and so I'm going to dry brush over. It takes to dry brushing really well.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to do a light dry brush over those. They're also not especially well visible.
Yeah.
They're, on the bottom sides of things. And so you just kind of want to give the impression of techiness.
Yeah.
If
You
that
want to
makes
make it
sense.
look like, yes, we did see them, so we did paint them.
They exist,
But you don't need to go overboard.
but you don't need to edge highlight every single individual little... and what's weird is that I'm not even sure I need to do this step, because the last time I was in here, I was talking with Zach about how the paint that I'm using, Dryad Bark, is an air paint.
Yeah.
And he had sort of further diluted it for some purpose. I don't know that he ever actually
Explained himself.
explained it, but it was basically the intent of making a Dryad Bark colored contrast paint, essentially.
Right.
So the fact that I was painting this over ochre, ochre airbrush overspray, means that there's actually kind of like, it sort of is doing the contrast effect. It's like the edges, the raised edges are sort of already, highlighted for
Yeah.
me almost. So the fact that I'm now dry brushing over them to sort of further highlight them is nice, but maybe not necessarily
Not
required.
100% necessary.
Yeah, I'm sort of accentuating an effect that already exists. But yeah, and I'm using sort of a mixture of our ochre and our ochre highlighting color to achieve this. But yeah, it's coming together.
Yeah. We are, That's how it always feels, right? With these marathon streams is, oh man, we're so far behind, and then towards the end, it's like, oh, you know what, pretty far.
It'll be all right.
It'll be all right.
Yeah, and is that a metaphor for life? You're like, you get into the thick of it, and you're not sure how it's all gonna work out, and then it just kind of
you'll be all right.
It works all right in the end. Yeah. Painting art as a metaphor for life.
Painting Tau specifically.
Painting Tau specifically.
So,
I mean, you've done a lot of Space Marines. How do these compare to Space Marines in your book?
A lot more edges.
You think so?
Yeah.
I guess Space Marines have rounded bits, huh?
Yeah. So I mean, it's. Yeah, I'll show you. It's stuff like this. These little panel lines.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like this. Sorry, let's back up a little bit. So.
Have you been edge highlighting each of those?
So I'm edge highlighting the most prominent ones.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but you think on a Space Marine, this would just be one long piece,
right?
Or a piece of cloth,
right?
Something like that. But yeah, there's just a lot of little things like that. Yeah, they add up when you're trying to highlight them. But it is kind of what makes the Tau. It gives them their look. It's these little.
That's what's unique about them. Yeah.
Yeah, these little cut-ins.
It's interesting. You mentioned that. I feel like modern Space Marine designs have been sort of, and modern Tau designs have been converging.
Yes, exactly.
Like they'll do a what's the rumor engine picture of like some hard angled robot panel.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow. I genuinely have no idea if that's a Tau thing or a Space Marine thing.
It could be Tau, Space Marine, maybe even Votan.
Yeah, now there's a third option. You're right. Man, it's a little bit heretical saying that.
A little bit. But yeah, there does seem to be a, like you said, convergence.
Generic the generic sci-fi used to be the realm of Tau, and now it's no. Primaris is caught up.
That's right. I just realized there's a little lens. That's a lens, isn't it? There's another lens down there.
Yeah, that's a tiny lens. All right, are we caught up on ats?
Let's see.
I think we are. We just got one new one.
Okay, Zesticle.
From Zest, yeah.
How long does someone have to paint to get arms like Cire? Does he use weighted paintbrushes? No, you just have to squeeze the brush really hard the whole time.
Yeah, okay.
And then you also got to clench your jaw and neck too.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know, have you seen Cire's water bottle? It's like it's like has meaningful mass to it, right? Like that's a big water bottle. Yeah.
You haven't seen the gallon water bottle.
Wow, that's what I'm referring to.
Oh yes.
This is the small one.
This is
the travel size.
Yeah, the baby. Water.
So yeah. People talk about 12-ounce curls. This is like 64-ounce curls on your water bottle.
Stay hydrated.
I've been laxing a little bit on that.
Yeah, that's actually I had my first drink of water about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Despite it being 1,000,000 degrees.
Only a million.
Only a mil. Yeah. A cool 1,000,000 degrees. Okay.
Yeah, drinking water. That's how you get arms like Cire.
That's right. And eat your spinach and listen to your mom.
Tour duty in the Army doesn't hurt either. Marines?
No.
Marines?
Navy.
Okay, gosh.
You can get there eventually.
All right, so I'm going to do some edge highlighting on these boys now. You're in edge highlighting mode as well.
Yeah, it's pain. But we'll get through it though.
It's between panel lining and edge highlighting. It's like kind of what makes Makes the army stand out.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, you know what I will do? Because this was my assigned duty.
Lenses.
Can I get some lenses, some guys to paint
Heck
lenses?
yeah.
Maybe I'll start with these guys. Are you done with them, or are you still painting
I'm
them?
not actively working on them.
Okay.
So you can do those.
I'll do them, and I think
Stealth lenses?
Yeah. Ooh, they're nice and dark already, too, so save me some time. All right. Yeah, and if anyone has questions for us, you can look at our Super Chat special. I think that's the right button. It may have been on. It may have been on screen already. I didn't check. Yeah, if you have any questions, just add us in the chat and we'll read it.
Yeah.
We'll probably read it.
Probably most definitely read it.
Yeah, probably most definitely. Maybe.
So, so you've never. This is your first Tau painting experience.
It is.
Um,
I think I've technically primed some before,
Right,
but it was for someone else.
And Space Marines and Custodes are your right? Custodes.
Yeah, Custodes,
are your
Space Marines, and I also have Death Guard.
Death Guard. If you were hypothetically to take up a Xenos faction, what would that be?
Okay, that's tough. Okay, so Holly has orcs already. So.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I would say, if Holly didn't have orcs, I would choose orcs myself, but she does. So. Honestly, maybe Eldar?
Eldar.
I think they're really cool models. Also, GSC is cool. Are they? They are Xenos, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
Sure. Oof. That's tough. I think I'm leaning Eldar.
Leaning Eldar. Okay.
Yeah, I just think the models are really cool, especially like just the plain Guardians are like
sure, yeah,
really cool.
Why wouldn't you choose Tau?
So mainly they're not. we just talked about
not different enough.
They're not. Yeah, they're not
sure.
too different from like where Space Marines are at now.
That's fair.
Primaris.
That's fair. I thought that's what you were gonna say.
Yeah. I would do like if I did Tau though.
Yeah.
I would want to do stuff like Ghost Kills. Ghost Kills probably my favorite standard size model.
Yeah.
I would lean into big robots.
Big robots.
Yeah. Because love dreadnoughts.
Right.
These are
basically
basically
the
equivalents.
Same,
Yeah.
Basically the same. Yeah.
Maybe
Except
a little
no,
more live.
There's no dead people on them.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be a lot cooler if they did.
Eldar. There you go. That's
yeah, exactly.
That's where the Eldar come in. Dead people inside your giant robots.
Yeah. Robots are just cooler when there's dead people in them.
Man, I was, I was saying I just played my first game with Space Marines.
Yeah.
Have you played 10th Ed yet?
Not yet. I really need
That's
to.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
No judgment here. But I was looking through I had this moment when they first sort of were doing the teasers for 10th Ed, and then like fairly early on in that process they announced this like big list of Heresy era units that were all going to Legends. And,
yeah.
like this massive group of the population just all were like
upset, right?
very upset, understandably so.
Understandably,
like,
I would say, yeah.
That was frustrating, I'm sure, for if you had collected those Forge World kits. But one of the things they announced as part of that was that like Dreadnoughts, like the old box Dread, was supposedly going to Legends.
Yeah.
Like, that was part of that reveal. But then weirdly, like Venerable Dreadnoughts were not.
Yeah,
Like
it's
I
weird.
very distinctly remember this. Like old box Dreads were going to Legends, but Venerables were not.
Yeah.
And then now that the book is available, like all the index cards, box Dreads are
Fine.
not in Legends.
Yeah.
They very definitely have a data card, and
Yeah.
there's no Venerable Dread
Yeah.
card. So I'm like genuinely confused. Was that
They-
just a typo that the Warcom team missed a thing?
And that's what it seems like, right? Like it seems like
Right.
they just put the wrong dreadnought in.
I guess.
Oh my god, they buried the wrong guy.
But they buried the wrong guy. So I guess I can imagine that. But like I've not seen anyone talking about that. Like there was a lot of people, myself included, who were like, "Oh man, really the box dreads are going away? Like what? Why?" And well, I guess I'll run them as Venerable.
Yeah.
Um, Oh, okay. So Super Edie has an add to this. So Brett, the box dreads aren't going to Legends, but they are going out of production. Okay. So I guess I assumed that meant like when things go out of productions, that means that they're going to Legends, right? Like that's what that means.
Yeah,
Isn't
but I
it?
guess in this case, that's not the case.
Or maybe this is like a preview for next edition. Like, are they going to Legends? Like, they're out of production now. You can continue using them for 10th, and then like in 11th they won't exist.
They have to. They're slowly phasing it out.
And I guess that could be said for all Firstborn things.
Yeah.
Now, I just magnetized an old box dread recently.
Yeah.
Actual metal. So physical.
You could use it to bludgeon someone.
Physical weapon. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's dangerous.
I
had to get very large magnets because I was worried that the weight of the arms would just would just fall off.
That's pretty fun.
I don't know. We'll see. That would be unfortunate. I would be sad if that happened.
Yeah, it's like that's such a classic model, and there's so many of them out there, right?
Yeah,
It's not like it's some obscure Forge World thing
That's
that
true.
only a couple people bought.
that's true. And I think if that turns out to be true, the fact that they now have a Brutalis and a Ballistus is potentially foreshadowing that that's coming.
Yeah.
Because, now there's like actual modern alternatives. There's a shooty dread. There's a melee dread. There's a dread that's a mix of both in the Primaris range.
Yeah, he's just got an extra, he has thighs now instead of just a knee.
Yeah, he's just not all fist.
Yeah.
Fist and torso.
Yeah, he's got a little more leg on him.
Not a lot of legs.
No, not a
there's
lot.
Still,
Just a
there's
little
still
bit.
a little lacking in that department, but
They seen the Tau. They seen these ghost kills and thought, you know what, we should probably try and do that.
the ghost kill's got nice thighs.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
legs for days.
He's good. He's good. Yeah, he did not skip leg day.
Oh no.
Leah McCauley, we know her.
Hello. Wait.
Leah's my wife. She says she just got here. She just arrived.
Oh, okay.
She brought a cake. She made a cake
Nice.
this morning. Yeah. Leah says, best Halloween costume, go.
Best Halloween
Yeah. Do you have
that I've ever had,
that
or
you've
just
ever
in general?
Seen, that you've ever seen? What
That
is
I've ever seen?
Yep.
Oh my gosh. My brain is broken. I'm trying to think of all the Halloweens I've had.
Well, let's start. What is the best Halloween costume that you've ever worn? Are you a Halloween guy?
I enjoy Halloween.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm like one of the people who gets like. I'm not the person who does a lot for it, but I enjoy seeing other people get like really into it.
Right. There's a alien and
Yes.
predator mask on the wall here from Zach and Meg last year. Right.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna keep it simple.
Mhm.
My best Halloweens were when I was a little kid.
Yep.
And my favorite costume was it probably Sub-Zero from Mortal Kombat.
Yes. Oh, that's cool.
Keep it basic. It was so good. I wore that costume multiple times.
Multiple times. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you know a good one.
Yeah.
When I was, I have two costumes that I really liked. I guess in general, I would say I've never really done this before, but in general, I would say I prefer costumes that are like actually scary.
Yeah.
Like I feel like modern Halloween has become this like funny meme holiday.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Like I get a kick out of a good funny meme costume. But like I have mad respect for people who can like pull off genuinely terrifying Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
And so I know Molecule Cody in chat, he has a daughter, and some of the Halloween costumes he's posted of his kids are
He's
like
yeah.
it's like genuine, the real deal.
There's some real horror in there.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm super impressed when I see people who like can pull that off and make that work.
Excuse me.
So I have done when I was I have two that I think stand out for me. One was I was probably 12, and my mom made me this like fleece. So I grew up in Michigan. It was genuinely cold, and so Halloween was a time when you couldn't just be anything for Halloween because it was probably going to be 40 degrees and maybe raining.
Right.
And so having a Halloween costume that was like sort of accounted for the fact that you're potentially going to be outside for an hour plus in inclement weather.
Right.
You know, when it's like snow and rain, you had to start the process of making your costume, you know, weeks in advance before you knew what the weather was, and weather forecasting wasn't as good as it is now, and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, my mom made me this like fleece cape. And I had this like cool hood thing, and I got a mask with like a skeleton face. And I made this staff out of a PVC pipe, and I fitted this flashlight in the top, and I had this like globe over the top of it. And so I was this like death necromancer wizard, but the flashlight was rigged in such a way that if I like slammed the staff down on the ground, it would activate the flashlight and like light up the globe. And so I could do this like crazy thing and then like cast a spell and make it light up.
That's really cool.
I was super into it. It's my one weird thing I could do as a wizard. So that was like the first one that stands out to me. That was the first time I ever like tried to do something weird and techie with a Halloween costume.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
It was fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a cool little.
And then the second one that stands out to me was in college. I did. I went as Optimus Prime, and I made all the chunky bits. And this was before the Michael Bay movies, so it was like 80s cartoon movie, like cartoon Saturday morning cartoon Optimus Prime, and it was all out of cardboard. So it was like glued cardboard bits, and then I got craft paint and painted them all the right colors and stuff. And then I had a hockey mask, and it wasn't like a goalie mask. It was just like a helmet that I put some like teched up, and then I had some gloves, and it was cool. It was a lot of work, and I kept it for a while.
Do you have any pictures? You gotta put pictures on Discord if you have any.
I mean, both of these were like pre-digital cameras, so they would have been like film photos.
So maybe not.
I'd had to have digitized. Yeah, maybe not. I'll look around. I'll see what I can find. That's good. Well,
yeah, that's good.
I like Halloween. I've never really like gotten into it as an adult, I guess.
Right.
But yeah, all right, cool, good question.
Yeah, good
Thanks,
question.
Leah.
Thank you. There's another one. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat cake soon. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, cherry cake.
Ooh,
That's what's right.
amazing.
Cherry cake. How are your lenses coming?
So I got your lenses done. So I don't.
What's your recipe for lenses? Do you want to talk about lenses a little bit?
Sure. So I just here we can. It's kind of hard to see anyway, but basically you got your eye, your lens. Paint the whole thing black, right? There you go, and then a little crescent right here, of in this case blue, turquoise, and then a smaller little crescent within that crescent of a lighter blue, or in this case I think it's Vallejo blue green, and then even smaller. And that little within that crescent, within a crescent, Vallejo blue green with a little bit of white mixed in.
With white. Yeah.
Yep. And then in the opposite corner of the crescent, 1 or 2 dots.
Just one little dot.
If you want to look real shiny, you do 2 dots.
So your recipe for lenses is a three-step process.
Yeah.
The base color and then 2 crescents.
Yep. 2 crescents or three crescents.
3 crescents.
Well, it's like 2 crescents and a maybe a little line that's like kind of crescent shaped, but it's so small you can't really tell.
Okay. And do you try to do any like glazing between the crescents to like smooth the transition?
So if it's a really big,
if it's a big lens.
If it's a big lens, I'll do that. But on something like this, even this is like pretty small.
Right.
I don't bother because you wouldn't be able to tell anyway.
Yeah.
I think the key is to make sure you base coat it black though and leave a lot of black showing.
Start with black. Okay.
Yeah.
That gets you a long way.
Yeah. I used to do like I'm gonna start with like a dark red,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll glaze it up, and it just never had the contrast I liked.
Right, okay.
So I think leaving most of it black is actually the way to go.
I taught myself how to do lenses on the Tau vehicles. Like the vehicles have these sort of Eldari-esque
Yeah.
like gems almost on them that are not round but oval.
Oh yeah.
And so it's good to kind of practice that on. And then also the windscreens, they have like a nice small sort of
Oh yeah.
smiley face shaped windscreen on the front that lends itself well to, it's not a lens per se, but you can use the lens effect, right?
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and you can use it for things like windshields and stuff like that, like on your airplanes and stuff. So before I let Zach in, I wasn't sure if these are lenses. They're like recessed. So I don't actually see a lens.
3 of them, or just the you did the top left one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I think that's what we'll do because I don't. Well,
I'm not sure.
We'll see what Zach says.
Who knows?
Check with Brett to see what's a lens on a ghost camera.
Yeah.
No, we don't have to do that.
No,
You're the guy though.
you're the guy.
I know. I'm making a decision. We're not going to do it.
I
You
you
heard-
said, no, we have to check with you.
No.
Like, no, you definitely have to check. No,
I am
definitely
the-
expect you to check.
Chat, for reference, when Zach was assigning us all roles and responsibilities for today's stream, my responsibility was to
Quality control.
quality control, final arbiter of like what is and is not a lens.
Yeah.
Mine's out there.
Okay. Maybe more like Canon control, right?
Oh yeah.
This is a lens. This isn't. All right.
See ya.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like first job when sort of tackling a Tau painting project is deciding what is what. Like half the battle is like, hey, is this a lens? Is this like a hatch? Is this a panel? Is this a
This is the case with a Suriani
gun.
too. Like, is this a gem?
Is this a
These
gem?
can't all be gems.
These can't all be gems.
Yeah,
Sometimes
these-
they're just like bubbles in the fabric, or maybe they're just like, yeah, who knows what this is?
You're
It's
like-
a ammunition pouch.
Like, really, these cannot all be lenses. It's not gonna. It's never gonna happen.
Yeah, and like with Tau, there's so much weird war gear that like you can kind of just make it whatever you want, and nobody knows what any of it is. So it almost doesn't matter.
Okay, these little nerds are almost finished.
Yeah, how you doing? You got some firewires there.
I
You
do. So they have some lens.
want to show us where you're at?
Yeah, we'll take a little peek here. So lenses need to get done. And
Oh, that's
I
Cire's
think
job.
at this
Are you
point,
going to work on those?
we'll see. We'll see how he's doing. He's very good at it.
He's overloaded with lenses.
But he's got a lot more. I'm like fairly. I literally varnished these guys back. Now took the gloss away, which
To matte.
wow makes a difference. They look significantly less annoying when they're not glossy.
Yeah, the gloss. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, I was like, oh man, I don't like how these models look because they're glossy. And then like, yeah, you paint over them with some matte paint or do a varnish coat.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh wow, okay, this I can get back into this now.
Yeah. So they are needing their lenses, which is going to be a big deal. And I'm now going to do a little bit of the war paint thing I like to do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's your thing.
Yeah, so I'm going to use titanium white ink. And what I'm going to do, I already have some here on my palette, but I'm going to get some new titanium white ink. So I'm going to put a little bit here. And what I'm going to do with like a kind of medium small brush, let me find one. It doesn't actually need to be a particularly great brush. This guy might work. Is I'm going to, make an outer layer with this kind of thin white on a helmet. And so it is actually designed, or the idea is that it is actually paint.
Yeah, but not a sept marking. Sort of different from that, right?
Yeah, it's the sept color. So to help bring that in. You know, I had all the Tau assembled except for the ghost keel.
Yeah.
And they were up here on the table. They were pretty much like right here. And I was sitting there, and Bartok was sitting here.
Your cat.
The cat. And I left the room, and when I came back, Bartok was gone, and the Tau were all over the floor. And I did not have the shoulder pads glued to the breachers. And I thought I found them all, but then yesterday I found it and realized I was still missing one. And so,
there's a shoulder pad somewhere on the floor, huh?
There's a shoulder pad somewhere on the floor. And the Shasla, whatever he's called, the leader, Shazwi, he's going to end up having a strike team shoulder pad.
Uh-oh. That's fine. Do you think anyone, like, raise your hand in chat if you know the difference between a strike team shoulder pad and a breacher shoulder pad?
But you'll see it. You'll notice it, though, when you see it, right? I mean, I get your point, but, you know.
Nobody knows the difference. This is the...
The views just dropped to 0.
This is the benefit of playing a Xenos army. Is like no one knows what any of your stuff is. So you can just be like, oh yeah. I mean, like, I think people know what railguns are. So you can't put missile pods in your broadsides and be like, oh yeah, these guys have railguns. But like,
there's a few things people know, but that's about it.
You can put a multi-tracker on his shoulder and tell people it's a target lock, and no one will know.
Yeah.
Right?
Meg, like I looked over and Meg had just put different systems on top of. She just put whatever she thought looked cool on top of your stealth. Guys.
Yeah, great. It's got a drone controller.
And I was like, oh no. And then I was like, you know what? It's not gonna matter.
It's fine. He's got a drone controller on. There aren't even rules for a drone controller. Stealth suits can't even take support systems in 10th.
Right. Or could they in 9th? They even had like only a couple of things they could.
Yeah, it was a limited selection.
Yeah. Okay, so after doing the titanium white ink, which is like this translucent kind of, you know, inky white, I'm going to use the Abtalong pure white, which is the opposite. So this is literally like as white as you could get. Oh, that's silver.
It's chalky. Thick and chalky as you can imagine.
Yeah, this is literally like going from almost a contrast paint
to like paste
to a very thick white, but both white. And then what I do with this is put a thinner line down the middle, and that's really like the paint itself, and the rest is like the runoff, I guess you would say.
Okay.
If you look at the way paint looks, if you see like a movie that has tried to be authentic in its depiction of war paint on people. From, like one that comes to mind for me is New World, a Terrence Malick film. Colin Farrell playing John Smith.
You just said a bunch of words. I'll believe you.
They do a really cool job in that of showing the paint on the Native Americans, and you can kind of see this like outer layer, which is super cool.
Yeah, I really like the way you do war paint on your Tau. It looks really good.
Thanks, Brett. Brett, how are you feeling? How are you feeling like you're coming along here?
I don't know. Not great.
No?
Great. Yeah.
Marathons are stressful.
I mean, it'll get done. We'll we'll wrap it up and we'll do the rest. If we need to do more after the fact, we can. But I'm.
This brush is too thick.
There's like just bits that I didn't get to, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So we'll have to.
Just like.
We'll have to finish it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be close though. It'll be. Stuff on the bottom, stuff on the underside. Do you have a towel? Where do I need it? Where do I get a towel?
Oh yeah, I can grab you one. They keep leaving this room and then not coming back into this room.
Oh, okay.
Which is a thing I know I'm doing.
I'm trying to use the the brown paper as a thing to write my brush on, but it's not ideal.
It's not great. No. Okay. Yeah. So then my little inner thin line here.
I'm gonna switch over to
Yeah. I'm actually using a super tiny brush for this. And I just trace like a little line kind of down the middle of the white ink. And you end up with, well, you know, it should kind of look like tribal paint that's running a bit.
I like it because the Tau lore is that they sort of are descended from tribes.
Yeah.
And they maintain an element of that culture.
I know I'm not the first person to do it. I feel like I've seen I feel like at least some of the GW Tau in the book do it this way. Like kind of the more tribal looking.
Interesting. I feel like I've never seen it before, so
Maybe
it's new and fresh to me.
I'm wrong. Yeah. Okay. Now, Brett, how are the Seraphon coming along?
Seraphon.
Been painting any Seraphon recently, or not so much?
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm getting there. Like it's not. I started out trying to like get to a point and trying to rush them to a point, and then I was like, I had this kind of moment where I was like, I don't want to rush with this army.
No.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to like compete in an event or like I don't have a deadline. I also don't want to stress out about it.
Right.
I don't want it to be a stressful project, but I'm also not trying to like make them a competition army. I'm not going slowly because I'm trying to do an amazing job. I'm going slowly because I want it to be fun and enjoyable and not, a stress out project.
Yeah.
So they're the army that I pick up and paint when I don't want to stress out about something, and it's all coalesced. So I'm doing just a bunch of Saurus.
Yeah.
And so it's a lot of like the same thing over and over and over again.
You've got some other stuff, but you're working through the Saurus right now.
I'm working through the Saurus, yeah. This is going to be a controversial opinion also, but like I'm going to use the old Saurus Knight models for my Agrodons. So I've got some Saurus Knights built that I'm just going to put on the new base size and play with those. This is also an army that I'm trying not to spend a ton of money on.
Yeah.
So that's like, it's sort of easy to get old models, old Saurus and old Saurus Knights on the cheap right now because everyone's upgrading to the new sexy kits.
Right.
So I'm trying to take advantage of that a little bit. So it's fine. I'm kind of leaning into all of those aspects of it and giving myself permission to, do an okay job, take my time, and use old models.
That's nice. And it sounds like you're definitely getting into the spirit of Age of Sigmar by doing these things.
Yeah.
Because all of those things are cool to do in Age of Sigmar. The community is going to be like, yes, love these. Love that you use the old Saurus. So I think you're fine. I think it's going to be super cool.
I just got the... I bought the Warcry box, Nightmare Quest.
Oh, right.
Which is...
for the Realmscaper engine.
Yeah, so it includes... The Warcry box includes 2 factions. It includes Beast Flayers, Royal Beast Flayers.
Mm-hmm.
And
these are for Flesh Eater Courts.
Yeah, Flesh Eater Courts. And...
the Stormcast.
Stormcast. It has a Stormcast.
Yeah.
But the 2 Warcry warbands that are included in the box have nothing to do with the fact that there's a Seraphon Realm Shaper engine as the terrain piece.
Which is what you really want.
And so I bought it for the terrain piece. I'm going to use it as my faction-specific terrain piece in Age of Sigmar, and then immediately just put the 2 warbands up on eBay.
I see.
So
let me look at the Stormcast one. I might be into.
No, it's gone already.
Oh,
Too late.
that's okay.
Sold in like 2 days.
I'd rather you have sold them immediately than this. I have, Cire painted a Stormcast army for me.
Yep.
I commissioned him and he painted. We did it to kind of supplement the studio army. I had the opportunity to buy the rest of the studio army from Brian, but I actually don't want to because frankly Brian got it off eBay. It's not very well painted, and I sat there looking at the stuff Cire painted for me and the stuff Brian had painted, and I was like, you know what? Not only could I maybe commission Cire to do more for me, Cire is totally willing to just kind of walk me through how he did it.
Oh yeah.
So
Teach
I was
you the
like,
recipe.
I don't really need. Brian basically had like from the second ed box, somebody had clearly bought like 2 or 3
copies
of these
of it,
boxes and painted everything in it.
Right.
So it has like 1 million liberators. It's like you're never going to use that many liberators. Like 20 judicators. You're never going to use 20 judicators anymore.
Yeah.
It's just like not a great collection. So I was like, nah, I'm not going to buy it. But so now my Stormcast collection is kind of weird. It's kind of funky play wise. Paint wise, it's perfect. But I don't really think it's a functioning army quite yet.
Yeah.
So I'll have to add to it.
I know that the Warcry warbands often get rules in Age of Sigmar, and so I'm curious. I don't know what the rules are for the Stormcast that was Soul Sworn was what it was called.
And it's
And so I don't know if it's good or not, but
so it's fascinating because you're right. Like your hunch, I think, like aren't they normally not that good?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know.
They kind of go everywhere.
I'm gonna steal a bit of white.
That's very thin, but just
Okay.
They kind of go everywhere. So Daughters of Cain are probably famously a winner here with Canite Shadow Stalkers. And the unit is not that awesome killy wise, but it's for its movement. It just teleports anywhere on the board. Megan got the Eskurgan True Blades. And she's been using them against me. They're not bad, but they're not like competitive. You wouldn't take them to like a tournament, although she is, because she likes how they're painted, which is a good reason to take something to a tournament.
Yeah.
So they're kind of all over the place, but I would say more likely than not, they're often not that great.
Right. So for the Seraphon, the Hunters of Huanchi,
they're good.
Are genuinely interesting.
Yeah.
They also don't kill a whole lot, but they have the same ability. They can just disappear and pop up anywhere on the table. And so they're good for capturing backfield objectives, your opponent's backfield objectives. Because objectives in Sigmar are sticky, and so your opponent, if they want to get their stuff in the fight, is incentivized to just kind of leave stuff alone. But if there's this, 80-point unit of 5 skinks that could pop up on their backfield objective, they can't leave it.
Right.
So that's compelling. There's 2 versions of them. One with clubs, which are cheap and just do what I just described, and the other has blowpipes, which are like actually decent shooting, if not, if a little bit on the expensive side. They're okay. Anyway, I have no idea kind of how these Warcry warbands play, but I just was like, I want this terrain piece. You can't actually buy the Realm Shaper Engine kit from GW right now. It's like out of stock.
Yep, that's true.
So I was like, let me...
Clarification, by the way. Yeah. You can't buy it anywhere.
Can't buy it anywhere, yeah. eBay doesn't have it.
eBay doesn't have it. Amazon doesn't have it. I searched it in the U.S. I don't know. Has anybody in the U.S. noticed how much stuff Noble Knights Games usually has?
I bought stuff from them.
Yeah. So they're in Wisconsin. They don't have it. So pretty much all my normal sources were out of a Realmscaper engine.
Yeah.
And this is very common with the...
Because you're building Seraphon as well.
We have that. Yeah, Meg and I are working on this slow burning a Seraphon army. And we're fine to wait. We have plenty of other things to get through. But this always happens with the Sigmar faction specific terrain.
Right.
And I guess it's because if you give something in some people's army that's 0 points,
has a tangible benefit.
they'll buy it.
Oh, and it's usable in every single army. It's not like, in Tau, for example, if you want to play a mechanized army, you might not choose to use broadsides. Not because they're not a good unit, but just because they don't fit your theme, It's there are sort of army archetypes in the game that lend themselves towards just not bringing certain units. And that's not the case with these terrain pieces.
Well, okay.
Every army archetype will bring the terrain piece
They're
if they
free.
have a choice to.
I will say that I don't take for my Beast Claw Raiders.
Yeah.
And I got everybody was.
Oh, this is like a weird edge case though.
It's a weird, definitely. Yeah, I didn't take it to Rocky Mountain Open, and everyone was like, "Wait, you don't have the." They're like, "You're gonna put your terrain piece down." I was like, "Oh, I didn't bring it."
Yeah.
And they were like, "Why?" And I was like, "You know what? Honestly, it just gets in my way."
It clogs up the board, and you have big units that need to get
don't
through.
have fly. They move really fast. Don't have fly, and the last thing in the world I want is like a stupid pot of soup in my way that I brought and placed. So I tend to not do it, and people were like, "Wow, that's crazy."
Yeah.
But it really just gets in my way. But yeah, it's interesting. 40K should do this, man. 40K should Tau should have a comm center. Space Marine should have a bunker thing.
I weirdly think that they went through a phase where they tried to give everyone a fortification, and then they just didn't give them rules. Like A, they cost points, and B, they have rules that are often not good. Well, I guess fortification rules in general go through phases.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Realistically, think about it. It is a fact. Anyone who's a Sigmar player, go on and try to find Realm. Of course, someone's going to find it and prove me wrong, right?
Right.
But Realmscaper Engine, Loon Shrine, the stupid Bone Reapers one, Bone Tithe Nexus, all not findable, just not in existence, just not around.
Anyway, GW gave us an out, Seraphon players an out, by putting a ruined Realm Shaper engine in this Warcry box,
Which I kind of think was brilliant.
It's brilliant because
it came out right after
one.
It came out a couple months. Yeah,
and you can get them for. I think I paid $157, which is the price, this 15% off price that these,
that was the box.
The box, $157.
And then you're gonna get some of that back.
And then I made, after eBay took their fees, I ended up with $105 back or something. So I got the Realm Shaper engine for $50.
Oh, okay. So that's about probably what.
That's great.
Yeah, that's about it. Maybe it costs even more.
It costs more. If you buy the stock one, it's like $70, $75.
Yeah. So I think that's actually kind of a brilliant idea. Now they can't always get away with that. They'll be like, "Wow." Every Warcry box is like, "Wow, we're fighting over a ruined Bone Tide Nexus. Wow, we're fighting over a ruined Ogre Mallpot."
Yeah. It's not going to work in all cases.
Yeah.
But, it's the same size, sort of footprint. It just doesn't have the big Eye of Sauron on top of it.
Yeah.
If you will.
I have Sauron.
Sauron?
Sauron.
Because it's ruined. It's deactivated.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that was kind of a brilliant idea. I'm wondering if we'll see more Seraphon players doing that. Because it's a good idea. Your buddy Chicken here says there are some schemes in the codexes that give Fire Warriors face paint bands across the eyes. Yeah, I feel like I've seen it. I really truly don't think it was my original idea. I feel like I've seen either somewhere else, but I thought it was in one of the codexes somewhere, fairly primal looking, not the stenciled on paint.
Some early codex art
somewhere else. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, I'm excited. These guys are. I thought I gave myself the hardest job. I think I just. They are small though, I guess. The Firewars are fairly easy to paint.
You can skip a lot on them too if you want to. Not saying that you are, but
no, I mostly edge highlight the shoulder, the gun, and the helmet.
Yeah.
I didn't do a lot on the leg. I don't feel like you get a lot highlighting the leg panels on the Firewars. Sorry, I cut you off, but yeah.
No, there's just like options to sort of, all right, I'm gonna hold off on this bit until later, and then later, just to get it table ready, and then if you want to come back at a later date and update your army or put a little more time into it, you can do some more edge highlighting or recess wash in the pants or whatever. Do some more.
Well, my pants trick is I do have to say quite a time saver.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tell us your pants trick.
We talked about it, right? So I use.
I'm asking for the audience.
Oh, for the audience. Yeah, let's go over the pants trick. So,
have you already talked about it?
I think I did, but that's okay. We have different people around, right? No, the big thing I do is I make sure I hit the pants with like airbrush paint. That's usually a lot. For me, it's a light color. If you're painting a dark color scheme, this won't work. But so the pants are very light color. By the way, I do this also. This is also a way that I paint ogres very quickly because I airbrush the whole ogre. Oh man, I'm worried I might have just got paint on my face. No, okay.
Let me see.
Wait, was there not? Did I not just bring 2
You're
red?
good. No, you only gave me 1 red.
No, but I brought. What's happening with this? Okay.
You're going crazy.
This has been happening all Sunday, all day today. It's like I feel like we're just okay.
Stuff's disappearing.
Anyway, the rags especially. So with like my ogres, for example, I airbrush the whole ogre. Actually, this color right here, Mornfang Brown. I get up to Mornfang Brown. And no, you know what? I'm realizing I'm lying right now. This is a different airbrush shortcut trick. Okay, so the Tau, I airbrush in the light color all the way up to armor. For my Tau, it's like these green shades, these mint green shades. For these guys, it's the ochre. And then what I do is I honestly take a Citadel Air or a contrast if it's a dark contrast. So with my Tau, there's a really dark one. Actually, I think now it's going to be Croxagore scales. It's named after Dark Angels. I forget. It's like a Dark
Caliban green?
Yeah, it's Caliban green. I think is like a real.
It's named after Dark Angels.
No, that's a real paint though. I think I forget what the contrast one is called. And then I just I see. It's a contrast paint.
Yeah,
so I either use a contrast paint or I take an airbrush paint and thin it down a little bit more.
Like you did with this Dryad bark.
Exactly, with Dryad bark here on this, and then like it falls into the recesses, but it's sort of the opposite of that in a way. It's like well, no, that's true, but the better way to think of it is it doesn't end up on the peaks of the pants.
Right. Yeah, the pants can be very time consuming if you were to, glaze everything and basically treat the pants like a cape, but like you don't want to do that for 10-point line troopers.
No, we don't.
Chicken.
Yeah,
Fire Warrior face paint.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I think I'm gonna go back and reread some of the old codexes soon. I'm getting a little rusty on my.
Your Tau lore. Yeah, you couldn't get you. Or no, that's not true. You did 2 out of 3 on the.
They were wild guesses. Definitely wild guesses.
But that's because you're good at Tau, and you kind of knew.
I could tell what were the made up fake ones, right?
No, not always.
Is my time up?
I figured I'd come in a minute or 2 early.
Oh, okay. A minute or 2 early. Chicken is going to be my buddy at the
The Malifaux thing?
at the I'm having trouble with words. The Grand Narrative.
Oh,
in
fun.
November.
Fun.
So he's gonna do Tau again with me there, which I'm looking forward to. It's gonna be a sweet time. All right, Meg. Let me make room for you.
Brett, that's it for you. It says you're coming back, but you're not because
Cool.
we're Meg's or we slot at 4 o'clock, but really we're ending here at 4.
Yep. Okay. All right, and then at the end, will we get some photos of the finished product where we got wrapped up? Should we all bring our models in at 4 o'clock so you can have them all on screen?
Do we can. We're also we can put some here. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, have fun, you two.
Well,
Give me an answer.
Well, we've been trying a few different things, including post getting better pictures in Discord. The Mevo, our cameras here that we use for streaming, are really good for people. The Nazca for up close of miniatures. So we've been trying different things like posting in Discord during the stream, or of course we'll post on Instagram after. Gosh,
That's a given.
guy, I cannot.
Hi, fam.
get
Last half hour.
these guys make to stick to their bases.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, I'm like.
You have like little markings and stuff.
Yeah.
I am actually done,
Oh man, me too.
except I left this for myself. Oh, we get to do fan stuff together.
That's
I'm so
actually
excited.
good because fan stuff can.
I love fan stuff. Guys, get ready for fan stuff.
Yeah.
Don't think we forgot,
Let's
because we
hop
didn't.
in. Let's hop into fan stuff soon.
Oh, yeah.
Well, do your thing.
Well, I was just going to say where I'm at. And also, you can have this flag to glue.
Oh, that's Brett. That's Brett.
Brett. Okay,
Yeah.
great. And he just left. So, he can glue that on later. Brett, if you're hearing this, you want to come back and get this flag so you can glue whatever it is to it, feel free. It's here. But anyways, my two are done. I'm going to take this camera.
Take it, please. Yes.
Let's get it off my crotch. There we go.
Oh, that
Well, it's just a little on my crotch. It can be a little on my crotch. All right, so are they focused okay? These
No.
are my two characters. How's that? Any better? I know. We'll get a better shot later.
Yeah.
Don't worry, fam. But yeah, I'm done. Last thing I'm doing is adding some towel letters to this ribbon, so you guys can get your towel alphabet out so you can spell it out at the end of the stream when I'm done. So
Yeah, there is a tau alphabet.
there is a towel alphabet. I found it.
You found
You know,
it?
they don't have Q or Z, I realized.
No, they don't. There's a few letters they don't have.
So I couldn't write the word quiz.
Oh no. You could spell with a KW, KWIZ.
Yeah. I could do quiz. Quiz. Quiz?
Okay, well you're there by yourself. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I'm being alone.
We can
Why
see your
am I-
little shadow.
Why am I here? What am I doing?
Who
Oh,
are
I
you?
need super glue.
All right. I have, let's see, I can put it back on this camera. And people can see if they can decipher. It's going to be small, so it may have to wait until I put up a photo in Discord, which I hope everybody here is a part of if you aren't yet. Don't forget, Super Chat special, and then also like and subscribe. Please like the stream if you're here. And go find some people and ask them to come by and like the stream for us. That'd be cool. That'd be cool.
Also sharing it in places.
Yeah.
No one.
Back it up.
Yeah, people. Sometimes people yell at us.
So you can't read it yet because I wrote the letters in black, so it'd be easy to cover. But as I go, I'll share my little updates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sharing it's fun because sharing it with your towel friends, especially after the giveaway announcer wins. I'm just kidding.
The announcer?
The announcement. After we pick the winner. But what I was saying is, it's nice because sometimes places yell at the people if they share their own stuff, but if someone else shares it, it's okay.
Right. We can't go around like just plugging ourselves willy nilly. We need our street team to do it for us. Okay. Zach, I'm gonna let you wrangle memes fan stuff when we get to it.
Okay, that sounds great.
But I'm okay for right now.
You can push the button and then I,
continue
from there,
painting.
can
Of course,
control.
I messed up my brush, which always happens.
Meg, how are you? We've been chatting a lot this past week with Cire and with fans now about using more and more oil stuff. How are you feeling about our enamel adventure?
I mean, I've only used it for panel lining.
How are you feeling about your enamel adventure for panel lining?
Okay, it's fine. it's fine.
Okay, fine. Meg has looked at the adventure and decided it's fine.
It's fine. We can do more of it. I still don't know if I've done enough to say I'm like, oh, this is better. Like, this is what I prefer. I need to do more.
Yeah.
Oh, is Brett here for his flag? There you go, Brett. Enjoy.
Thanks for the flag.
Yeah. Okay, let's do some fan stuff. What do you say, Meg?
I say let's do it.
Meg, can you do me a solid and hit the fan
Hit
stuff
the fan
button?
stuff, yeah.
Okay, here we go. We got some fan stuff here. This is from Biggin7877, and it's just a skull. And I don't know where the
It's
skull
not
is.
just a skull.
I don't know where the skull is going, but I like it so far. I love painting skulls. I've been painting a lot of skulls these past couple years because of the destruction armies I've been painting for Sigmar. And
I love this skull.
This skull is great.
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
a piece of terrain.
If you're around, let us. Oh, so it's gonna be a piece of terrain.
I mean, it looked pretty big.
I can't tell how big it is.
No, I didn't choose the picture that had some context.
Okay.
I just wanted this one because it was like amongst the terrain and, you know, thematic, right?
Okay.
Like the context took it out a bit of, you know, breaks the illusion a little bit. So I went with this picture, but I loved it. Yeah. I love big old skulls.
Here we got Bionic. We know this guy.
Hey, Bionic.
Painting away. Good to see that when he joins us in Hobby Hang, which if you have not, please consider joining us in Hobby Hang
Yeah, we love it.
in our Discord. Everyone's super nice there. And it's good to know that Bionic isn't just goofing off. He is actually painting.
He is
goofing
a
off.
hard
though, too.
worker.
Yeah, but he is a hard worker. This looks great. What is going on at the top here? I like it. What is this? Am I just looking at this like
Looks
weird?
like a fleur-de-lis. Is that what you're talking about?
I see the fleur-de-lis. What's on top? What's this on top of the entrance?
It looks like a dome.
Yeah.
Painted. I don't know. If I like from way back here, where everything is very small,
That's what I'm saying, right?
it looks like a gelatin cake with orange slices.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to say that.
Which
Because it sounded
pretty
ridiculous
cool.
to say.
But I don't know if that's what it is. It's just because we're far away. From
Yeah,
it.
it looks cool. Guess we can
Stop
ask him.
yawning. Stop
Or-
yawning. This is very exciting.
I know. I get yawny towards around this time of day.
What, paintings for 6 hours get you a little tired?
Yeah. His Black Falcon 40K. He's doing some cool stuff. I think this guy's doing some Simon, which is my favorite. I love the Wraith Knight kit. I have 2 almost finished, Meg. And I actually... oh, no, we're going to do something else Wednesday. Never mind. But I love this kit. I love this thing's face. Black Falcon, really nice work. Nice robe. Nice loincloth on this guy. It's a cool model. It's old. It holds up, though, I think. Cody SC. Is
We know
this
this guy.
Is this? Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, man, he is going to town on these T-Suns, huh?
They're so nice.
They're
looking.
so nice.
Very impressed.
I hope to see
and they
this.
look complex.
They do. I hope to see this at an event when I see you next. Molecule, formerly known as Michael Cody, SC. Can we add SC at the end now?
I think
of the
so.
whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I am excited to see these guys, and if I'm playing a lot of 40K and Go, then it'd be fun to play. Oh, look at this knight, and this is a name I haven't seen too much of.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
Isn't it
great.
nice? Look at all that yellow.
Dude, I really love yellow, white, and then like
I know.
metallic or yellow, white, and light blue is another good one. This is so cool. Actually, I have to say that I don't know that I would ever want to own an Imperial or Chaos Knight army, but
just a knight would be kind of cool.
I could see maybe one day. This could be a cool project for us to do, like, because you need like two big ones and then like a few of the small ones, and the small ones are like Stonehorn size kind of,
Okay.
and the big ones are like Gargant size. They're huge.
Yeah, they're big.
They're really big. And we could do a big hobby collab.
It's really
we
big.
could do all the different. We could do all the different hobby collab colors.
Oh yeah,
You know,
that would be fun.
yellow,
Well,
blue,
and pink.
the rest of them.
The rest of them. I mean, basically, it's like a rainbow, right? Like, I had to include this because we're a bunch of hobbies, right? Not specifying which, but I was like, look, Grim Darkness made jam. That's amazing.
This looks good.
I want some.
This looks like...
That's what you can send us in the mail.
This looks like raspberry. I think we can ask Grim Darkness.
I love it.
But to me, it looks raspberry. Homemade raspberry jam is very good. Homemade strawberry jam, good as well. It picked at the peak of seasonal freshness. Hard to beat. Hard to beat.
Yeah. Thanks, Grim, for sharing your other hobbies with us.
Yeah. Whoa, these guys
Kurt
look
the
cool.
Viking. Yeah.
What are these models
What are
from?
they? I don't know. But I thought the colors were so striking.
Are these Infinity?
I don't know. It looks like Crusader Tau. Like if Tau were going to be Crusaders.
Crusader? Tau are kind of Crusaders.
Well, you know what I mean. I think.
Yeah, I know. This looks... does anyone know what these are? I'm Infinity? I'm getting Infinity vibes here.
What is Infinity? Can you explain it
Yes,
for the
yes.
people in the back?
Yeah, Infinity is a skirmish game by Corvus Bell, and it's been around forever. It's been super long. It's just been around forever, which is impressive because most games by companies outside of a handful of them. Infinity. Okay, good.
You did it.
Perfect. Most games have not lasted this long. But this game has been around forever. I've thought about dipping into it once or twice, but I haven't, and for pretty much typical reasons, which is, the Infinity and the watermark. I can't actually see the watermark.
It's up at the top,
it's
right?
too
But
small for me.
it says Kurt the Viking up there too. But I repeated the username so that you could read it because it is a little hard to read.
Yeah. So these models are tiny too, and they can be spindly. These ones don't look too bad though. But these look great.
Really pretty color choices.
Yeah, I like it. Liberty Fires. We know this guy.
Liberty. I'm glad Liberty's finally in chat. Where's our top 3 question, Liberty? Just kidding. I don't want to put you on the spot, but yeah.
Yeah, Cultist. Looks, he's got some Chaos Cultist going. These guys are cool. I like the skin tone.
Yeah, they're super creepy too.
The skin tone looks a little bit like they've had a chemical peel, which is cool.
Yeah.
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 Super cool.
They are.
Soups?
Oh, this is Soups.
We know this guy.
He just finished this one. I love the crazy colors. Like, they're not crazy, but like it's a primary.
It's like
palette,
90s. It's 90s
but
style.
it's like
yeah.
super vibrant. You don't see that. I feel
Yeah.
like. And then there's like a random green axe too, which is fun.
Yeah, yeah. It feels like he's doing the 90s thing. He did.
Try again.
Oh!
Dip. You wanna?
Dip.
You wanna keep going? All right. And that was Soups.
Thanks, Soups. Oh, and Vino, yeah.
Oh my
I like
gosh,
this.
I love his albino Raptidon.
Yeah.
They're so cool. It's so nice looking.
Yeah.
I like the way it's like tinted green. It's not just pure white.
Yeah,
that would look ridiculous.
That would look like he just primed a model.
Yeah.
And then we'd be like, Vino.
Vino, nice try, Vino.
Nice try, Vino. But he does have tints going on here, which would make it look nice. I do like a little red eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Curious. Vino, I forget if you're just doing the albino riders as well, or if they're going to be a color. Kind of interested in what the rider looks like. The rider dino combo in this army is like a thing, right? It makes it makes it
fun.
I mean, it makes the whole thing work, right? Like
okay.
it's a big deal to get the rider and the dino combo together, I think, right? That's part of the exciting thing about this army is you have really crazy options for both the rider and the dino.
Crazy.
Whereas a lot of times people are just riding a horse or something, and you could do a crazy horse if you wanted to, but how's it going?
It's going. I wanted to I'm cleaning up an edge.
Okay.
And then I'm going to have you look at it and see if you can decipher it. You don't get to look at the alphabet though.
Oh, I don't really know the Tau alphabet that well.
Oh, well then how can you call yourself a Tau fan? I bet Brett will know what this says.
No, Brett will definitely not know what it says. I
bet Brett will know before you know.
I can assure you Brett will not know what that says.
All right. Well,
I love the guy and he knows a lot about Tau, but I can tell you,
you do love the guy.
He cannot read Tau alphabet.
Well, you just gotta believe. Okay, sorry. I'm cleaning up an edge and then I will put it on camera so you guys can decipher it. I'm just about done.
Oh man, that.
Okay, there.
Oh, okay.
Done.
That. Very excited for that cake Leah made.
Oh my god, me too. Yeah. I'm so glad we're ending at 4 so I can go eat it. That's like literally what I'm looking forward to right now. Guys, there's only a few minutes left in our stream. We're ending at 4. And just another reminder about our giveaway. Everything we've painted today could be yours.
This is funny the way you said
it. Just leave a comment on the video after the live stream's over.
Yep.
And we will choose a winner tomorrow at 4.
Yeah, very exciting.
Pacific or specific time, however you want to pronounce it.
It's fun to...
I keep saying I'm done and then I keep cleaning something else up.
That's okay. I have something I realized I needed.
But I want to give chat a chance to take a look and see if they can decipher it. Hopefully our cameras will feature it. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm calling it. I was going to watch, but my son just said, I want you to help me and give me supervision for making an egg. So I'm off to make some eggs. Thanks, Madman, for letting us know. That sounds adorable. Please send us a picture in Discord of the eggs.
Give me some soup. What a good kid.
Yeah.
I
need some supervision.
We actually missed
a reel at it. I just saw that and I was like, that's the most adorable thing I've ever seen. Okay, so I'm going to put this camera on. Now, if we can't read it on camera, can you guys see it? It's a little blurry. Okay, see if you can decipher the letters. I recommend getting a screenshot because I'm probably not going to hold it here forever. But go ahead, Zach. I'll hold it here while they get a chance to decipher it.
Well, Bryce is clarifying that the thing by Bionic we saw, was his Sisters of Battle tank. That we got, and he mentions that old Rhino from Forge World, they had a cool window to peek out. So it was like a clear plastic thing, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Yeah.
A window, so you could like paint them. You would paint stuff and then stick them inside, and you could see them through the window.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
Zell Nasty wants to know if we're going to Nova this year. Zach and I are. Saray and Brett are not.
Yeah, Meg and I will be there.
Yeah, so find us and say hi. We'll find you too. I don't know.
Meg's doing some classes. I'm playing some Sigmar.
Is it still blurry? Let's see.
Am I playing Sigmar?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think we signed you up for Sigmar.
Yeah. I'm playing Sigmar.
Has anybody figured it out yet? Brett, have you figured it out yet? I expect an answer from you. Let's see.
Liberty Fires.
Well, you mentioned the Tau letters earlier, and I was thinking how cool different runes, letters, etc. are on models. Oh boy, which begs the question, top 3 runes, languages, script. Go. Well, I think I like Old English script. It's very gothic and impossible to read, but it looks cool.
Okay.
So I do like that as like if I was gonna try to get better at something, like writing something, it would be that. Chicken got it! I bet Chicken didn't even have to look at the alphabet. Nice. Yeah. Hi, fam. So whoever wins this has a little dude that says, "Hi, fam."
Good.
That was number 1 for me.
I really like the Thousand Suns script.
Do you need help with anything?
No, actually.
Great.
I really like the Thousand Suns script that you get for the decals for those guys. Listen, I know I can pick any script in the world, and I'm being a little unimaginative by picking a 40k one, but the 30K decal sticker for Thousand Suns is super cool. The Heresy decal. And I really like the script on that. So I'm going to say that is definitely...
Okay.
It's a good decal, but honestly, 40K, we were looking at this Cire and I the other day, and they do a really good job of making sure the scripts and decals are really like specifically related to a faction. And you're like, oh, I could put these on. We're going to put some, what do you call them? Word Bearers script on the Legion of the Damned stuff. And we're like, you know what? It's not really going to work. It doesn't really... It's pretty obviously the Word Bearer script, which is kind of impressive actually. That like some factions almost have their own font.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was
That's okay.
setting up a coup on this guy in the middle.
Cool.
Okay,
I would never do that though, Meg.
Well,
Here's why.
He's a defector. He was trying to spread the greater bad. Okay, my second script or whatever that I want, or writing, runes, Midsommar feels some runes in it. And I mean, I'm assuming it's, I forget what it is actually, like old, if they're Norse, they're probably Norse, right? Because it's Midsommar.
Yeah.
And I thought, I don't know, it's classic, like runes.
Yeah.
Kate and I did, like we used to do crafts with our podcast episodes, and when we did our Midsommar episode, we made each other something that had something spelled out of the runes for each other.
Oh, that's fun.
It was fun. It was cool. I don't remember anything. But it's a cool looking, like, script,
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Can I see these guys?
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, folks, we don't base these armies.
We don't, but we can paint the bases black.
Yeah, we do have... Oh,
so they look nice. Oh. I can do it. I can do it afterwards. No, I wouldn't worry about it now.
Okay. So, yeah, we don't base these armies because if somebody's grabbing this army and already has Tau, we kind of want them to be able to base it to match their own.
Yeah.
And if they're grabbing it and not already having Tau, then they can pick a base. In which case, we would recommend a desert base. But not exactly the same color. You'd have to do something a little bit different. You gotta get creative with that.
Do whatever you want. You know what? Leave them black. just to annoy us.
You can leave them black if you want. All right. So we've got some of the guys here. The stuff Megan and I did.
Yeah, we'll definitely get better shots after the stream. Don't worry.
Don't worry. The capes look amazing.
But thanks, I appreciate that. I thought everybody did a nice job. The yellow looks nice. The ochre.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It came out better. I hated it at the start of the day and yesterday, but I had a hunch it was going to be a trust the process type thing.
Yeah. Sam Lloyd says just give them to me. I can base them. Well, Sam, you might win them, so that could be possible. I don't know. Just make sure you leave a comment.
Yeah, just leave a comment. Oh, someone's bringing some more models in for us. That's
yeah.
Good.
I came in just literally saying don't end the stream yet.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Here we go.
Should I bring the other
What is
ones
this,
in as
ghost keel?
This is the ghost keel.
Yeah, I can go off to the side. He can't fit. He's too big. He's too big and
we
ghosty.
can't show him. Can't show him, dude.
Do you want me to grab the
No,
slices?
it fits.
I know,
Yeah,
I'm just
let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, he can hide the cord. Have him hide the cord.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Actually, the ghost keel looks the most in focus. Can we get it so it's not showing this stinking box? Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
Ooh, what's going on with the...
It's a little frozen, huh? I hope it's not reading that way on your guys' end.
It did for a second. I saw it.
Yeah, but
okay.
not for long. But yeah, we're bringing in the what's it called? The stealths. And then this is it. This is the
They need to be
prize.
varnished still?
Oh, the
Okay.
stealth need to get hit with a varnish.
Yeah, that's
Ah.
all right. Oh, the ghost kill went after the fire warriors, the defectors.
Just loading everybody on here.
Oh my gosh, it's a party. Ooh, I love the trash can.
You want me to glue the ethereal on the drone? On the hover drone?
Sure.
Oh yeah.
Do I have glue?
We'll be back. Oh, you have the ring here.
Careful. That thing has a mind of its own.
Yep.
So we need to varnish the stealth. And we've got the trash can.
Yeah. What is the
course.
story with the trash can? Why are those fire warriors sleeping?
Sleep. Oh, they're just down there by the ghost.
Taking it. I hit the power source.
It's
Okay.
pretty amazing though that when we hit the power
Well,
source, the stream stays
That's
on.
what's nice about all the cameras being wireless, right?
Yeah.
Says, are we doing okay? I think we're doing okay.
Just our OBS. It's kind of weird that camera froze up. I wonder what's going on.
Yeah. What happened? Are we still streaming, everybody? As such, okay.
Let's see.
I think we're okay. We're still streaming.
Okay, one sec. We'll be
I
right
apologize. Okay, well, we have audio. That's good. Yay. I'm sorry. Sorry, you guys.
It's audio, but the video is frozen.
by. Okay, cool.
All right, we're back, and we're gonna show the yeah. I wonder if does it get hot in here, like, and that's why it gets stuttery.
I don't know.
It's not that hot, actually. It's not that bad. It was not bad today. Anyways, we are gonna turn on the camera so you can see the final prize. Sorry about the mishap. That's typical me. That's why when something goes wrong, you can usually just blame me.
No more spinning. That's okay.
We'll turn that off, yeah.
But there it is.
There's your prize.
There's your prize. Yeah. So we need to. All that's left. It looks like the varnishing on the stealth, and I think that's it. And then down to the side here, we've got some drones in a heap
Yeah.
that come with it.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. That's right. I heard drones aren't even necessary anymore.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand that. Umi said you can just use tokens for drones, but you could use tokens for anything, right?
Yeah, that could always be true.
I don't get
Yeah.
it. All right. Well, anyway.
We did it.
We did it. And we could not have done it without Brett and Cire and Holly.
Big thanks to Holly off
Yes.
camera.
So make sure to give them lots of claps in
Yep.
chat. And don't forget to comment on the video once we end it, which will be very, very soon.
Yep.
And like and subscribe.
Yep.
And is that it?
That's it.
All right. So as Zach likes to say, and I like to repeat,
Oh.
be kind to yourself, be kind to each other, and always be creating.
See you
Bye.
guys.
Let's just keep going.